The best of the best have arrived in Cyprus. Welcome to the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino. This is Super High Roller Series Europe. It is the final table of event number 1, a $25,000 buy-in short deck tournament. And what a lineup we have in store for you today. 3 of the top 15 players on the all-time money list. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks. And Brent, the legends are here in Cyprus.
A fine blend, Jeff. The old guard meets the new. Unfortunately, Eric Seidel has bowed out in 7th place. However, Phil Ivey remains.
That leaderboard presented by GG Poker. Our chip leader you also may have heard of. His name is Stephen Chidwick. We've seen him once or twice on our Poker Go streams, yeah?
The Riddler, this guy is so good at every single game. Every hand is pretty in short deck. Except for the 10-7 offsuit, Ivy, I jinxed you.
And in short deck, we take the 2s, the 3s, the 4s, and the 5s out of the deck. Who needs them? Rules similar to Hold'em, except flush beats a full house. No blinds, an ante-only structure. So you'll see a lot of limping, and you also see the milkman, Makita Badziakuski, looking sharp as always.
All grown up. The last time I saw the milkman, he couldn't grow anything on his face, and now he's just got a full beard and mustache. Same
and
sunglasses.
Shades.
Yeah.
King Jack 10, all diamonds. See the equities bottom left corner of your screen. Size of the pot, bottom right corner. Chidwick entering the day as chip leader. Checked over to Makita. Pair together.
Chidwick may want to consider betting here. Has a very bad straight, as we can see.
Fire 175,000. That gets it done for Stephen Chidwick. Chidwick with almost $36 million in career tournament earnings. He is 6th on the all-time money list. A little less than $1.7 million behind Dan Smith for 5th. This is Chidwick's 6th career short deck cash. Our lovely chip shuffler is here. There's Santi. And there is Phil Ivey. What's the 9-8? 25K ante. 8s for Ihor out of the Ukraine.
Get used to seeing a lot of this, Jeff. A lot of limping with these sorts of hands. Makita has a good one. Ace Queen. Pretty much all Broadway cards of this sort.
Very powerful.
Quite strong. You'll see some fast pre-flop play, especially with a stack like Makita. Roughly 65 antes. There you go.
Just about all of it. Fold, fold. Right, a lot of limping pre and a lot of shoving pre as well.
Right. It's a game full of coolers. We're going to see them throughout the course of the day. And apparently they have instituted a no talking rule at this table. Not a single word has been spoken amongst this group.
Chidwick with the queen 10 of spades.
Pretty
Those
good
green
hand.
chips, sorry, worth 25K.
You and I had a chance to talk a little bit of strategy with Jason Kuhn yesterday, and when you're a chip leader, you're able to come into the pots with these raises. 200,000, Chidwick obviously kicking it up. Oftentimes, I think he'll mix it in with various limps, but because of the ICM factors in play, him being the chip leader, he's going to want to pressure all of these stacks at this final table by coming in with raises.
Ace jack of spades for Santee. You saw Brewer snap fold the nines. A hand like nines just not good in short deck.
Nines sort of the equivalent to having pocket fives in no limit hold'em. It's going to be very difficult to play post flop.
So Santee makes the call, sees an ace in the window as it comes ace king 6.
A lot of pressure being applied here. Chidwick with the continuation, just a gutter. Santee only having 1.2 million.
Let's make the call. Turn brings a queen. 1.1 million in this pot.
Perhaps Chidwick expected Santee to move it in with this sort of hand on the flop if he did have a hand like ace jack suited.
Yes.
And there it is from Chidwick. Just maximum amounts of pressure being applied.
Picked up just enough equity to try and fire twice, turning queen 10 into a bluff. He is targeting almost exactly that sort of hand. Ace jack suited, right in the blender.
No hearts or clubs in Santee's hand. Not sure how much that matters in short deck as compared to no limit. But Santee being put to the test for all of it at our first final table of the Super High Roller Series. $25,000 buy-in. Santee lays it down, Chidwick gets it done. No matter the game, Stephen Chidwick as chip leader is not a welcome sight for his opponents.
Just knows knows how to apply perfect pressure every single step of the way. I think Santi really, Jeff, big misstep by just calling that flop. I don't know what he expected Chidwick to do. Simply give up. That's not
a man who pumps the brakes too often.
It's not his nature. Able to apply so much pressure as the chip leader.
Brewer with kings.
All in.
All in.
See that double ante on the button. I think. I might have just been wrong on that. Maybe I made that up. I don't know. I saw 2 green chips next. No, it is. It is. There's Ivy's. Right? Or is that Igor's ante? I'll figure it out one of these days.
I'm not going to commit to it either way yet, Jeff,
okay.
until we have a better angle. I'm just making stuff up already.
Yep. The button is last to act, Priya. Do you know that? Yeah, 2 green chips in front of Ivy. Real short deck expert. Ace 10 of clubs for Makita. White chips worth 100,000 apiece. Party Poker ambassador out of Belarus. More than $28 million in career tournament earnings. Says all of it.
Fold.
Easy game.
Yeah.
Best hand just wins.
This is Makita's 7th live short deck cash. He won the 25K short deck event at WSOP Europe in 2018. There you see it 5th in chips with 6 players remaining. Final 6 guaranteed $72,000. So 24K pay jump from 6th to 5th. Up top in this one is 408K.
Heck of a turnout.
Yeah, 48 entries, creating a prize pool of $1.2 million.
Expect an even larger field today for event number 2, the 25K no limit event.
All in.
All of it with the Queen Jack. Chidwick asking for a count with Ace Queen.
815.
See if Chidwick goes for max pressure rather than calling, just moving everybody else all in.
All in.
Yep, there it is, all of it.
Showdown.
Ivy and Ihor out of the way. Here we go. Santi the one all in and at risk with Queen Jack against Steven Chidwick's Ace Queen. Equities are going to run closer in short deck, but still Chidwick in good shape.
Yeah, great spot really for Ace Queen.
Ace in the window as it comes to Ace, Ace 7. Not optimal if you're Santi.
All right. Good luck, guys.
The turn is a 9, and that is it. Good game to Santi, out in 6 for $72,000. And Steven Chidwick now up to more than $5 million in chips.
The Riddler, the accumulator. Love seeing that Chidwick and Ivy being side by side.
Yeah, that's cool, huh?
We've often compared these 2 players to one another.
To start.
1.8. Okay.
So intimidating. Their presence at the table, you can just feel it. Both men of very few words.
Yeah, I can push it fold. My bad.
Making it 200K with the ace-8. And Brent, as Jason Kuhn told us the other day, ICM much more extreme here in short deck tournaments. The big stack, like Chidwick's, gets to put in a lot of money with a really wide range, and everybody else is quote-unquote in the coffin.
I love that, the way he used the coffin metaphor.
This already marks Stephen Chidwick's best finish in a short deck event, making the final 5. It's his 6th career short deck cash.
Go.
Limps in with the Jack-8 of spades. Ihor out of the Ukraine, and with the ace-10, Makita with ace-jack.
Makita considering moving it in. 2 calls in front, ace-jack off is quite powerful. I think ace-jack suited would certainly be in the middle. He elects to just flick in.
275.
There we go. How about this? Just a little razoo. 275.
And it's Brewer with ace-queen. Brewer finds the fold. Nice pickup for Makita there.
I don't know. I don't know.
Hearts.
What?
Hearts.
Ace queen. I was hoping I would just fold and just see you put it in and feel good.
There's some table
So the
chatter.
hand that wants to see a flop.
Well, Chris Brewer loves to chat it up at the table.
Ellen.
All in.
Tens for Ihor and goes for it here.
Hold, hold.
No, I really did not want to see a flop.
Wait.
Nice. Just hold on just a sec.
You just knew he was holding?
Hmm?
You just knew he was holding? That's why you put these cards in.
I didn't know.
What was your first tournament?
Montenegro 2 years ago.
What happened?
Which one?
What happened though if you like pushed this cauldron and the dealer just grabbed it?
Well,
Phil just wins?
11?
I mean, if the
Yes?
hand in a mug,
Yeah.
then
You did?
there
So
is
you 2 for 2?
Yeah,
no
Phil
way
would-
to change that.
Phil would just win.
It's a good record.
That'd be so weird.
Where'd you finish?
But I think that's not going to be ruled this way in such tournaments.
Yeah.
It's too difficult.
It's more like soft rules. So
All in.
Ace-9. Horn rips it here.
Oh, I can't.
Gets through
I feel
again.
like I might have made a bad fold.
You could. When?
Where did you come in the other tournament? Where did you finish?
I'm gonna see soon.
6 of
I have to wait half an hour, man. That's a long wait.
2 years ago.
I'm not patient.
Yeah.
No, I will enjoy extra 30 minutes to tease you.
Let's fail.
And Nikita's going to make Brewer sweat this out
That's
It's a
painful.
big difference.
until he sees that
between
hand on the
online
stream.
and offline.
Yeah,
You need
yeah,
to
for
count
sure.
chips every second.
Yeah. Especially in this game, yeah.
Very
There's
stressed.
always
Very
something
stressed for me.
going on.
But I'm trying.
Doing pretty well so far.
Chidwick with ace-8. Ivy with ace-king.
All in.
It all goes in. The first words we hear from Phil Ivey today are all in. He takes down that pot. Phil Ivey, the 10-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner. More than $31 million in career tournament earnings. That puts him 11th on the all-time money list. He'll have a real shot this week to overtake Jason Kuhn for the 10th spot, as he's about 600K behind him. Brewer with the King Jack of Hearts.
You could sort of see Brewer's reluctant face to just flick it in. He knows he has to call. Almost guaranteed to face some sort of resistance.
You can tell he's also a little more unsure. This is his first short deck tournament cash. Or Shkilaruk. Nailed it on the pronouncer. Lays it down. Nikita checks the King-8. Queen 7-6, a set of sevens for one Phil Ivey.
And sets are oh so powerful in this game. In fact, if you flopped a set and you happen to be up against a flopped straight, a set is a favorite in the hand.
Nothing doing for anybody else. Ivy takes down that pot. This is Phil Ivey's 13th career short deck tournament cash. That is tops at this table. He has 2 short deck tournament wins. In 2018, won a Triton event in Montenegro for a little more than $600,000. And in March of 2020, won a 50K short deck event at Party Poker Millions in Sochi for more than $850K. Good to have Phil Ivey and Stephen Chidwick back on our screens once again. 2 of the very best.
I'm all in.
And Ivy with the ace-queen of hearts, Rip City. Eeyore as the king jack of clubs lays it down. Makita with the ace 10 of clubs. Ivy takes it down. Final five, guaranteed $96,000. $36,000 pay jump from 5th to 4th. Up top, more than $400,000. Ivy up to almost 100 antes. 25K ante, 50K if you're on the button. Button is last to act pre-flop in short deck. No 2s, no 3s, no 4s, no 5s in the deck. And a flush beats a full house.
Is there a break after this limit or the next one?
Phil's talkative today. He said all in and then
the man
asked
needs a
the
break,
question.
Jeff.
Right. Chidwick on the button. That menacing glare in the direction of Nikita Badziakuski.
He has to be sort of curious about what Makita's limping range entails. Could it be better hands than ace-10? Yeah, maybe. Ace-jack, ace-queen. I think ace-queen would be in the middle. I don't know.
You kind of see why we mentioned earlier that nines are so quote-unquote dusty. So many big cards in this game, so little small cards that your nines are almost always going to get outflopped.
You just have to flop a set,
yeah,
or you're done. And Makina's going to try and represent that he has limped this particular sort of texture. Could it be queen-jack, king-queen? I don't think ace-queen is ever limping in that spot with Makita's stack. Chidwick can eliminate that. I certainly expect him to peel.
That's what he does. And he turns the straight.
Well, half the deck remaining were kings. Was it going to be that hard, Jeff?
That's true. A little bit of an exaggeration, but not much. Yeah, but not much.
Wow. Did not expect Makita to continue. I guess really trying to tell a tale that he has potentially ace-10 or, again, king-queen, maybe 9-10. I think it's more like 9-10 when you have two nines in your hand. Just hoping to get queen X to fold.
Chidwick using a time extension card. And making it 350,000.
And I think
Quick
Chidwick
follow.
does have to raise there for the times he happens to be up against a set, which again is a very strong hand. You sort of need a fast play, a hand like a straight, especially with the presence of a turn flush draw being possible by the river.
Event number 1 of the Super High Roller Series. Brought to you by Luxon Pay and GG Poker. $25,000 short deck event. Down to our final 5. $408,000 awarded to our winner.
My friend is actually awake in the US right now to even watch the stream. It's an unfair advantage, man. 10 hours behind.
What is the time in US?
So it's 10 hours behind, so what are we? It's like 2 o'clock here. So it's like 4 a.m.
That would be right, Chris. Yep.
Nailed it.
Yeah, got it.
I guess I get an East Coast friend. It's only 7 a.m. now. Maybe I have a chance.
Ivy with 10s in the flush draw. Checks back and does turn the flush. Another king pops up on the river. Chidwick leads for the minimum.
Race 175.
Ivy looking for some value. And Chidwick makes the call.
Wow. Ivy gets max value from Chidwick. I guess I'm uncertain really what we're beating. Clearly I have no idea how to play this game, and Chidwick does, so we
Right.
called for reasons that I cannot quite comprehend.
Chidwick limping in with the queen-9. Ivy calls with the ace-6 off. Ehor with queen-jack of spades on the button. King Jack 8, 2 clubs. Ehor ahead with the jacks. Chidwick the gutter. Backdoor flush draw. Ivy with ace high.
Excuse me? Could you tell me how the rake discount is going to apply for us?
Do we have a break after this or no?
I don't think we're going on break.
No, when do we
Yeah,
stop?
yeah. I think
This
we
is a
play on
fast
the
little
level.
break.
Oh.
Probably one more.
Chidwick bets. Chidwick wins.
Oh, sorry.
All in?
All of it from Chidwick with the ace-6 suited. Ace holds a lot of power in short deck. Even your worst aces against kings are still over 40%.
Yep.
Ace-9 suited, for example, 45% against kings.
Isn't that remarkable?
Yeah.
That shows you how close these equities do run.
Oh, so we can register now.
Can someone register us from here?
Taking a look at our leaderboard, it is presented by GG Poker. And there you see our final five, and there you see quite the chip lead for Stephen Chidwick, up to almost 5.4 million in chips. Ivy, Brewer, and Ihor effectively tied for second. Then a bit of a drop off before we find Mikita Badzikovsky's name. Eric Seidel eliminated in seventh just before we came on the
To
air.
make the dollar go real long.
$270.
What? I mean, it's on him, man.
He hasn't acted yet.
I
So
don't know. I mean,
Ihor
I haven't acted yet either.
went way out of turn, as it was on
I don't know
Chidwick.
how you could mess that up.
Ivy has
The
ace
raise is supposed to
queen.
stand, right?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely stands no matter what.
Only if action doesn't change.
Yeah, the action doesn't change. Well, limp doesn't count as changing, right?
No.
Yeah.
270.
No, right.
Yeah.
So Ivy folds the ace queen, and his read was spot on. The early action by Ihor, a bit of a tell there as he had aces.
There you go.
Wow. Wow. A little premature.
Yeah,
Jeff.
that was.
Ooh.
Online they
And
tell you when
Ivy
to act,
picked
right?
up on that.
Yes.
Sorry guys, I'm not happy
It's okay.
Oh, good.
as well. Too bad.
Imagine if he waits to act in turn. As Ivy with ace queen might have just ripped it pre, right?
Of course.
And just right into the aces.
That was it.
Wow.
Night, night.
Wow. Nikita effectively shoving with the ace-10.
50, 60.
He owes 30. Oh, no, mind. I didn't see it.
Ante's 30K, double ante on the button, 60K. And Nikita with the king, queen of clubs.
All of it, almost.
Effectively rips it again.
How much
Haven't
is
really
that?
seen a stone
1575.
cooler quite yet. Looks Ivy's interested. I don't
1575.
think he'd be asking unless he was genuinely considering putting it in.
With
There
the
it is.
ace queen.
Yeah.
Is it good enough for Phil Ivey?
Not sure.
No, he lays it down.
Wow. Maybe those ICM situations, Jeff, that we continue to allude.
They will arrive the player, 2 copies, the 2 registration copies. The player's copy needs to go all the time in front of the player chips. This is very important.
Ivy going to be thrilled when he watches back ace queen versus aces. Not going to be particularly pleased with that one though.
And we check for the players, please. One draw, just come over here to the table desk. And if you play yesterday, you don't need to sign the form.
Ace 9 for Ivy here.
Just to show your ticket and you receive the manual random series.
All of us? Can we have a quick break?
I just have one at the casino.
210.
You are raising it up on the button with queen
210.
9, making it 210,000.
210. Right.
I have one at the casino. That should be fine.
Ace 9 for Ivy into the muck. Well done by Ihor.
This time I did well, right?
You got it? Jose?
Needs your cards. There we go. Look at Makita's outfit. That's strong.
Well, I mean, well, we just
Oh,
gotta
he's
find KO.
styling.
Sorry?
Just ask KO. He'll figure it out.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Jack 10 of clubs for Chipley. Effectively all of it.
Neil?
Like all the players, once that you have your ticket and you pick up your items, you can already go forward to the table. Information is 125,000 chips, starting chips with 6 time band. Please, all the players, just make sure the white registration ticket will be in front of the player with the chips.
Competed with king, queen of diamonds.
So we are ready to start. We're going to drop the button on table
Hold on.
one. Once again, 125,000 starting chips. For you.
Brewer rips with the king jack and ends up winning with the worst of it.
Flash or no?
I didn't see it if it flashed. You want another one?
Small blind 500, big blind 1,000, big blind 1,000, dealer, shuffle of the dealer.
Chidwick makes the call with the Broadway draw. Turn is the 7. Ivy's 8s are best. That's a gut shot.
It's actually a lovely card for Ivy.
Oh, it's
so
an
much
open-ender,
easier.
so.
Yeah, it's an open-ender as those aces do swing low. Essentially.
It's still a gut shot. I mean, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So
Right.
does forget the open ender comment. Aces are low, but
I was like,
if a 9
right.
pops up, not like he
Gold
needs
hand.
ace. But it would be a
Just thought I had
6
hand
card
I could
straight.
shove when he
That's
would
cool.
take
It's
eight.
just much
Like,
easier
two
now,
times
Jeff,
you've
to
got all of it. I
represent
was so happy I could
8-9.
finally do
Yeah.
it.
Chidwick
He's
is going to try and take it away.
Chidwick's gonna pounce here. To the tune of a 375,000 chip bet.
Yeah.
Time extension used by Ivy. And the check raise with just 8s by Phil Ivy to 800,000.
Did I mention that he can now represent 8-9?
Yes, you did. Chidwick lays it down. Ivy gets it done. We could see that eights were actually the best hand, but still a remarkable play by Phil Ivy.
All in.
All of it from Brewer with ace-10. Brewer with more than 2.6 million in chips. Jacks for Makita. Limps in. Ivy with the ace-8 of spades. A limp in as well. Ace-10 on the button for Ihor.
Give me a count, please.
Says all of it. Makita has asked for a count. Makita calling off here with the jacks.
Start the clock.
Stop the clock. Makita passes with the jacks. One tournament cash on Ihor's poker resume for $53,000. It came at a short deck event, Triton tournament in Montenegro.
This is Brewer's first career short deck tournament cash. And this cash will put Brewer over the $2 million mark in career tournament earnings.
One more.
We know Ihor has at least an ace here.
All in. All in.
Ripset gets there. $30K ante, $60K on the button.
Chidwick was applying pressure early. We saw it with 9-8 suited here, 7-8 suited into the muck. Not going to open every time, Jeff, but certainly you would think that the shift and chips, this ICM that's in play, absolutely will dictate his actions.
Another shove for Ihor. Again, it gets through. Super High Roller Series, brought to you by Lux on Pay and GG Poker. This is a Poker Go Tour event, Poker Go Tour, presented by Guaranteed Rate. Liam Shurovich leads the way on that leaderboard. He has 9 Poker Go Tour wins this year. Chris Brewer with a Poker Go Tour win at the beginning of this month, won the $50K at Seminole Hard Rock.
This calls them all
$420,000.
like incredibly. I mean, that's insane right there.
Yeah.
We need a new deck after this hand, but
New deck, please.
yeah.
King 9 of Spades for Makita. Queen for Brewer. In an awkward spot with Chidwick to his left. Does make the call. Chidwick checks at the 8-6 of spades on the button. Ace, Queen, 10, 1 spade. Brewer with the pair of the gut shot. And the backdoor royal flush draw. Pair for Brewer. Chidwick going to come after it now, betting 150,000.
What a horrible spot for Brewer, and he is going to try and see right through this, Jeff.
Checks again on the river. Chidwick try again here. With 510K in the pot, as you see on the bottom right corner of your screen.
Think about the hands that are beating King Queen for Brewer to even call the turn. Quite spectacular. Is Chidwick really going to pull the trigger on the river?
He is not.
Oof.
Yeah, so this one, there's a very clear mark right there. Like, definitely looks, someone put it there. I don't know, it's weird.
We'll get a new deck.
I mean, it's like unbelievably clear.
It's just, it's like, comes up.
Okay.
It's like the
Yeah.
stuff that accumulates on the chips or whatever.
Okay. When I got dealt that, I was like, looked at the back. It's pretty spooky.
Chidwick still our chip leader as we take a look at our leaderboard presented by GG. Igor in second, Phil Ivey right there. Chris Brewer, about the same amount of chips as Ivey. Makita, our short stack. Santi out in 6 for 72K. Eric Seidel, Brent eliminated right before we came on the air. The now 9-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner after winning the GG Super Millions last week.
You got to ride the heater, Jeff.
Yeah.
Seidel came all the way out here to try and do just that.
This was Seidel's second career short deck tournament cash. Finished third at the 10K Short Deck Poker Masters event in 2019.
We actually just played the same position, aren't we?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
You were in the bottom.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what is it, a
Chidwick
miscue?
was on
Yeah,
the
I mean, it should just be a miscue. No significant actions are called.
Should have been my tens.
What?
Should have been my tens.
Yeah. You could probably do a little bit more with them than I can.
Merritt Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino playing host for us over this next week and a half. Event number 2 underway, $25,000 buy-in. No Limit Hold'em. And some massive names in this one. Timothy Adams, Seth Davies, Artur Martirosyan. Limitless is there. Kerry Katz, Aliam Shurovich, and Brent, look who has arrived in Cyprus. Going to throw 2 names at you.
Yeah.
Number 1 would be Michael Adamo.
Oh.
One of the best in the world. And number 2 would be one David Coleman.
David Coleman.
David Coleman is here in Cyprus.
Really?
Yeah.
Made his mark at the U.S. Poker Open. What a stud. Phenom from the East Coast in the United States. Speaking of phenoms, Ivy getting after it. Trip 8s.
Poker Go Cup, I believe, for Coleman. 4 final tables in that one. A 4th, a 6th, a 3rd, and a 2nd for David Coleman at the inaugural Poker Go Cup. Christoph Vogelsang in the mix. Tractor. Keto with ace queen. Takes that one down. Makita with 7 seven-figure cashes
Yeah.
34 already?
on his tournament
They
resume.
might run out of tables.
His biggest cash came in 2018, won a Triton main event in Jeju for more than $5.2 million.
Then 9, then 10-handed.
That'd be a good problem to have.
Yeah, it'd be great. Very ideal. Yeah, it's probably gonna. I feel like it's gonna get like 80 inches or something. If it's already at 44.
What's the... Like, so it's just like ARIA structure?
I assume so.
6 levels of reg. Ends at...
Yeah, 6 levels of edge. Yeah, I think. I don't know if it's 100 or 125k starting.
1.5 to 2.5.
It's yeah, so it's 125k starting.
Ah, yeah.
The last level of
I would have called you.
entry is
What do you
500
got?
coin.
What do you got?
Ace jack.
Oh.
Yeah. So if you reg on break
And
or whatever,
garbage.
you get
Garbage.
you come in at 6k.
Yeah.
Thirty-second shot clock in play throughout Super High Roller Series Europe. Keto with 7s. Limp in.
You're like 1.5 something.
Brewer gonna pounce.
Face 210.
Clearly not a good hand. This is entirely about ICM pressure being applied to the milkman, Makita. And the man with the soon-to-be mullet, Chris Brewer, wheels, gets it done.
You can see that hair growing on the back.
Yeah, it's coming. He's got a very full head of hair. That might take a little while for that mullet to take shape.
Ace 10 of diamonds for Ivy. Nines for Ihor. And we mentioned this earlier, but these kinds of lower pocket pairs, not really that good in short deck. Much rather have those big Broadway cards like this, the King Queen of Clubs. Chipwick does check. Does flop top pair. Ivy the one leading for 150,000. slips in a call.
Damn, ace jack. Dylan.
Brewer just saw that Makita had ace jack when Brewer had ace queen earlier, about half an hour ago.
Certainly most players do their due diligence to keep track of this live stream, find out exactly what's been going on. And you can bet they're keeping a close eye on this fella, Mr. Chidwick. And this is straight value for Chidwick. He thinks if Ivy had a flush draw, perhaps would have played it a little bit faster. Betting for information, betting to protect. Certainly has ruled out ace-king for Ivy. Just protecting against those draws, trying to get value from a worse king, maybe even a jack that could contain a heart.
Ivy lays it down. Chidwick extends his chip lead. Brent, turn the sound back on. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
All in.
All in.
Ace 9 for Ihor. He says all of it. Gets there. Ace king for Brewer.
Hold on.
All in.
Jacks for Ivy. Lays it down again. Jacks not as valuable as they are in No Limit.
Not nearly as valuable. Ace-king is a powerhouse in this hand. Essentially, it's like having two kings in No Limit.
All in.
Speaking of kings, ace jack for Ihor.
And we just saw Ivy muck ace jack.
Roughly.
Boy, Ihor.
2.5.
And with Makita's a much shorter
2.9.
stack,
Right,
I'd
this
be
should,
very surprised if
should
chips
absolutely be
went
a
in
fold.
here. Does lay it down.
Break?
So I can register now, right?
And with that,
What do I need for this casino card?
we'll send our players off to break. We'll take a break as well, but first a look at the leaderboard presented by GG Poker. Steven Chidwick's name on top. 5 players left, all fighting for that $408,000 first place prize. And Phil Ivey is still in the mix. About a 10-minute break for us. You're watching the Super High Roller Series Europe. It's presented by GG Poker and Luxon Pay.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games. Oh, she showed it. Grudge matches. You look find anywhere else.
Target.
Or watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Over to Scott Seaver in the small blind with Queen 9 offsuit, and it's his turn to limp. Drinan in the big blind with King Jack. He just checks.
This is a very big hand to be checking.
4-8 Jack gives Drinan top pair and Seaver yet another gut shot. Scott bets 185,000.
And Connor will probably just call here. It's the type of board that he doesn't really have many hands that he wants to be raising with. And while this would be a pretty cool hand to raise, he does want to stay consistent with all the other stuff he's continuing with.
And as Jesse correctly surmised, Drinan does just call. Deuce on the turn is a blank. The applause meter checks.
And now Connor can start betting for value.
Drinan bets 275,000.
And Scott could play this a few different ways. His hand is still reasonably strong. He usually has an overcard and a gut shot. And he might think that he's winning sometimes as well. Connor does have some hands like 9-10 or 7-9 that he's beating.
The river is the ace of hearts, and Scott has missed his draw. He checks again. Drinan bets $500,000.
And this seems like a very good value bet by Connor. Both players are less likely to have an ace based on how pre-flop went.
Well, Seaver is still thinking with his queen high. What's he thinking about?
I think that Scott thinks that Connor can have something like 9-10 or 7-9 that peeled the flop and then tried to win it on the turn and is continuing to try to win it on a scary river card. He also knows that Connor doesn't have that many aces. So he has to be value betting something like a jack or an 8, which a lot of players don't actually do.
I'm going to look very stupid here. I'm going to look very, very stupid, but that's okay. Looked stupid before. I'll look stupid again.
10 seconds.
I think I'm just going to have to see it, though.
Wow. Queen high call.
Same.
When you're right, you look like a genius.
Yeah, but when you're wrong, either way, it's a bold call. And he's definitely going to be right some of the time.
Mm-hmm. So Connor Drinan wins the maximum, and Scott Seaver reevaluates the allure. The crowd gathers on the rail for the 3 players left at the final table. And here's a look at how the chip counts stand. Rast now back in front with over 10 million. Seaver comfortably in second, and Drinan holding steady with over 30 big blinds. The players have all locked up over $3 million, but the pay jumps are steep now with over $4 million between third and first. Brian Rast with kings in the small blind. And he just limps into Scott Seaver. We've seen him limp with marginal hands in this spot, which helps him disguise this monster.
Yeah, and his timing could not be more perfect. Seaver has a pretty big hand, 3-handed.
Seaver with 8s raises it to 420,000.
And now it's back to Brian. And it's between limp re-raising or just calling here and continuing to trap. And we know Seaver's hand, so we know re-raising would be a better option.
Rast thinks so too. He 3-bets to over 1.1 million.
And if you're Seaver, this is exactly the sort of spot that you don't want to be in. On the one hand, just calling isn't that much fun. You have to make decisions after the flop where you're really unsure of the strength of your opponent's hand.
Scott isn't really looking at Rast like he usually does. It looks more like he's running numbers in his head. Scott throws in one of his time bank cards.
Yeah, and Rast could probably rule out aces now. And for Scott, this is really tricky. Re-raising and getting your chips in might normally be a good option, but with Connor being so short-stacked,
I'm all in.
All in.
wow.
Scott shoves with his 8s, and it's a fast call by Rast.
And this is a disaster for Seaver. He's now a...
It's not over.
And sitting next to him is a guy who has half of his chips and might now get a $2 million pay jump.
This is the first time we've really seen Scott looking rattled. An 8 on the flop.
Wow.
Wow. And look at Brian's face. He is not happy.
That's so brutal. He had the tournament all but clinched.
The 4 of spades on the turn gives Rast some more outs. A king or any spade but the queen, and he'll knock out Scott Seaver and go heads up for the title. And the deuce on the river means a huge pot going to Scott Seaver, and once again he is in the chip lead. Brian Rast was knocked out of the chip lead all the way to the cellar.
6.9, 7, 7.1, 7.15, 7.175, 7.18.
Brian's going to have to find a way to shake this off. It really requires nerves of steel to take a beat like that and keep thinking at peak performance and playing your A game. Brian's not the only person disappointed right now. Connor Drynan is probably cursing his luck.
Yeah, for Connor Drynan, that was about a $2 million bad beat.
I mean, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Nice hand, you know. I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Even if you call, you win all the money. So
Yeah,
there's just
there
no way
was no fold.
anyone's-
I was just tanking the whole time between call and jam.
A lot of interested people on the rail watching, including a lot of the high-stakes poker community.
And this is tough for Rast. He has to just clear his mind and get right back into the mix. He can't be thinking about the last hand.
Well, the 8s have shown up again, and this time they're in Brian Rast's hand. He's raised, and Drynan has queens in the big blind.
all in.
All in.
Drynan moves all in.
It's like 3.
And unfortunately for Rast, this is a snap call. And in back-to-back hands, Rast might lose almost all of his chips.
I have 8s. He has queens.
It's a bad spot for Rast. He's going to need to get just as lucky as Scott did with his 8s. Rast isn't the shorter stack, so he's not at risk, but if he does lose this, he'll be down to fewer than 6 big blinds. 3, 3, 4 on the flop.
And that is no help to Rast. He needs an 8 and an 8 only.
Boom. 8s are not lucky for Connor Drynan.
And 8s are the hand. Maybe, just maybe.
Only a queen will save Connor, or he is out in third. And he is out.
Oof. And that is just devastating for Connor. He just had back-to-back moments where he was essentially an 80-20 to move up in the payouts $2 million.
It's not full reparations.
A dramatic end to three-handed play brings us to heads up. Let's hear from Connor Drynan on those heartbreaking 2 pocket 8s hands.
I mean, they were both pretty expensive 8s for me, but I ran well to get there. I got really lucky in it all in against David Peters earlier, so.
I like how they put the money on the table in these situations. If you'd managed to ignore the massive amounts at stake before, now it's impossible.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of piles of money.
Queen Jack for Scott Seaver. He raises it to $320,000. Brian Rast with Ace King offsuit.
Welcome back to Cyprus, coming to you from the Marriott Royal Premium Hotel and Casino. It's Super High Roller Series Europe. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks. Come join us as we continue our final table coverage. Event number 1, $25,000 buy-in, the short deck tournament. Stephen Chidwick on top of our leaderboard, presented by GG Poker. And Brent, it's just maximum amount of pressure again and again being applied.
ICM very much in play. Every player aware of these conditions. Chidwick leaning, leveraging. Brewer has been able to maneuver a little bit and accumulate some chips throughout that first portion of the show. The Milkman has got a little work to do, Jeff.
He is our short stack with about 1.4 million in chips. Our final 5 are guaranteed $96,000. There's a 36K pay jump from 5th to 4th. Up top in this one, 408K. We're playing short deck here, so we're taking the 2s, the 3s, the 4s, and the 5s out of the deck. A flush does beat a full house in short deck. No blinds. Every player antes.
All in.
The button has a double ante, and with 9s, Ehor just rips it. It's their... That's Ehor Shkaluruk. Nailed it. Out of the Ukraine. This is his 2nd career tournament cash.
Let me hear that one more time, Joe.
This is his 2nd career tournament cash. That's what you wanted to hear again, right?
Not exactly.
Okay. $40K ante, 80K on the button. Makita with the King-9 of clubs. This is our short stack. Green chips worth 25K, white chips worth 100K apiece. That man is our chip leader, Stephen Chidwick.
Got the walk with aces.
At the birds. This is Chidwick's 6th career short deck tournament cash. He's never finished in the top 5 in a short deck event until now. Chris Brewer out of Eugene, Oregon. Former track star for the Ducks.
Wheels. Brewer's really come out of nowhere the last year or so in these high rollers. Just took down a huge one down in Florida. Was that the 50K high roller?
It was indeed, for more than $420,000.
Much needed, because you and I were talking about how he really bricked at the U.S. Poker Open
and
pretty
Poker
hard.
Go Cup.
Yeah.
He fired all, just a couple small cashes. Chidwick says all of it with the A6. Ivy has a pretty one in the form of the King Jack of Diamonds. But it's just too difficult, especially with a short stack looming in Makita. There's that ICM pressure that you mentioned a little bit earlier.
Even if Ivy woke up with 2 kings there, you're not thrilled to put it in, but he would have.
Yeah.
And Chidwick's hand, ace-6 suited, would still be roughly 40%,
Yeah,
a little better.
A little better, yeah. Brewer, both an indoor and an outdoor runner, participating in track, participating in cross country. Ran a mile, you know, in just 4 minutes, 7 seconds. Pretty easy. That's about your time for a mile, yeah? Chidwick and Ivy limp in. Ivy flops an ace. I don't know why Ihor's tanking so long. Okay, there we go. Especially with Chidwick behind him. It's pretty hard to make a move there.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, when you're in the moment in the game, which, Jeff, you don't know much about.
That's true.
The emotions run through you.
Very much is true.
Have a tendency to maybe unnecessarily posture at times.
I do know about trying to get more camera time, though.
You know a lot about that.
Yeah.
Right.
So I can get that aspect of it. Raise and take it for Chidwick. Stephen Chidwick, 6th on the all-time money list. He passed the $36 million mark with a second place finish or better today. Chidwick raising with ace-10 this time. Jacks for Ihor. Stephen Chidwick working on those oh-so-familiar towers. Final table leaderboard presented by GG Poker. Chidwick up to more than 5 million in chips. Ehor, Brewer, and Ivy, pretty similar stacks in that 2nd to 4th place range. Rocking out on the guitar
I'm
there, or
just
what?
playing the air guitar. Hit me with that solo.
I like it. I like it.
I know you and I are not allowed to be biased for these sorts of things, but let's face it, we want to see Ivy get going, don't we?
Yeah.
You know, it's
Absolutely. The allure of Phil Ivey. It's hard not to be drawn to that. Queens.
Yeah, hard not to be drawn to the ladies as well. Slightly vulnerable in short deck. If I'm Ehor, yeah, there we go. Move it in. Let these other guys make a decision with their holdings.
You're the button?
Not that.
I'm the button, yeah.
Makita with King Jack. Goes for most of it. Brewer with ace queen.
All in?
All in.
All of it.
Oh.
Ivy wakes up on the button with aces.
He went all in.
Can you give me accounts, please?
I have.
Folks, this is why you sometimes leave
Yeah.
chips behind. Makita knows Ivy has aces.
Why I did this to myself?
Don't say that.
Now has a chance to maybe consider folding
745.
And then?
and could ladder up.
And he's seeing how many chips Brewer has, how many chips Ivy has.
Yeah, it's 2,248.
Brewer has Ivy out chipped.
Yeah, and I think because Brewer has Ivy covered, Makita may elect to just call it off here
Yeah.
3 ways.
Knowing that Phil is so strong
Right,
here.
and knowing that Brewer cannot be eliminated regardless of having an inferior hand to Ivy.
400 left. 400 left.
But thinking I could have 400K behind. Brewer has 200K-ish behind.
Welcome to Short Deck,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen.
A $36,000
280
pay jump from 5th to 4th.
274.
2.7.
Okay. And
2.4.
2.7, 2.4.
$96,000 for 5th, 132K for 4th, 180,000 for 3rd.
So this is the loop.
Shot clock winding down. Makita will use a time extension.
How many I used?
Granting him an
It's used
additional
already?
30 seconds to act.
Or it's now going? Okay.
This is the second. You still have this.
Okay, okay.
Spot here.
Так. So, так, получается, там тоже здесь. Нет уже. Здесь могут быть короли, туз король, туз дама, дамы, шахерова. Шахерова мне нужно поставить. Поставить 304.
Another time bank
Я
used.
буду разыгрывать 700, 1100, 3300, 400.
We've been watching Makita for years, and I don't think I've ever seen him talk to himself as much in a spot as he is right here. And he is going to fold. Ace queen for Brewer, the aces for Ivy.
We good at running into aces. What'd you have?
King jack off.
The
Be nice
winner
when
of
you
this
see these
pot
clubs.
becomes the chip leader. If
Kinda nice when you
Ivy
see these
loses, he's eliminated.
But that's not great for me. I need that king jack 10.
Is it 10 jack off or king jack off?
King jack off.
King jack?
We were thinking, yeah, I need that king and that jack. Queen 10-8.
All of the
Door
Well,
is
there's not many
open.
aces left, though.
That's true. All of the nines.
Turn card.
Oh,
Is an
God damn it,
ace.
King jack.
Makita. A bit flustered. Easier to be results oriented though.
But you know, Jeff, I'm
only 2 times.
honestly perplexed that he didn't stick it in, understanding the situation as is. It had to be really close, but I think he might lean towards putting it in more often than not, knowing that Brewer can't be eliminated. I realize Makita has Brewer out chipped. He's got 400,000 left essentially. Brewer's got 270.
Right. At this
Still
point, yeah.
able to ladder up, but all the money's at the top, right? It's 400,000 for first. You got to win it. By not calling it off, you certainly give yourself less of a chance
That much
at
is
winning
true.
the event.
Brewer down to just 270K in chips. All goes in here with the ace-9 of hearts.
All in.
270.
Ivy with queens.
All in.
All in.
He says all of it. And it'll be Ivy versus Brewer again. This time Ivy with the chance to score the KO.
And I think we're about to see these percentages. Ace-9 of hearts is
Yeah, totally fine.
in great well, not great,
Nah,
but good
yeah,
shape
slight
against
underdog.
2 queens.
45-ish%. Jack 8-9 with 1 heart. Now about a 2-to-1 dog. You see on the bottom left corner of your screen, looking for an ace or a 9. Or heart, heart. Another 8 on the turn. Take the mic off just yet. Could still win with an ace or a 9. It's a 10 on the river. Straight for Ivy. Like I said, good game to a flustered Chris Brewer. Out in 5th for $96,000. Makita has scored that 36K ladder. We are down to 4, and Phil Ivy is our chip leader.
Perhaps brought that into the universe, Jeff, by rooting for Ivy.
That's true. It's all the credit goes your way. This leaderboard
Right.
presented by Luxon Pay. Brewer out in 5th. Santi eliminated in 6th. Eric Seidel Busted just before we started our final table coverage today. See the payouts for the final four. 48K pay jump from 4th to 3rd. Up top is $408,000.
Yeah, Makita just guaranteed, well, didn't guarantee himself, but earned himself that pay jump by correctly folding extra 48 times. I still would have called, though, Jeff.
You would have just put in all the chips to begin with.
Would have put it in.
Yep.
Would have tripled up.
Right.
Had a shot to win.
Say it was right because you would have won.
4.8, 4%. You have over 6, right?
Yeah. 5, 8, 6, 2.
King 10 for Makita. Most of it goes in. And here we go. Ivy with ace 8. Makita with king 10.
And we don't have percentages. I assume this has got to be about 50-50. Flip a coin.
How about 10-10-9 for the milkman?
I would be way more excited than that.
Yeah.
It's like he knew it was coming.
7 on the turn. You see the outs for Phil Ivey on the top of your screen. Looking for a 6 or a jack to bust Makita. It's a king on the river.
There
Safe
we
run
go.
out.
The milkman with a smile.
Party Poker Ambassador from Belarus. Up to 670,000 in chips. This is his 7th short deck tournament cash. 14th on the all-time money list with about $28.5 million in tournament earnings. Yeah, just max pressure on Ihor with that short stack line there in Makita. Going to be very hard for Ihor to get involved. $48 entries in this event, creating a prize pool of $1.2 million. Event number 2 underway right now. 25K, our first no-limit event of the series. Already up to more than 40 entries. There's going to be a big turnout in that one. And Hossein Ensan has joined the field.
Wait a minute, the champ?
The champ is here, the 2019 World Series of Poker main event champion. Kerry Katz currently 2nd in chips in the 25K.
El Jefe. These events are right in his wheelhouse. Normal structure that he's used to in all of the high rollers.
Small in.
Ivy with 9s, just rips it.
Oh
Ace
my.
king of diamonds for Ihor. With that pay jump, with Makita's short stack.
Oh, what a dream for somehow 2 9s. Makita gets off the 8s. Ace king suited into the muck. Chidwick is never calling. He wouldn't even like calling with 2 aces there.
What do you think about ace king of diamonds there with Makita as a pretty significant short stack behind?
Probably has to be a fold
Yeah.
with the money jump.
It's painful though, but
with the ante in play, you know Makita's just constantly putting money into the pot. It's frustrating, but I think it has to be correct.
ICM significant, of course, at No Limit Hold'em final tables, but much more extreme here in short deck.
Even here, Ihor is pained. Has to do it. Puts it in and just you hope you get through. Yeah.
How much is it?
Oh, and Ivy has asked for a count with ace king. Could Makita find another ladder? And could Ivy become a significant chip leader? Or does it all of a sudden become a 3-horse race for that chip lead with Ivy Chidwick and Ihor Shklaruk? This would be the biggest pot of the tournament, slightly bigger than the Ivy versus Brewer hand. And here we go. Ihor, the one all in and at risk with ace queen up against Phil Ivy's ace king.
Richard, I need a pay jump.
And really the last hand that Ihor wants to see is ace king. I mean, if it's 2 kings, great.
Yeah.
Obviously aces you don't want to look at.
And it comes king at 9-6. Pretty perfect there for Phil Ivy. Shklaruk in a lot of trouble. Makita can't help but smile. And the turn is a 9. That will do it for Ihor. Out in fourth for $132,000. And a 48K pay jump.
Okay, thank you.
For everybody.
Okay.
But that pay jump feels a little bit better if you're Makita Badziakuski. Richard Young hanging out with the guys, taking a look at this leaderboard presented by Lux on Pay. Final 3 guaranteed $180,000. 84K pay jump from 3rd to 2nd. Up top, $408,000. 3 of the top 15 on the all-time money list in that shot right there.
$225.
Does Key to go with it here on the button with the queen 9.
Time.
No. I do not have this 40% equity.
Time.
I already throw you.
Kita down to 350K.
Steal your chips.
All in. All in.
All of it from Ivy. Kita calls with king queen. Chidwick.
Chidwick knows Ivy is shoving an extremely wide range. Makita calling it off with something relatively reasonable. I don't think ace-10 is good enough. Obviously, Chidwick is going to think this over. Does he have a chance to get it in very, very good? We have all the 10s dominated. Jack 10, Queen 10, King 10. Once in a while, it's a 9-10 you're shown. And we have worse aces dominated.
Does Chidwick say, let's dance? With a three-way all-in to perhaps end this thing. You see the equities, bottom left corner of your screen. If you
Think
did
they
call,
run close? Yeah. He knows right where he's at. The question is, do I just stick it in and gamble? Is this really how I want to do it? Ivy's going to be moving me in all the time. There's not a lot of post-flop play.
And there's the fold.
I'm not sure which I wanted to see more.
Had a good hand against you, probably.
Ivy with the jack 9 of clubs, Makita with king queen.
Yeah, it's good fold by Chidwick, I think. Obviously not being results-oriented.
Right.
Ivy knew that Chidwick was probably thinking ace-10, ace-jack, ace-queen.
Well. Okay, here we go. We're back. We're good. King Jack 9.
Still like my side.
Jacks and 9s for Ivy. You see, it's just a flip.
Yeah, you're flipping. Nothing
Makita
changes.
Looking for a king, queen, or a 10. Can he find it on the turn? Yes.
Now he loves his side,
yeah,
Jeff.
I think his side's in
That'll
pretty
do
good
it.
shape.
350.
God, if Chidwick would
Never
have called,
know.
it was just over. Well, Makita would have. Yeah, he would have tripled. What am I talking about?
Right.
Math.
Right.
It's hard. It's hard.
I would have been out.
No. I mean, I don't know what was the river, but... 6?
Yeah,
Yeah.
ace high.
Yeah, so you lose to both of us.
It's amazing how the
There's
milkman
only
just
scenario
makes
you-
money.
I
That
don't know if I'm trying to.
crazy fold 3 ways not too long ago. He's managed to ladder up 2 spots since.
Up to a 180K payout. Would have found another one if Chidwick stuck the chips
It really
in there
would have, yeah.
For another $84,000. King, queen of spades this time. Jack for Chidwick. Chidwick calls. Makita still with 180K behind. Ace 10-6 and a smirk.
You seem to be
from
ready.
Man.
All in? Call.
Jack on the turn. Straight for Makita.
Welcome back.
180.
180.
Unless we chop it up.
And all of a sudden,
We got a ball game.
yeah, Makita up to more than 1.6 million in chips.
Too many lives in this.
I'll never doubt Makita again.
Probably
I
not.
still would have called a ways back. He's found a way to get it done regardless.
Chipping up is Makita Batsiakuski out of Belarus.
Smaller.
Max pressure from Phil Ivey.
Steve, how much you playing? 3?
4.
4.
Yeah.
1.6.
Makita limps, Chidwick checks the sixes. Queen 9-8 all spades. Chidwick does have that 6 of spades. We'll look at what Makita has to deal with. Form of that intense stare from Stephen Chidwick. Kings and nines for Makita.
Please approve the roll and stand for on 10-minute break. 10-minute break, the rolling event.
But how this?
Aces for Chidwick. Ace 9 for Ivy. Long tank in the correct fold.
$4 million? Roughly, right?
3.9, yeah.
I'm all in.
All of it. Almost $100 million in career tournament earnings on the table between these three. $12 World Series of Poker bracelets. Ivy has 10 of them. Chidwick got his first in 2019 at the 25K pot limit Omaha event.
I just want Ivy to chase more of them.
Yes, same.
Simply to disrupt Phil Hellmuth, to get in his head. No one else really has a chance.
If Ivy picks up a couple, well, Seidel now with 9.
Seidel has 9.
Seidel fire.
Yeah, and he's playing online.
Yeah.
Obviously.
But yeah, a bit surprised we haven't seen Ivy in the GG streets for some of their higher stakes WSOP international events.
All in.
All of it. Nikita with the ace 7. White chips worth 100K, green chips 25,000 apiece. The grayish chips are 5Ks. Rip City again. I think with the slow squeeze, Chidwick looked at that ace first. But didn't find a good one behind. Hit the music, Brent. Play that guitar.
That's a synthesizer, Jeff, all right? Let me just play this. Yeah.
Sounds fantastic.
Somehow, still 3 ways and a dream. The Milkman continues to survive. 3 Titans, if you will, Jeff.
I agree with that.
The old guard, a couple of the new kids.
Nikita, Chidwick, Ivy.
I do think it's sort of unfair that we lump Ivy into the quote-unquote old guard, although it's true.
Yeah.
But his game is as sharp as ever.
That's true.
We know he studies. We know he works on the theory side. It's just what it takes.
The old guard really is keeping up with the new kids. Ivy, Negreanu, Seidel. Eric Seidel finished in 7th in this event. And Ivy just continues to chip up. Shove after shove after shove. Ace King of Spades for the Milkman.
Well, there's only really one decision here, Jeff. Look down at the goods. Look up at the sky. Say a little prayer.
Play for most of it, I'm guessing.
I would recommend playing for all of it this time.
800,000?
Okay, or not. Do it your way, Makita.
And just fold.
Lines will be now 1,000, 2,000, 2,000. Dealer start, please. Dealer start.
Chris Brewer, by the way, finished 5th in this one for 96K. Jumped into the 25K no limit. Eric Seidel did as well. Chidwick with the ace-6 of hearts. Of course, in an uncomfortable position with Ivy right behind him, who continues to apply pressure to Makita.
Stevie, how much you play now?
$3.3.
I'm all in.
It's 10 of spades for Chidwick. Folds. Ivy continues to build. 100 or 200K at a time. More than 2/3 of the chips in play belong to that man, Phil Ivey, the Poker Hall of Famer.
Did he talk about any of his short deck strategies in his master class? I know you watched that, Jeff.
No short deck was taught in master class.
Maybe they should do a part 2.
Maybe.
The sequel. By the way, Jeff, random, but rumor has it, I've been told, that Christoph Vogelsang, the tractor, in attendance.
Really?
Going to be firing.
So what I said 2 minutes ago about Christoph Vogelsang joining the field was proven accurate by your sources?
You were the source, Jeff.
Oh, okay, okay.
You were the source.
Yeah, thank you for that.
You're like the Schefter.
Might have
of
been
poker.
a minute and a half ago, and here we go. Ivy rips it. Makita wakes up with the ace-king of clubs. He is all in and at risk. And it comes 9-8-6 with one club.
6 of clubs.
Now remember, the ace is also a straight card. Pretend that's a 5. Hence the near 30% equity still.
And needing a 7. For now.
It's the worst card.
It's a 10 on the turn.
A 7 now would be a chop.
But you still got to have it.
Yeah.
To stay alive via chop. And the river is an ace. That does it for Makita. Valiant effort, stayed alive, acquired a couple ladders. Out in third for $180,000.
Yo.
The great Richard Young.
Yes, sir.
Где shows when you smoke? Huh?
Free. Huh? I feel like I just got released.
Chidwick was, as we say, in a coffin.
Certainly was. And boy, I don't think have we ever seen Stephen Chidwick versus Phil Ivey heads up?
I don't believe so.
How many times have we talked about the similarities between these two, their playing styles, their demeanor, their look, the presence?
Phil Ivey looking for his first win since March of 2020. take a look at our leaderboard presented by GG Poker. Ivy with more than 11 million, Chidwick about 3 million. Certainly has some work to do. $264K to second, $408,000 to first place. Chidwick's last win came in January of 2020 at the Australian Poker Open. Bum, 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 bum.
Dun, 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 dun.
A look at the payouts. Eric Seidel eliminated before we started our final table coverage today. Payouts presented by Luxon Pay. Santi out in 6th. Brewer eliminated in 5th place. Ihor out of the Ukraine. Busto in 4th. Makita worked his way up to 3rd for $180,000.
Well, I don't think it's right that I didn't make the stream today. I came all this way. Just won my 9th bracelet. I thought maybe you'd want to see me at the feature table.
What went wrong for you today, Eric?
Well, I went boarding this morning and I caught some good waves.
Beautiful waters, it seems, in Cyprus.
Yeah, very nice. A lot of jellyfish.
Really?
Break off to this.
Little bitter, wasn't he, Seidel?
Yeah, Seidel, but it was nice of him
I don't
to
blame
join
him.
us.
Yeah, it was. And I don't blame him for
treat.
Having a little bit of resent for not getting the coverage he really deserved here today. But, hey, we found a way to bring his audio in.
We were devastated when we found out that we lost Seidel before the stream started. Trophy on the table. Ivy versus Chidwick, two of the biggest names in the game.
I like that trophy. Is that a brick of Ethereum? Is that
no,
is
I
that
don't
what it
think
looks
Ethereum
like? Is that the coin?
Ethereum's not a physical currency; it's digital.
More of a Bitcoin, because that's
No,
about.
That's not.
It's very
physical
expensive.
either. Well, that's true.
How is your position these days with the crypto market, Jeff?
Don't have much of a position established in these markets.
Have you been watching it, though?
No.
Loading it every morning and just
No.
thinking what could have been?
No. You?
No. No, I don't have any idea what I'm looking at. Numbers keep moving up and down. It's a lot like the stock market. I don't understand what that is either. All these little symbols and letters.
Yeah. So would you say your portfolio is pretty diverse?
My son's kindergarten art portfolio is way more diverse than my
Put them up
stock
as
portfolio.
NFTs or whatever that means.
Yeah.
You'd be rich.
I have I bought one.
Did you?
An NFT. I did. I sold it minutes after
Nice.
I bought it. A very handsome profit.
Good for you.
Yeah, it was a big mistake. It's worth about 10x now.
Damn it.
Well, these things happen. They're lessons in life.
Ivy flop strips here.
You know, after I willed Ivy's victory today, when I brought it into the universe, he's been running
First of all,
scorching
he hasn't
hot.
won yet. Secondly, I'm not sure how much credit you deserve.
Well, that's
He
what I
does
do,
win.
Jeff. I make things happen. I couldn't do it for my own career, but I sure as hell figured it out for Ivy. A lot of people give me credit for his return. Just back into poker.
Name one person who gives you credit.
Well, it's a long list.
No, just one name.
Pick the names. I'll send you the list. A lot of people. I once offered to caddy for Phil Ivey and Nick Schulman on the golf course wearing a full caddy suit.
Yeah.
They quickly declined.
That's not a surprise.
They wanted me nowhere near them.
That's, yeah. Could certainly see that.
They didn't even allow me to go in the clubhouse while they were out on the golf course. Nowhere near them.
Right, well, yeah. Phil Ivey looking for his 27th career tournament victory. He's 26-14 heads up. Chidwick looking for win number 23 of his career. He's 22-18 when it gets down to the final two. Thanks to our stats department for that one.
We have a stats
department? We do, yeah. Great. They're great. Just always in the back here.
Is that Remco?
No, it's not Remco. You think Remco's always here?
No, he's
absolutely not.
Never been here. Much like they won't let me in the facility. We don't let Remco in the facility. It's very similar.
Remco, our fantastic senior media manager at PokerGo. He also hosts Run It Back. Check it out on YouTube.
It's a great show.
It is. It's awesome.
Every Thursday.
Yeah, it's awesome. We got to get this guy on it.
Ivy?
Yeah.
Or Chidwick? Both.
Well, both.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough to book both. Maybe they'll do it together.
What are the odds of Phil Ivey ever joining Run It Back on Thursdays?
I think Remco could draw him in.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Odds still not good, but I think it could happen.
Now, Chidwick, I think, would be a favorite. He would do it.
Yeah, over Ivy.
Yeah.
Chidwick would do it.
So we see this heads-up battle between two of the greats, Chidwick, Ivy. We welcome so many of you in the United States for joining today's coverage. I know a few folks are waking up, crack of dawn on the West Coast, hard at work by now on the East Coast, clearly not paying attention to your job as you have YouTube or PokerGo running. We appreciate you.
And we welcome our international viewers as well. To Super High Roller Series Europe, presented by GG Poker and Luxon Pay. Bluff from Ivy get through. It will not. Chidwick looks him up. Nice call by Stephen Chidwick. For those of you new to short deck, no 2s, no 3s, no 4s, no 5s in this deck. And a flush beats a full house. Great setup we have here at the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino in Cyprus. This is a PokerGo Tour event. PokerGo Tour presented by Guaranteed Rate.
All in?
All in.
The trophy awaits. Either Phil Ivey or Stephen Chidwick. This is Ivy's 13th career short deck cash.
Ivy has to be considered one of the elite short deck players as far as high stakes tournaments and cash games are concerned. I think the general consensus is that it's sort of close between Jason Kuhn and Jungle Man being top 2. That may have changed over the course of the last 3 or 4 months, but everything I've heard through the grapevine, Ivy's got to be up there, though. You know, maybe he's been playing a lot lately. Game's probably sharp.
This could be his 3rd short deck tournament win. This is Chidwick's first time heads up for a short deck title. Already 50 entries in the 25K no limit.
Yeah, they're going to be massive. All these fields here on out will be absolutely ginormous. It really goes to show the international presence in these high rollers.
Yeah.
What's been missing, right? From you think back to the U.S. Poker Open, the Poker Go Cup, what we've been running here in the States as part of the tour. We didn't really have an international presence, clearly because of the state of the world. And they have been very missed. Hopefully, September, when the Poker Masters rolls around, when Super High Roller Bowl 6 comes to the studio, we'll have such a presence. That would be something.
The World Series of Poker follow-up. Poker Masters and Super High Roller Bowl 6. Will the Poker Go Heads Up Championship in December?
No, we won't.
No?
No, that's going to the top of the calendar year of 2022. Dates TBD.
Gotcha.
We will, however, Jeff, have the Poker Go Tour Championship.
Ooh, okay, I like that.
In December. The date's still being sorted, but that will be a one-off event, likely a $100,000 buy-in, a 3-day event. Call it the Tour Championship. The last event, essentially to determine who's going to win the Player of the Year, which Ali Amshurovich has a pretty substantial lead in first place right now.
That Poker Go Tour is presented by Guaranteed Rate, and yes, Ali has 2,600 points. Sean Perry in second with about 2,000 points. Ali with 9 wins.
And a lot is going to happen here, obviously, at Merritt, a part of this Super High Roller Series and the Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Ali is in contention. Sean Perry is not. Kerry Katz is all of a sudden a contender in the top 5.
He's 5th.
I don't believe Sean Perry made the trip. I haven't seen Sam Soverel on any of the leaderboards.
Chris Brewer is here.
Brewer's there. Yeah, this series is really going to, I think, make some moves on that leaderboard. You know Ali's going after it. There's a lot of poker left for the remainder of 2021. I don't think Ali should not be writing that check or cashing that check quite yet.
Top pair for both, and Chidwick with the flush draw. Ivy's King Jack still best. Chadwick check calls again. River is a 7, 900K in the pot. Chadwick with 2.3 million behind. Quickly checks. It goes check, check. Ivy will show down the winner.
That's the face you make when you're thrilled to win a pot.
That's that Phil Ivey look.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think I would do it.
Let's take a look at our leaderboard presented by our friends at GG Poker. Almost a 6-1 chip lead for Phil Ivey. He's at more than 12 million in chips. Stephen Chidwick about 2.3 million. You can get used to these star-studded final tables, folks. We'll be here every morning with you. The plan is to start 7 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Pacific time.
Yeah. I will.
Or we feel like a break.
The final table coverage will showcase some featured table coverage as well throughout the week.
Yeah, we're going to have a long day of streaming every day from now until the end of the series. You guys are in for a treat.
When this tournament wraps up, we'll feature coverage from day one of the 25K No Limit event, which is going on right now. Brent, did you hear Christoph Vogelsang's in that one?
The tractor?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't realize they had fields all the way out here to northern Cyprus.
Throughout Cyprus.
Takes a long time to ride that John Deere. Germany to northern Cyprus. He is German, right?
Yes, he is. Yes. We haven't seen him in a while. I almost forgot where he's from.
Well, the crops, they've been wonderful.
Yeah. Look nice. Pulled that John Deere right up to the beach here in Cyprus.
It's funny because it's true. He
it's there.
Yeah. They do perform well on sand, by the way.
Do they really?
I know that. I'm from a farm town. Spent a lot of time on tractors.
And so you took the tractor to the beach?
Well, we didn't own cars.
It's a very long trip.
Oh.
The great beaches of Lake Erie.
Yep. Apologies in advance for the delirious conversations that could take place throughout the course of this next week and a half.
Nothing delirious about it, Jeff.
Not that specific one, perhaps, although that was a little bit strange. Good shot for Ivy. Thanks for checking us out on Poker Go. We are live and free throughout the course of Super High Roller Series Europe. You can also jump in the chat with us on Merit Poker's YouTube channel. It's up to Mitch, to Mr. Frank, to 50, to Jimmy Bluffett. Hello to Leon, to Jamie, to Grateful Mouse.
275.
And Brent, allow me to read some breaking news on your Buffalo Bill.
Now, hold on, Jeff.
Okay,
Allow
okay,
me
okay.
to just digest what Stephen Chidwick is up to. And Ivy,
Backdoor draws for Chidwick.
yeah, Ivy's not done. I mean, Chidwick just has to be a little sick. That check raise designed to just take it right down there on the flop and faces resistance. There it is. That's the white flag.
Ivy checks back. Ooh. The river is a 6.
It is,
which
Jeff.
would give Chidwick the win if we went to showdown.
I don't think that'll be the case. Chidwick would have to somehow tell a tale that he would have taken this line with maybe a turned full house, perhaps a rivered flush. Nothing would make sense, really, other than those two hands for him to bet. And now Ivy.
Oh, he does check
Wow,
back, and so we do get to showdown, and Chidwick will just win.
He's going to be slightly annoyed, obviously, seeing that 6. Queen was dead. Chidwick could not win with that card. I think that's a street maybe Ivy could be betting. As he would have played maybe a house in that regard, although unlikely to have checked back on the turn. You want to play it fast with the presence of a flush draw. Anyway, we move on. Chidwick just finds a way.
Yeah, just real quick on the Bills. Cole Beasley.
What?
Cole Beasley,
Yeah,
your favorite wide receiver.
No.
And Gabriel Davis passed this morning's COVID test, but have been removed from the facility and must undergo a 5-day reentry process as close contacts to a member of the team's training staff who tested positive. If players were vaccinated, they would not have to be out for the 5 days. Just FYI. Back to the action, Ivy versus Chidwick.
I'm just going to pretend that you did not try and ruin my morning.
Right.
With whatever you just told me.
Right. Let's go Bills.
You're damn right, Jeff.
Chidwick limps in with the King Jack of Hearts. Ivy flops a 7. You can find us on Twitter. He's at Buffalo Hanks. I'm at Jeff Platt. And Brent Lovely picture of a tractor on the beach that Jess sent us.
Thought I was kidding. Tractors perform very well in the sand. Speaking of performing well, what a turn card here for Chidwick. We now have plenty of equity going to the river. Buries it.
Stone Colds for Stephen Chidwick.
Yeah, and a tough card for Ivy. We've improved to the worst straight you can possibly have. Would Chidwick bet worse? Would he ever bet a set, 2 pair? don't think he can possibly have any bluffs. You'd have to be turning like ace-8 into a bluff. There's a perfect size.
So
Call,
just
payoff.
snaps.
Yeah.
Snaps.
Nuts,
smirks.
right?
What's that?
Nuts.
Long
Nuts
street.
indeed. Many cards in a row.
That is the maximum straight.
Yeah.
I'm all in.
All of it. Wow. Chidwick looks down at ace-queen. And here we go. Stephen Chidwick, the one all in and at risk with ace-queen against Phil Ivey's king-10 of clubs. Phil Ivey looking to kick off Super High Roller Series Europe with a W. King 9-8. Fantastic start to this one for Ivey. Chidwick on the ropes. For an ace or backdoor cards to make a straight. Turn card. The turn is a 10. And now Chidwick looking for a jack. And a jack only. Or else it's Phil Ivey's tournament river card. The river is an ace, and with that, Phil Ivey has won event number 1 of Super High Roller Series Europe for more than $400,000. Brent, that is a way to start the series.
Yeah, what a beginning. The fans at home, here we go. We have a whole 9 more events, Jeff, left. Ivey kicks it off with a victory right away.
And just immediately runs for the hills.
Well, he's got to go hop in the next event, Jeff.
No need for any celebration. Phil Ivey has just won more than $400,000. Chidwick finishing in second, Makita in third, Ihor out in fourth, Chris Brewer eliminated in fifth. Santi and Eric Seidel round out our final table. That final look at the payouts brought to you by Luxon Pay. Ivey with his third career short deck tournament win with his 27th career tournament win. What a performance from Phil Ivey. Brent, our day is not done, is it?
No, it's not. We're going to come back with some feature table coverage of event number 2, 25K, no limit. It's happening right now. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few short moments.
Brent said it. We'll see you in a little bit.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
The river to heart!
Cash game.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle and anywhere else.
Target. Score!
Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Dvoris just flat. Let's see 3. No reason to put in a 3-bet or get yourself in a rather unfortunate all-in and a call situation.
Flops a flush draw here. Chan's ace-9 is best for now, but Dvoris the favorite in this hand.
Again, I expect Divorce with the nut flush draw just to come along for the ride. Chan should and could certainly have a king, a queen, value betting. At best, you're flipping.
He does indeed just call. Another king on the turn. Divorce checks. Chan checks back. 3 of hearts on the river. Divorce buries it.
And there it is. And Chan now, we assume that Divorce likely to bet the nut flush. Chan decision time on this river with ace high. What sort of bluffs can we potentially pick off? We don't suspect Divorce to be value betting a 7. Oh, look at this. He is going to check the nut flush. So this likely to let him off the hook. Ace 9 should have some showdown value. If we are betting for Chan, what are we trying to get to fold? It would have to be exactly a 7. Unlikely a queen would ever fold.
Yeah, he does check back.
There you have it.
Divorce was ready to spring the trap.
Oh, yeah. And Chan recognizing awfully thin, right? I mean, what are we repping? Maybe a thin bet designed to look like a queen, betting for value. Live to fight another day, see another hand. Further extending that chip lead now for Daniel Divorce. As Timothy Adams let us know, that is Mr. Toesies to us. A couple premiums there, 6 deuce and 7 deuce.
Divorce wants in with it, though. He's playing every button. Here comes Divorce with just 6 high. That'll get the job done.
Yeah, a little sneeze and take.
Yeah, Chan under 20 bigs now. It's there for the taking for Daniel Divorce. Already has the biggest cash of his career. Looking for his first major victory.
And not the biggest cash for Weilong Chan.
Not yet.
$3.2 million, his largest score, and that was for a second place finish in a Triton Series event, 2018. The Milkman, Mikita Badzakuski, won that. Richard Young in 3rd. The Tickler, Sam Greenwood in 4th, and Jason Kuhn in 5th place.
Nobody would take it. It's fine.
Diamonds all around here. Chan limps in with the Jack 3 of diamonds.
Mentioned this guy, Daniel Divorce, that 29 cashes have occurred in 25K plus buy-in events. That's 88% of his career total earnings. How about this stat for Chan? 16 cashes in 25K plus buy-in events. Good for $8.8 million. That is 98% of his career earnings. All he plays are high rollers, with the exception of his lone win on his resume which, Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, that lone win happened in an
APT event in
Manila.
And that win
good
was
for $7,000.
Yeah.
So his one win on his resume is good for $7,000. 98% of all of his cashes have happened in 25K plus events. I don't know what.
That's a wild one.
Perhaps he won a lottery of sorts. Rode the crypto train all the way to Gravyland. My goodness. Just crushing poker. Immediately hopping in the 25K streets and annihilating.
Yeah, it was about a $200 buy-in that he played in Manila.
$200.
Yeah, took it down, got his start.
2011 for $7,300 bucks, his only title.
Started playing high rollers in 2016. Finished 7th at the Triton main event in the Philippines for $245K.
And he's been all in ever since,
Yeah.
just blasting off in these high rollers and crushing. What a hero.
Forces 10 high is good here.
This Chan just feel inclined to
Yeah,
have
he's
to
gonna
bet
go
here or
for it.
something. And could Dvorak consider looking him up with 10 high? He very well might. Would he value bet a 3 or a deuce? Maybe. Certainly a queen and a king.
Does indeed lay it down.
Nice little pot there for Chan.
Daniel Dvorak, Wylong Chan heads up for the title of Super High Roller Bowl Bahamas. More than $4 million.
Oh.
Chan limps in. Dvorak looks down at an ace.
All in?
All of it. Chan will fold.
First time we have seen this dynamic. Jumping all over the limp by Chan. Dvorak looks at a dusty ace, good enough, move it all in, apply pressure, continue to accumulate. Almost feels like we're just sort of moments away from an inevitable collision as this structure has caught up to these stack sizes. Chan under 20 big blinds now. Not necessarily the danger zone, but certainly alarms going off.
Dvorak limps in with the Queen Deuce diamonds. Chan checks.
And you can see with 300,000 chips in the middle, every single pot, that big blind ante so critical.
Yeah.
When you're short, Dvorak can simply just continue to lean on Chan and pick up 300K at a pop.
9-ball for Chan on this flop. Dvorak with the gut shot. Goes check, check. Another king on the turn.
See a little value bet here with nines, and Divorce unlikely to go anywhere with queen high. He knows that Chan should be stabbing with air in an attempt to pick up these all meaningful pots. Queen high can very well be the best hand, and it obviously has some equity.
Does make the call.
How about that?
Does river a queen.
I don't think Chan really has any choice, really, but to check. Maybe a blocker bet, throw out the minimum. He looks very uneasy. His whole disposition has changed, shifted ever so slightly, and Divorce could consider value betting a queen, getting called by a 10, a 9. 660,000 chips in the middle. Would be happy to just pull that back and continue to just lean and lean and lean on your opponent.
I'll check down and show the winner, Daniel Divorce.
All right, gentlemen, one more hand, and it's a color up, and then I won't start the break till the race off's done, so you'll get it.
You heard the voice of tournament director Paul Campbell. He says one more hand. Then we're going to take a color up break.
There we go.
We'll get rid of those purple 5K chips. Our players will go off on about a 10-minute break. Take a look at the chip counts. Daniel Divorce, a commanding chip lead. Can he get the job done? Weilong Chan, the short stack, about 1.7 million in chips.
Anything can happen, Jeff.
That
The
much
tournament
is true.
situation, we've seen it so many times.
The blinds have gone up. 75K, 150,000 with a 150K big blind ante. See Divorce approaching a 9-1 chip advantage.
I mentioned before break that Chan wasn't quite in the danger zone. Well, we have reached that level.
This qualifies.
Roughly 10 big blinds. It is time to spin it up, and he needs to make it happen fast. You can see how much money is in the middle every single hand.
Divorce limping in with the 8-4. Both players looking for their first major title. Divorce flops top pair. Chan is the queen of clubs, backdoor flush draw. Chan will check.
Happy to bet here with top pair. Certainly would play for stacks if it came to that. I suspect it is just one and done. Chan likely looking to move on to the next hand. If deeper, maybe consider peeling, but not with this sort of hand.
He will throw his queen deuce into the muck. It's even more chips for Daniel Divorce. Chan down to 10 big blinds. He's pulled off quite the comeback before. 51 entries, created a $12.75 million prize pool. 8 players made the money. They came back for day 3 today. Justin Bonomo out in 8th. Jason Kuhn eliminated in 7th. Steve O'Dwyer out in 6th. Seth Davies out in 5th. Eric Seidel busted in 4th. Kathy Laney, the first woman to cash a super high roller bowl event, busted in 3rd. Got her aces in against Chan's 6s. A star-studded final table, and we are down to these two. Divorce and Chan. Chan is all in with the Jack-7. Divorce calls quickly with the Ace-9 of diamonds. Chan all in and at risk. Can DeVoris cap off his run? This would get Chan back to about 20 bigs. He's been on the ropes before and has been able to fight his way back. Can he get a little lucky to double? DeVoris about a 2-to-1 favorite. And Chan takes the lead, flopping a pair of sevens.
This is how it starts, how the spin up begins. And my goodness, we're whipping through this.
Yeah, 10 on the turn. It's an open ender now for DeVoris, but Chan has the 7 of hearts.
Okay.
So you see DeVoris has 7 outs. You see it on the top of your screen. He's an ace, jack, or 6. That's not a heart. River card. It's the 6 of spades.
GG.
And Daniel DeVoris has his first major title. He wins more than $4 million. He is the Super High Rollerball Bahamas champion.
Yeah, my hat is off to Daniel DeVoris, looking for that first breakout win. You got it, my man, in the Super High Rollerball. Woo! What a well-deserved champion. What a fist pump right there,
Yeah.
huh? This guy's excited, all emotion. And my hat's off to this guy, too, our second place finisher, Mr. Chan. Amazing showing. All the heart, all the fight.
Wylon Chan was terrific throughout, taking home almost $2.7 million. But it is Daniel DeVoris, the winner of the ring, the winner of more than $4 million. Thanks to our crew in Nassau, Zach Ralston leading the way there. Thanks to George Maxwell and Hayes Chestnut here. Thanks to you all for tuning in. You have been watching coverage of Super High Rollerball Bahamas.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it.
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it.
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Kerry Katz and Aliyam Shurovich. Heads up for the title of Super High Rollerball London, presented by Party Poker Live. Jeff Platter with Brent Hanks in the broadcast booth.
There's my favorite hand.
Deuces.
Yeah, a couple mallards. Let them fly. Ducks on the pond. He knows. Kerry's going to do this for me.
Olin.
That's letting them fly.
Wow.
All of it with deuces. About 1.5 million.
That is a duck of a different color. Just has to
He
fold
lays
ace
it down,
nine.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Gotta
need to
wait
know.
for a
Would you
better
have-
spot.
Huge overbet shove.
Kerry Katz
I had a
takes
big
the
hand.
chip lead.
Yeah, but
I mean, he's
with
50
your
big
big
blinds
advantage
deep.
heads up, you can't be gambling like that.
I might have had you dominated. I had a pretty good hand.
Ace Jack?
Not ace jack.
Okay, not that big.
Ace 9. That's a big hand. What are you talking about?
Not even. If it was suited, you probably would have called.
What'd you have?
Huh?
You had 5s?
Deuces.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought.
It's exactly what it looked like, a small pair. I was just hoping that 1 in 17 chance that you didn't have a pair, and I'd be okay. I was sick. You look kind of irritated, like you're going to raise me up.
Probably.
Yeah,
Katz
all right.
with the king deuce.
that even 30?
Sorry. I'm living in.
Cats flops a king. Gut shot for Ali. Cats turns 2 pair.
Now you're just spewing.
Just spewing.
Oh.
Check.
River another deuce. Cats will not be checking this one back.
Oh, you were trapping?
But now he's just showing off for me, Jeff. He knows I love deuces.
All the mallards for you.
Yeah.
I guess you were trapping.
Another pot for Kerry Katz to now increase. Back and forth we go. 2.1 million pounds to first. There is that chip lead for Kerry Katz. 57% of the chips in play. Both players assured of 900K. So a 1.2 million pound difference between first and second place. The next Super High Roller Bowl stop will be in the Bahamas in November as part of Party Poker Live's Millions Tour stop.
Man, you can bet that that's going to be a
That'll be huge.
Much larger field. Again, we mentioned the regulations, the compliance issues here in England. Bahamas, not so much. Part of a wonderful series being put on down there by Party Poker.
At the Bahamar. Lovely resort.
That's supposed to be awesome. I've never been, and I probably never will, Jeff, but you can let me know.
You and planes, you know, or any kind of travel.
Yeah.
Ali.
And this is just a
with
stunning
another
call.
correct
Queen
high call.
That was a hell of a call.
Done this twice in heads up play.
Man.
Huh?
Big hand.
Yeah. Wow, what a call. That was incredible.
Great call by Ali.
Awesome stuff.
Mental note. And we're floating on an ollie.
Yeah, that's pretty
Are you actually going to listen to it?
I had that clear shot at a running straight.
I mean, yeah, your hand can't fold.
We keep saying this, but we've seen just such unbelievable play throughout these last 2 days.
Yeah, how about Kerry? You know, he's kind of given us
what a sick
a
call.
little insight as to how he
That's a really
plays,
good call. Nice
floating in and out of position regularly throughout this event. Extremely creative.
And he is extremely impressed.
Do one of my little annoying raises.
With Ali Mshurovich. And that call with the queen high.
Okay.
Little min raise for you.
I can't fold to that.
Queen 8 deuce 2 spades. Just jack.
He's
Fires
going anywhere either
100K.
here. King Jack, Jack of spades in his hand.
All he does, check call. Does turn that flush draw. Goes check, check. The river is a jack.
This is painful for Kerry. Ali can bet for value here.
115.
That's what he'll do. He'll fire 115,000.
You may listen to those instincts again, Jeff, and find a fold, which would be pretty heroic.
Oh, I was not expecting that.
It's the only river that could have cost him. He'll use that time bank, giving him an additional 60 seconds to act.
That's a great
Yeah, lays it down.
Wow. Wow.
We just saw a terrific call from Ali Umshurovich. Terrific fold there by Kerry Katz.
And as many bluffs that these guys have been showing one another throughout the course of this heads-up battle, to run into a pair of jacks there on the river and to find a fold, that is just excellence by El Jefe.
Have anything good?
Yeah.
Queen?
You? No. King clubs, jack, or king of spade, jack clubs. So it's not. I had a spade with a club. It was king jack. I don't know exactly what this is. What'd you have?
Jack.
Huh?
Jack 5.
Yeah, jack too.
Yeah.
Big laydown.
Third time in heads up that they've had the same hand.
Yeah, boy, and you were right about Ali's opening sizes. He has really changed things up. Rather than the min raise, he goes for more than 3x.
Yeah. With plenty of limping in on the button.
How much do you have now?
Ali has a ton of heads-up experience, both online and live.
Just under 1.6.
Huh?
Just under 1.6.
Oh, okay. So it's still pretty close.
Yeah.
It is still pretty close. An absolute battle. Same hand again for Kerry Katz.
Oh, Montana bananas everywhere.
Yeah. He sure has balanced those 3 bets.
Yeah,
sometimes with it, sometimes without it.
Dynamic.
Wow. With so many players, that's just a snap fold onto the next one.
Snap fold onto the next one, even undisciplined, just a call, C3, but 9 deuce. One of the worst hands you can be dealt. How do we turn it into a winner? We 3-bet. We take that thing down,
3-bet
4x
big.
over the min, knowing we get so many folds. Well executed by this young man.
Goes back to limping in on the button, this time with the 10-6 of clubs. Katz looks down to 10-9.
Kat says, it's my turn, buddy. Here we go,
Makes it
155 to go.
155K. He's capable of some big raises. Ali not going anywhere.
Yeah, 10-6 suited. I mean, we got a C3.
340,000 in the pot. Club in the window. It comes 10-8-4 with 1 club, top pair for both. Backdoor straight draws for both.
Yeah, Kerry, you can see 73% of the time he's going to win this thing with that kicker.
Ali, the one with the backdoor flush draw.
Will he size this up? He is.
Looks like it. Looks like 300,000. With 750K behind. He makes the call. 940K in this pot. Turn. Ace of hearts.
This favors Kerry, remember, pre-flop. He was the one that made it 155,000 to go out of the big blind.
Oh, he limped in on the button pre. Called that raise from Kerry. Called Katz's flop bet. Comes a time bank.
I'll tell you what, a shove here would be absolutely filthy by Kerry, and Ali would have an extremely painful decision to make.
Mullen.
There is that shove.
Such a
Got an
great
8.
all-in. Think about the draws that have now come into play. Queen Jack, and look at this. Yeah, he's going to reluctantly give it up. That's a
10
great
goes
fold
into
by
the muff.
Ali.
You absolutely. The full-on display of top-level poker throughout this tournament. It has been a treat just to sit back and watch.
Hefe, man, just goes with his gut there. He felt he had the best hand. He knew that ace favored his range, had the advantage, and he put.
If a
Ali
blank
to
comes on the turn, are
test.
you calling it all in?
I had 10.
10 what?
10, 6 of clubs.
Oh, that card saved you. I had a 10.
Oh.
Better kicker. Let me see what I got here.
Cat slims in on the button. Oh, sorry, he fired off his small blind. Now he'll look at his cards and fold.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hit him with the button.
I'm sorry about that.
Nah, you're good. I did hurt a little bit though.
Maybe you gotta have like a workers' comp claim. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
They've been tossing the button and chips back
Every time
and
I've
forth.
thrown it, we're
Guess the button just
got a
drilled
little too much
Ali.
momentum going on that one.
Takes all his chip. Now he tries to take his right arm.
Steal your chips and then break your hand.
It's fucked up.
There's that big raise again from Ali.
I can't play this. That's
Cat's fault.
That's your hand. 10-6. You must have been. You must have been suited.
Clubs.
Oh, the backdoor stuff too, huh?
Yeah, I know.
15K, 30K, 30K.
Yeah, Kerry's got to be feeling good, man. He's got Ali on the ropes.
Yeah.
All the momentum. He is this close from his first major career title. The house that Hefe built. All these majors. Super high roller. This design.
Moves with the 8 deuce of hearts. Ali looks down at the ace king, raises it up, takes down the pot.
Works every time.
Huh?
That works every time.
It does work every
Like
time.
literally every time.
You should mix it up.
You're raising the raises too.
Who will be crowned
I had
Super
ace
High
king.
Roller Bowl
Did you
London
really?
champion?
Yeah.
Who will take home that ring? And who will take home 2.1
Glad
million
I wasn't trapping on that
pounds?
one. Don't think you're full.
What's left in this level?
Check.
Oh, he limps in with the
the
5-4
ante in there?
cards. Flops a 4.
I don't think so. Is it my ante?
Yeah. 30?
No more floating. Learn my lesson. Queen, Mr. Queen High.
And Brent again, dead even.
Yeah, just back and forth.
Quite the heads-up battle between Kerry Katz and Ali SHRB.
You heard the comment about floating. I mean, Kerry just, throughout the entire event, day 1, day 2, mixes in these floats from everywhere, in and out of position, giving himself a chance to win every single pot. He fights for it all.
Queen 3 of spades here on the button. Just
150?
limps in. Another raise from Ali, this time with 10s. He's had it the last 2 times.
Kerry in position here.
With the suited queen will come along.
Yeah, he's gonna, looks like he's gonna peel.
330K in the pot. Comes ace king 6 with 2 spades.
35.
Look at this down bet. 35,000 into 330. Kerry says, okay, thank you.
After making it 150K
I like flush draws.
The turn is a 10.
My goodness.
Ali turns a set. Katz adds a gut shot to his hand.
250.
It's a much bigger bet.
He's got too much of a hand here. Flush draw, straight draw. At this point, I think he reads Ali as having some strength. Let's see. Maybe he just goes with it.
He makes the call.
What a huge river card this is.
Yeah, 900,000 in the pot. Katz with the slight chip lead. And Rivers the flush.
Unbelievable. El Jefe finds it.
Action on Ali. This shove, the call, that's it. It's Kerry's crown. The biggest score of Kerry Katz's career.
I'm not sure if you have me covered. It's got to be close.
They will count it out to be sure.
How much do you have?
4, 8.
Actually, count his, and I'll count mine. Okay, here you can count mine.
The one and only El Jefe gets it done. Super high rollerball London.
He wins 2.1 million pounds. Again, just counting it out to be official. But we know we have this one. The Phenom, Ali Amshurovich, out in second place, taking home 900K. Brent, quite the effort from the Phenom throughout the course of the day, and a cooler spot at the end.
Yeah, 24 years old. I mean, this guy plays with his heart on his sleeve. Tremendous heads up back and forth.
And Kerry Katz is our super high rollerball London 2019 champion.
They wanted you for.
Kerry's
Got to put an
crown.
asterisk by this one since the field was so small.
No asterisk here. He beat the best of the best.
Yeah, pound for pound. Adds a little royalty to that resume.
Put it on.
Hall of Famer.
Put a ring on.
No doubt. Kerry
Which
Katz,
hand?
champion.
Oh, I didn't ring. All right, cool.
There is his first ring. He earns it with a win in London at Super High Rollerball London. He also earns 2.1 million pounds, and that is a wrap.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Timothy Adams, the Super High Rollerball Australia champion. Christoph Vogelsang won the 2017 Super High Rollerball. King, queen, 3, 2 hearts. Pair of queens for Vogelsang. Flush draw for Adams. Check, check. 7 of diamonds on the turn. Check, check again. Another 7 on the river. Adams misses.
$600.
The overbet from Vogelsang with the queens. Adams out of the way.
I had a hand I should have checked.
What?
I had a hand I should have checked.
What do you mean? Oh.
Pre-flop, I think, like.
Something in between.
Poker Legends, stacks of cash, and some of the most memorable cash game moments of all time. Coming soon on Poker Go. You can watch every season. You can watch every episode of High Stakes Poker. The return coming soon to Poker Go.
World record in playing poker.
Jack 10-5, pair of 5s for the tractor, Christoph Vogelsang.
I check.
Gut shot now for Adams. Check, check, another jack on the river.
King high. Should we
skip the next level? Let's ask for that.
the next level?
Yeah, let's just move on to the next one.
1, 2?
1, 2.
Sure.
Let's ask for that.
Yeah.
I'm in which position? In the big blind. Again.
You're in the big blind again.
So we're still at 60K, 120K, but it sounds like we'll skip over the next level at the end of this one and just jump up to 100K, 200K. Meaning at that point, there would be 50 big blinds on.
$850.
Raise 850.
Adams calls after limping in on the button with the queen 6 of spades. Ace, king, 4, 1 spade, aces for Vogelsang. Couple backdoor draws for Adams.
$450.
That's 450.
We're almost even.
Thought you were going to show the 7 deuce.
Hmm?
Thought you were going to show the 7 deuce.
No. No, 7 days.
So tired, I don't even know if I'm supposed to continue. When you raise this size.
I have lots of aces.
I have many raises.
I can't get my cards.
Tim Adams sounds absolutely drained, exhausted, tired, whatever word you want to use.
Call. Check.
Let's just go to 100, 200.
We were suggesting to go immediately 200, 200 to make it a little quicker.
We're gonna skip 100,
Yeah.
200, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's good, right?
Yeah, that's good. Easy numbers.
Easy numbers. I think the staff and us and everyone is just ready to. I mean, I'm also happy to. We can't flip for a super high roller ball. No, of course. Like we're gonna try our best, but we'll up the variance a little bit. I'm sorry.
So for this hand, it's still 60K, 120K. And when we start next hand, it'll be 100K, 200K. So our graphics might be a little off for this one. As Adams limps in, Vogelsang checks the queen 8 and flops 2 pair. Adams flops the flush draw. Ace on the turn, not Christoph Vogelsang's favorite card.
Bet 125.
Vogelsang check calls. Adams spikes the flush on the river. How much does he look for here? Pot size bet of 850,000. Vogelsang calls, Adams gets paid off. Back to about a 2-1 chip lead for Tim Adams. And here we go, 100K, 200K. With a 200K big blind ante.
1, 2. Nice hand.
King 7-3, both miss. Vogelsang gets it through.
There is marked. I'm just joking.
Tractor's got jokes.
Sorry.
Ace 9 for Adams, Ace 6 for Vogelsang. Adams limps in. Vogelsang got 17 bigs.
All in.
Vogelsang rips it. Adams makes the call, and here we go. Christoph Vogelsang, the one all in and at risk. Adams, the one closest to the super high roller bowl ring. Comes 10-5 deuce. Pretty good flop for Adams. 74% favorite to win the title. Turn is a jack. There are some chop outs here. Vogelsang needs a 6 to win outright. River card. It is a 9.
Good game, buddy.
How about back-to-back
You did great.
super high roller bowl rings for Tim Adams? He wins super high roller bowl Russia after winning super high roller bowl Australia.
That was a
He
fun
takes home
tournament.
$3.6 million. Great showing by the
Yeah, of
tractor,
course.
plowing through a super high roller bowl field once again. Christoph Vogelsang taking home $2.4 million for his second place finish. It's all about that man right there, Timothy Adams, joining Justin Bonomo as the only players to win 2 super high roller bowl rings, and they both did it in back-to-back fashion. Adams wins Super High Roller Bowl Australia in February. He wins Super High Roller Bowl Russia in March. Timothy Adams on top of the leaderboard. Christoph Vogelsang a solid second place finish. Makita Badziakuski, Ben Heath, Adrian Mateos, Ivan Liao round out our final 6. Thanks to our crews in Sochi and in Vegas, Sam Eskandani and Hayes Chestnut helping us out here. Thanks to Brent Hanks. Most importantly, thanks to you all for watching. I'm Jeff Platt. Good night, everyone.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Over to Scott Seaver in the small blind with Queen 9 offsuit, and it's his turn to limp. Drinan in the big blind with King Jack. He just checks.
This is a very big hand to be checking.
4-8 Jack gives Drinan top pair and Seaver yet another gut shot. Scott bets 185,000.
And Connor will probably just call here. It's the type of board that he doesn't really have many hands that he wants to be raising with. And while this would be a pretty cool hand to raise, he does want to stay consistent with all the other stuff he's continuing with.
And as Jesse correctly surmised, Drinan does just call. Deuce on the turn is a blank. The applause meter checks.
And now Connor can start betting for value.
Drinan bets 275,000.
And Scott could play this a few different ways. His hand is still reasonably strong. He usually has an overcard and a gut shot. And he might think that he's winning sometimes as well. Connor does have some hands like 9-10 or 7-9 that he's beating.
The river is the ace of hearts, and Scott has missed his draw. He checks again. Drinan bets $500,000.
And this seems like a very good value bet by Connor. Both players are less likely to have an ace based on how preflop went.
Well, Seaver is still thinking with his queen high. What's he thinking about?
I think that Scott thinks that Connor can have something like 9-10 or 7-9 that peeled the flop and then tried to win it on the turn and is continuing to try to win it on a scary river card. He also knows that Connor doesn't have that many aces. So he has to be value betting something like a jack or an 8, which a lot of players don't actually do.
I'm going to look very stupid here. I'm going to look very, very stupid, but that's okay. Looked stupid before. I'll look stupid again.
10 seconds.
I think I'm just going to have to see it, though.
Wow. Queen high call.
Same.
When you're right, you look like a genius.
Yeah, but when you're wrong, either way, it's a bold call. And he's definitely going to be right some of the time.
Mm-hmm. So Connor Drinan wins the maximum, and Scott Seaver reevaluates the allure. The crowd gathers on the rail for the 3 players left at the final table, and here's a look at how the chip counts stand. Rast now back in front with over 10 million. Seaver comfortably in second, and Drinan holding steady with over 30 big blinds. The player.
Welcome back to Cyprus. Welcome back to the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino. This is Super High Roller Series Europe, and it is feature table coverage of event number 2, the 25K No Limit. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks. Brent, a fantastic turnout for this event.
Outstanding, Jeff. I expected nothing short of an amazing turnout for this event.
Michael Adamo in the mix at our feature table. And Brent, the champ is here.
Oh, yes. And, of course, that is Hossein Ensan, WSOP main event champion. However, Jeff, he is surrounded by a sea full of sharks. How about Victor, don't call me Victor Malinowski, Limitless Online, and, of course, Michael Adamo, side by side there in the middle of the table. 2 of the best.
Ensan, Limitless, Adamo all in a row. Nikola Minkoff also at our feature table, as is Saman 3. You might remember those 2 from our Halo Cash Game coverage yesterday.
Good looking hat there.
Minkoff rocking the Merit gear. It's a cool shirt, like a zip-up polo.
I like that. That's my style.
It is?
Yeah.
I've never seen you wear a shirt that cool.
Well, you don't get out much.
That's true, but I see a lot of you. Nice to be with you, though.
Likewise, Jeff, as always.
Pascal Lefrancois with the Ace-Jack. See a stack bottom left corner of your screen. You also see a stack in the middle.
Oh, 2.
Gets there.
Yeah, 2. Cool. Right. Thank you.
You always have decisions when I jam, right? You seem to always have a decision. Yeah, I had good cards.
Alamati always has a decision, Pascal says.
Thank you.
You should put cards here. Put cards here. Like this.
Okay. Thank you. Raise.
Raise 8,000.
Champ. Adamo. Alamati.
Damo looks like he's been working out too.
Yeah,
everyone,
these guys are getting jacked up.
They're all yoked.
Adamo, Cates. Savaro's gotten jacked over the last couple years.
Yeah.
Enson's always been in good shape. So have you.
8,000.
A lot of people say that.
Yeah. Again, if you could just point me towards one person who does say that.
Well,
you keep saying a lot of people are saying. I just asked for one of them as an example. $46K in the pot, as you see on the bottom right corner of your screen. Check, check on the turn. Aces and jacks for Enson.
Enson concerned about perhaps a flush coming in on the turn. Takes a safe line, just looking to get to a river. Feels a little bit better with aces up, just in case Adamo would have gotten there with a hand like Queen 8.
$22,000.
22,000.
Throws out that brown-ish 25K chip.
Yeah. And Adamo is one sick puppy. I have to imagine he recognizes that that queen is unlikely to be any good. The question is, does he ever decide to just run a ridiculous bluff? I don't think so, given the physical sort of gestures here. There we go, into the muck.
There's a look at our 2019 World Series of Poker main event champion, St. Enson, about 200K. Starting stack for this one, 125,000. This is a 2-day tournament. We'll have final table coverage tomorrow. Right here on Poker Go. And how much are we going to charge the people for tomorrow's final table coverage?
Well, Jeff, here's the thing. It comes at a very high cost.
Okay.
Free.
Oh.
Totally free.
Oh, baby.
This entire series.
The whole series is free.
For the people.
All of it from the Francois. Gets through. I like the dealer's red bow tie. Looks sharp. Sharp looking crew on the way around in Cyprus. Merit Hotel and Casino. Thanks to our friends at GG Poker and Luxon Pay for putting on this series. This is event number 2.
I'll tell you what, Jeff. Seat 1 here.
Alamati.
Put a little mustache on you.
Oh yeah, you think
the
I
white
could rock
T-shirt
the
you're
mustache?
rocking today?
Yeah.
I would have. That could be you out there.
Could be.
Ella Jeffe.
So you think if I just went this mustache?
Just the stash.
Just the stash.
Yeah, keep it clean.
Well, yeah. Okay. And Sun opens with the 8-7 of diamonds. Pascal defends with the Queen 6. Ace Jack 6.
And Sun gonna represent the goods here. Pre-flop razor. Continue. Pretty hard to continue with just a pair of 6s. Maybe Pascal considers appeal. Not very deep. You can see sort of the SPR stack to pot ratio. He's got 56,000 in his stack. He does flick in the 8,000. Now pot up to 38,000.
How many 25s you have? Only one?
King on the turn.
And Sun is very tricky. Saw his hand a moment ago with Ace Jack. The line he took here, we're going to fire 2 shells using this King of Clubs, trying to represent nothing but 8 high here. Going to be very hard for Pascal to continue. He does have a gutter and just bottom pair. This is one heck of a good bluff by the main event champion.
Would even put Jacks in a really awkward spot. Considering his stack size.
Absolutely. Even if he had Ace X.
Yeah.
You're not loving life facing 2 barrels. LaFrancois, he seems to know that Ensign could be up to no good. He hasn't folded yet. Calls flop. There it goes. Look at him. Takes out the phone immediately saying, hey, if you guys are doing homework,
watch that one.
I need to see what he had here. I didn't believe him. I don't know why, but I didn't. And his instincts were right.
Right. Here's Limitless, Victor Malinowski. Raising it up with King Queen. Adamo is King Jack in the cutoff.
Can go either way. Adamo sometimes can flat, 3-bet. Sort of hand you want a 3-bet fold from time to time.
22,000.
Knowing you're going to get a lot of raises folds pre-flop.
Like he is doing here. He's at 22,000. Victor started the hand with a little bit more than 30 bigs. What's the call? Jack 3-3. Damo outflops Limitless.
14.
Down bet to 14,000.
Yeah, this down bet, in order to control the pot, oftentimes you give worse hands a decent price to want to consider peeling. You can also do this with your bluffs to try and set up another shell on the turn. Here he just happens to have the goods. Behind pre-flop, now way out in front on this Jack 3-3 board. By the way, King of Hearts as backup.
Yeah.
And Victor just doesn't have enough to really continue with King-Queen.
Michael Adamo, the Aussie. More than $8 million in career live tournament earnings. Back-to-back-to-back final tables at the Australian Poker Open in January of 2020.
No.
Oh, here's Artem Martirosyan.
Thank you.
Oh, and there goes El Amadi.
Oh, there he goes, Jeff. That's say goodbye to your father.
That's not my dad, but respect the stash.
What a table. Martirosyan is an absolute animal.
Thanks.
I'm on 3 now. Couple of fish hooks.
Starting the hand with 32 bigs.
24.
Making it 24,000.
Bit of an annoying spot for Adamo. Hand is pretty good, able to continue, call pre-flop, but you start to question, okay, what is the range of hands my opponent is 3-betting here with? If he thinks that Saman is on the tighter side pre-flop, we can certainly narrow that down. King-Queen isn't great, but it's just good enough at these stack depths.
That's 14.
Saman 3. Fires 14K. Adamo does have the king of clubs.
Yeah, it takes a trick right out of Adamo's book here with the down bet sizing. Sort of wonder if Adamo wants to try a check raise. You have king-queen, you can sort of eliminate some combos of ace-king and ace-queen that could be out there. He's going to try and do just
there
that,
it is.
targeting tens or jacks.
Makes it 35,000. Just one of the many moves Michael Adamo has in his arsenal. This is a real beauty. What work?
It's a gut check time now for Saman. Just trying to find a way to commit to the 2 jacks or simply relinquish.
Does make the call. 3 of clubs on the turn. 128K in the pot. Saman 3 with about 70K behind.
Quite interesting now. King of clubs in his hand. One-liner to his straight. I don't see him having very many 5s given The call pre-flop and then the check raise on the flop. You might just go for it. Look at this bet. What a horrible spot for 2 jacks without a club in his hand. And he has no idea that he could be this far in front. This is the beauty of day one coverage, Jeff.
Yeah,
you have
I like
a chance to see these very, very, I would say, high-level bluffs from some of the greatest players in the world, such as Michael Adamo, how they maneuver.
When the field is a little deeper, not that these guys are that deep, but also when there are no ICM considerations whatsoever early on day one.
Exactly.
Lays it down. Adamo gets it through with king high. That represents why he's an absolute superstar in today's game. Michael Adamo crushes online, crushes live. And is rewarded for that play with ace-king here. Simon 3 calls with deuces behind. Champ with threes. Queen 9-4.
Wow, Jeff, if he bets, this could work.
16.
That's almost half pot. A little bit more than half pot, I should say.
I have to imagine that Ensign gets out of the way. The question now becomes, does Adamo just easily give up ace-king? Clearly the deuces are still out in front. There it is. Wow.
Premise, mock. Simon 3 gets it done.
Crafty little play by Simon 3. Lose a pot a moment ago, come right back firing.
King 10 this time for Adamo, raising it up. And Simon this time has eights. These two will tango once again. Francois with the king jack of clubs and a little bit more than 11 bigs. After the early position raise and the call right behind by Saman 3.
Saman has been active early, so is Adamo. We know he's opening wide. Seems like a high five. Let's get it in with king jack suited with this stack.
Does Martirosian have a spot here as he looks down at 2 7s and asks for a count? I imagine this is a fold versus under the gun raise, call, and then shove.
What's happened thus far? I mean, if you did move in 7s, you're trying to fold out exactly what you're looking at, right? Pocket 8s would sort of have to fold. Maybe even as good as 9s. You're asking a lot. And there's really no guarantee either that Saman 3 would even fold 2 8s. He might just go with it.
Yeah.
We don't really know his style.
Yeah.
If he sort of has a lot of gamble in him in tournaments.
45 something, yeah. 45, 500.
And he's going to go with the 7s here.
And here it is, Jeff, that decision, that spot we knew was going to present itself if Martirosian did move it in. Does Saman want to stick it in with a couple of snowmen? Chance to essentially triple up.
Says, let's dance. And here we go, a 3-way all-in. Saman 3 with the 8s, Martirosian with 7s, Pascal Francois with the king jack of clubs. Says, after all that, I'm thrilled to see these cards.
Loves having king jack.
Absolutely thrilled.
Right?
Incredible check.
I'll take that.
I'll take it any day, anytime. Just like a little bit.
Seven, 8.
Oh my
Queen of
goodness!
clubs.
Yes, it's a special dealer.
7 in the window.
Boom.
Saman 3.
What?
Has a set of 8s up against a flush draw. See the outs on the top of your screen. River card.
That's a TV
It's another
hand,
queen.
for
How
sure,
about
yeah.
8s full for Saman 3?
Indeed, a TV hand, as Victor stated. Set over set. However, Pascal out the door.
His day is done. Martirosian still with a little bit left.
Block his house as well.
چیکار باید میکرد؟
باید کار میکرد.
جان؟
باید کار میکرد.
Sit open.
Can you also change him some?
Yes.
Saman 3 just like that, up to more than 60 bigs. Oh, right when order as the food delivery.
Right.
Got their little salad. Perhaps.
What's the other?
Chicken.
Yeah, what was that? A little
Chicken dish?
poultry?
The Prince of Poultry is out in the field.
That's right, Tim Adams.
He did bust, but I think he got a re-entry in.
Come on.
Yeah.
Blind versus blind here. Two of the best players in the field. Limitless.
4,000.
Flops an ace.
It's amazing that Adamo doesn't just have any intention of giving up right away.
So many players we would see just snap mock.
Right. I mean, I would.
Yeah, and there we go.
He's just up to no good. He's going to float, try and take it away on later streets, sees sort of future equity.
Easy, easy. Come on, come on.
And this card, Jeff, is sort of what he should have, right? He's going to be able to put Ace-X now in trouble. I certainly don't believe he's trying to get the showdown with 9 high.
Ooh, that's super small here.
Perhaps exactly what he would do if he had Ace-X. Perhaps exactly what he would do if he had 3 8s.
Where's the queen? Limitless checks. How much does Adamo choose to go for here with 30K in the pot?
Adamo knows that Victor has Ace-X.
And does give up.
Perhaps not a believable story.
Yeah, it'd be hard to...
Right.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I'm not sure about that.
Victor Malinowski, limitless.
It's interesting. That whole hand is just fun to watch. I love these blind-on-blind battles when you have elite players. They fight for every single pot.
Sorry.
All of it from Martirosian. For about 6 bigs with Ace-Jack. Saman wakes up with queens in the big. Jack 10, 9, 2 diamonds. Seven on the turn. Martirosian.
Oh!
Finds a jack on the river to stay alive.
Remains amongst the living.
Easy, easy.
To about 14 bigs.
14,500.
Action flops always on TV tape.
Easy, easy.
Jack 9 of hearts for Ensign. Opens here.
Good?
No good.
Out in the field, Kerry Katz finds the double up through Sergio Ido. Katz up to about 140K.
Mierda.
hand is it?
Rosine defends off the short stack with the queen 7, 3-3 deuce.
$4,000.
There will be no fight.
Your queen was better.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Nine.
Ace queen again for Adamo.
We don't have a VPIP tracker, but Adamo
would be on the higher end.
Yeah, he'd be skyrocketing right now. Very active and involved. Of course, he's had a plethora of great hands.
Yeah. Limitless defend with the ace deuce. About 25 bigs. Bet and win for Michael Adamo. His last live cash came in March of 2020.
What was that in?
It was in a 100K at the Party Poker Million Sochi, the Super High Roller Series.
100K prize pool, Jeff? Or?
That would be a $100,000 buy-in.
Ah.
Yeah. Prize pool for that one was $4.2 million.
Oh.
Raise 18.
18K onto the small blind. Malinowski.
Yeah, Adamo
5-3 suited.
eyeing up Malinowski's stack, figuring out exactly how deep he is. Last time around, these two battled blind on blind. Malinowski limped, ace-4 off. This time, shoots it up.
Adamo not going anywhere with the 7-4 diamonds. Sees a 4 in the window. King 10-4 with 1 spade.
Western.
40K in the pot. Limitless fires 25%.
Yeah, there's that very trendy down bet sizing in hopes of picking up some turn equity for the times that we are called, that we can fire 2 shells. Jeff, does Adamo strike you as the kind of guy that would fold bottom pair, given this
blind.
price,
Don't
in
think
position?
So.
No.
Does flick in a call. That not one of the good turn cards for Limitless's specific hand.
No, it's not, and makes it even more difficult to represent. But, you know, sometimes you just got to go 3. You got 5 high. You have no chance of winning this pot. Could we possibly bluff a 10, a 4? Maybe we can shut down some sort of draw. We're up against Queen Jack, Queen 9.
It's 25K.
Well, incoming. Here we go. Notice how many chips he has behind. 25K bet here. He's only got 52K behind. Adama knows exactly what's happening. He's sort of in that blender we try to avoid, right? We're guessing. If we call here on the turn, are we prepared to call another 50 on the river?
They make the call. 9 of clubs on the river. Does Limitless go fire, fire, fire?
Oh, this would be twisted. Queen Jack now comes home.
Yeah.
The flush gets there. Is he really going to empty it with just 5 high?
Uses the time bank, granting him an additional 30 seconds to act. Does give it up.
Now Adamo. You would think it just try and get the showdown with 2 pair, but maybe. He's worried about him connecting with a river 9X by chance? Or for the times we need to bluff against a 10? Look at that.
Wow, does put the chips in.
Strong.
Really interesting. Heard Victor say tough river. Like, it's hard for me to continue that in that spot. And you heard it, you see it. Winds up 2,500 5K with a 5K big blind ante. $40-minute levels. All of it for Martirosian. 8 bigs, ace 5.
19.
19?
20, yes.
19,000.
Yeah, that 39 is also, it's 19,000 is what the shove is for.
You know how many level you play for today?
I guess until final table, maybe.
Ah, yeah.
It's late work is like 6, so lines go up quite fast.
So Damo's in there out of the small blind with the queen 9. Again, the shove was just for about 4 bigs, not 8.
Yeah.
So that pot size will be a lot smaller than that also. It's about a 45K pot. Adamo does flop a queen.
10 of clubs is my best pot.
Some good turn cards here. That's not one of them for Martirosian. We'll need an ace to stay alive. Does not come.
At least it's still like registration time.
I don't know, yeah, it feels more like deeper or something. But it's still early.
Heard our players say registration's still open.
It's open.
So Martirosian could run to the cage.
I have a feeling he's going to get right back in there.
Yeah, I think so. Doesn't seem like a guy who would enter the Super High Roller Series Europe and just fire one bullet and call it a day?
No.
Adamo, more than 330,000 in chips. Simon 3, Hossein Ensan with more than 200K. Limitless in some trouble. Not as much trouble as Nikola Minkov is in right now. Minkov down to about 4.5 bigs. This leaderboard presented by GG Poker. The music is presented by Brent Hanks.
Yeah, man. Let me hit you with this. Sort of like a grungy little synth rock. Got a little Nine Inch Nails tone to it.
9 Inch Nails. With Mick Jagger.
How much?
At the helm.
No, Jeff. Mick Jagger.
Mick Jagger.
Do you know who Mick Jagger?
Yeah, music guy.
But honestly, do you know who he's
Rolling
the lead?
Stones.
Yeah, all right. So you knew it wasn't Steven Tyler. You said that earlier on broadcast number 1.
Well, but
You looked
since
it up?
then I've learned that Mick Jagger is Rolling Stones, Steven Tyler's Aerosmith, and Simon 3 has Ace 9.
Very well played. That whole little transition from rock and roll stars into Simon 3, the star. That was good.
Oh, yeah, no, that was good.
Was good.
No, that was. You're
We're
doing a great
good.
job.
Wow.
Here we go. Minkov the one, all in and at risk. Queen 9 against 10-8. Ace King 4. Good flop for the Queen 9.
Well, there can't be any more diamonds left.
Right. 7 on the turn. Minkov just trying to dodge a 10 or an 8. Cannot do that. 8 on the river.
Ace 9.
Nikola Minkov.
Ace 9. That.
Few bro.
Hossein Ensan, the blue t-shirt, 2019 World Series of Poker main event champion for $10 million. That year he finished third
alone big blind.
in the 25K Platinum High Roller at World Series of Poker Europe.
He spun big blind because he busted on the big blind.
Yeah, I think.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, alone big blind. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Give my back, please. Thank you.
Simon 3 calls with the Jack 9 off. Oh, I guess they're playing just four-handed in this hand. So Simon 3's on the button.
Wow, shoot it up there.
Cut off, yeah, and Ensan with the 3-bet.
It's kind of annoying for Adamo, thinking, why am I getting squeezed out?
Pretty small 3-bet, all things considered, out of position against Adamo and Simon 3. But Adamo's still out of the way.
We'll never know. Or will we? Here we go.
Oh, survey says.
Did he have it? Did he have the? I'm going yes, Jeff.
Yes,
I think
I'm
he had the
going
goods. Well, maybe we will. Never know. There we go.
Viktor Kudanov. They starting stack. Probably just went to the cage, said here's $25,000. They said cool.
He's got the V on his chest. He's got the T-shirt that matches the bracelet. Victor's ready to play ball.
Adamo, not just the ace of clubs, but the ace of diamonds as well. And some with ace-5 of spades. Makes the call out of the small blind. Limitless will get in the mix with the 6-4.
Check behind.
Check blind.
Quickly checks over to Adamo. I mean, 90 minutes. We're gonna take a 90-minute dinner break, Brent. Later. I'm just letting you know. Just want you to be prepared for that.
I think you let everybody know, Jeff.
Well, I wanted to let everybody know, but you especially, because I know you have big plans for a meal. When there's a meal break,
It's a 3-course dinner for me.
Yeah,
30 minutes for
exactly.
each course.
Exactly.
I spend a lot of time.
how about this from Limitless with the 6-4 on the King 3?
Has firmly committed himself, or at least has tried to suggest that. My goodness, I mean, I don't know if I recommend this at home.
Well, 7 of diamonds on the turn. Although Adamo has the ace of diamonds.
Is he just hoping he's picked up diamond equity, obviously straight equity? What is happening here?
Very stuck with 31K behind, with 95K in the middle. And says, let's do this. Adamo says, all right. I have aces. Well, Limitless is not dead. Could find the magical 5.
I have a diamond too, so it's no good.
Okay, bye.
And we say GG to Limitless.
Well, he can rebuy. I have a feeling he will. What a bizarre
That was
check
interesting.
raise for half of it on the King.
I mean, it does put a lot of Adamo's hands in really awkward spots. I mean, but aces not being one of those.
Certainly does. Guess if you give him what, like Queen Jack suited, he just is
All of
forced
that
to throw
stuff,
it into
yeah.
the muck.
The story is good. Short-handed is better.
Which he would be opening.
Quick hands.
Such a wide opening range for Adamo there. It's kind of cool. But I wouldn't do it when your opponent has aces.
I don't know. No,
No big blind?
not big blind.
Starting strike.
Sorry?
Starting strike. Just saying.
Wisco Baron in our YouTube chat. Hanks with 90 minutes at a buffet is like Pac-Man taking down snack pellets. Yeah, it's a good comparison.
He's not wrong.
Yeah.
That's actually fantastic, Wisco.
King Jack 6. Gutter for Adamo. Good spot for Kudinov to fire. After raising pre. Viktor Kudinov out of Russia, 360K in career live tournament earnings. Adamo check call is just so tough to get rid of.
No, you can't get rid of Adamo.
Yeah.
Good luck ever playing against this guy.
But Kudinov bets again. Adamo
Yeah,
folds.
Kudinov with the fast action too. Flop, turn, barrel.
Super High Roller Series Europe presented by Luxon Pay and GG Poker. This is event number 2, the 25K No Limit event, which we will have final table coverage of tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Pacific. Blind versus blind. Adamo going to try to pounce.
Raise.
And Simon 3 with the 3 bets.
Wow.
To 80K with just 6-5.
Okay,
Pulls it
Simon.
off against one of poker's superstars.
Man is here to fight.
And you'll be right back to work for Adamo here on the button with 10-9. Kudinov happy to defend these 3. Does flop a 3. Gabe in our YouTube chat has re-entry closed. It's open for, I believe, the rest of this level. Good enough check calls. Turn is a 4. Registration does close at the end of dinner break. Damo going to keep the pressure on.
What sizing here, too? 31,000. Targeting exactly this sort of holding.
Yeah.
A 3, an 8. Kudinov knows that, too, right? Just, okay, this is what he would bet with all of his bluffs. Here we go. I'm going to put in 31. I've got less than 100 left now.
More than 100 in the middle. Make him a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, that is a sight for sore eyes right there. Now all of a sudden we're aces up, and it might be a card, Jeff, that Adamo would want to continue to try and tell a story.
And does go for it. The snap call. Like you said, Brent, that ace just too good of a card for Adamo there.
Yeah, once
in actuality, it was perfect for Kudinov.
Clearly. Empties the clip, 10 high. No pair, no draw, gets caught.
I mean, if you thought there was pressure on the 8s and the 3s on the turn, especially on the river, but when you have aces and 3s, a little easier.
I don't know. Let's put any other card on that river. No ace, no 9, no 10, right? That would have improved Adamo to where maybe he would have considered checking back. But
how about like a 7?
Let's put a 7 or a queen out there.
Yeah.
I think Adamo still goes for it, right? 10 high is just going to empty the clip. Will Kudinov then call with just a pair of 3s on the river unimproved?
Probably not.
Unlikely, right? So, in theory, maybe we should just be folding turn if we're not going to call river, but we don't know.
Ivan Liaz joined our table.
Oh, Ivan, he'll come out here.
Good to
He'll
see
come out
Ivan
blasting
again.
and
Yeah,
firing.
Ivan's not afraid.
Yeah.
He'll get some chips in the middle.
Ivan will play
Tell you
in the
that
biggest cash games, the biggest buy-in tournaments across the world.
And some with the aces. Ivan will defend with ace-9. Queen 6-3, 2 spades. And Sun bets 10K. Leo calls with ace high.
What? Are you Kudanov? Is that your name?
What?
Is your name Kudanov, your last
Yes,
name?
yes. We played on GG a bit.
Yeah, I thought so. I don't recognize you, but just the way you played, I felt like it, yeah.
Adama sensed some familiarity with his opponent. Just not from the live world, it's from the online ranks.
And that little conversation sort of gives you a glimpse into what Kudanov may have been planning. I think he was going to look up Adamo in that hand, Jeff, with just bottom pair.
Yeah. And Adamo knew his name, didn't recognize him, but was like, you Kudanov.
Right.
Hey, look at our Poker Go Tour leaderboard. Presented by Guaranteed Rate. And there is Aliam Shurovich on top of that leaderboard. 9 Poker Go Tour wins. Sean Perry has 5 wins. He's in second. Savril, Winter, and Kerry Katz round out the top 5. Kerry Katz is in the mix here.
A little foreshadowing by Guaranteed Rate. Did you notice the arrow was pointing at Sean Perry?
Oh,
I mean,
to
is that,
Commodus.
Well,
we got to see Commodus here for him to
if you don't show up, you can't win.
The way, like,
Come on, Perry.
You play like the way you handle the chips and call and I don't know.
Not that many Russian donks here.
You don't really play live much, do you?
Yeah. More play,
Yeah,
play
Damo
online.
just sensed it.
I
Knew
wanted
who
to
he
start
was without
playing
ever
more
seeing the
live,
guy in
but
person.
It happened.
Yeah.
Quite annoying.
Aces? No. Not this time.
2,500 5K with a 5K big blind ante. That's on with a pretty one on the button. In the form of the ace-queen of diamonds. No action. Oh! Simon 3 folds the 5-4 spades in the big blind.
Sometimes you're just not feeling it. You know?
Forget this GTO thing. Who is joining us here?
Hey, Stevie.
We know that guy.
See ya.
I didn't realize you
We
were
are very
allowed to-
familiar with this
Yeah, allowed to leave the country.
new
Oh,
player.
I came from London. So.
Oh, how long have you been in London for?
Week or just over
That's
a week out.
Stephen
I was able to get
Chidwick,
out,
ladies
like,
and gentlemen,
well,
who finished in second place in the 25K short deck just an hour or two ago.
And who won that, Jeff?
Phil Ivey?
That's right,
Phil
Phil
Ivey?
Ivey. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Seems like he has a real future in this game.
He's a raw talent.
Yeah, very. Yeah.
Yeah, no, because I'm able to get up because I suppose like UK resident, so I spend enough time. Oh, okay.
Sun opens.
Yeah.
Good enough defends.
Yeah, all the other
9-9 deuce. And some flops trips. Good enough as the ace of hearts.
Yeah, you have to.
Unless you're a resident.
There's some other like for work you can leave and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, how about every single one of the 9s for the champ?
And the sort of board where maybe ace-10 just comes along for the ride. Let's price him in, Hussein. What do you say?
Like go to Mexico, I guess.
Give him a little something he can't say no to. What would ace high call? How about that?
15,000.
Yeah, sprinkle it.
Like this doesn't count as Europe.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I guess. Yeah, I'll have to stay here a few more days, technically.
Yeah.
But there's online stuff like that. I'll just play that.
Yeah.
You don't
Good
straight
enough
to
check
base.
calls. Checks one more time. How much does Ensign go for here with 77,500 in the pot?
Yeah, sprinkles on the turn. How about a little whipped cream on top here on the river? Get some tasty value.
No.
Canada
in the form of
I think
50,000.
opening September the 7th or something.
Yeah, it is.
Just too late, I think.
Yeah.
2 days too late.
Kudinov thinks fast. He moves fast. Right now, suspect of the sizing 50K. Look at that. Yeah, he says, no, too much. Strong line, all 3 streets. You got it, buddy. You got a winner.
The ace of hearts in his hand. Less likely for Hussein to have the flush draws.
They seem to be doing pretty well now, I think.
I think so, yeah. They had a really slow start to vaccinations, but
yeah,
I think they caught up.
I think Chidwick and Adama were talking about plans over this next month or so. It's a little bit more difficult, as we mentioned a little bit earlier today, for our international players to make it here for the Poker Masters or Super High Roller Bowl or the World Series, but they can make it happen.
Strange times, Jeff.
Yeah.
Around the world.
3-bet and take it for Kudinov.
Did you ever play all the live stocks in the US? Seems like the games are pretty good over there.
Yeah. Yeah, I just spent a lot of days there this year already, and...
Oh, because you can't spend that many days, right?
Right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Raise 11.
Chidwick with 9s after some on 3 opened with the ace-8. The out calling out of the small blind with the ace-3 of spades, and yeah, every single one of the chips into the middle for Stephen Chidwick. 22 bigs.
110.
I mean, Ivan just says, okay, cool. I got ace-3 of spades. It's
Wow.
pretty.
Gamble time, baby. Let's go.
We told you the man was not hesitant to put chips in the middle. Calls the 22 big blind shove by Chidwick. Chidwick the one all in and at risk. Liao with a slightly bigger stack.
All in 110.
Queen, queen, 7, 2
Oh.
spades. Chidwick the slight favorite. Trying to dodge an ace or a spade. And can't do it. As the turn is the king of spades. Not over quite yet. River 6. No dice. Liao bust Stephen Chidwick. Who's still up a decent amount for the day.
Profitable 24 hours for the Riddler.
After a $264,000 score. But still probably a little bit frustrating to see the ace-3 get there.
On the big blind.
Seat open. Size 10. Call.
Nice time for Kudinoff to look down at ace-king. Making 36,000.
Nice sizing as well. A little under 4x. Not sure we price in either of these hands. Oh, Hussein thinking maybe I want a tango with a couple fevers.
I'll just get the job done.
I've been loving Kudinoff's play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very, very quick. Sort of has an uncanny ability to understand right where he's at, especially against someone like Adamo, who's such a great player. Look at this coverage,
how about
Jeff.
this?
Yeah.
Liam Shurovich, Artur Martirosyan, Kerry Katz, El Jefe in the mix there, Sergio Ido.
Wow. Got ourselves one heck of a table. What is Kerry rocking the Luxon patch?
He is indeed.
How about that, huh?
So that'll be our next feature table after dinner break. Damo turns a 4-ball.
Appreciate everybody tuning in on the Merit Poker YouTube channel, as well as our viewers on Poker Go. Fantastic coverage. We started bright and early, 4 a.m. Las Vegas time. We're going to go all the way until noon. Coming up in about 10 minutes, we will have a player dinner break. That's expected to last for about 90 minutes, and then we're going to come back and finish it off with more coverage with that new feature table that was just shown a moment ago.
With the Poker Go Tour leader, Liam Shurovich.
That's right.
Do lục điểm bụi nào? Đi tiền tiền.
Simon again wins the blind versus blind battle.
Nasıl ne deniyor?
Form koymakta önemli. Evet.
Sergey in our YouTube chat, is Maria going to commentate some of these games, though? You know what? That'd be great. Just, Brent, if you don't mind stepping aside just for the next, like, 8 or 9 days or so, and then you can come back and jump in the mix.
Oh, yeah. I'll just see if she can be here tomorrow morning.
Yeah, she'll be, yeah. Maria love the 3 a.m. call time. Adamo pouncing here.
You know, Jeff, for an animal such as yourself, you actually do love it. You don't go to bed. Stay up all night.
I did think about that. I did think about taking that route.
Got that single life, just you and Buddy the dog.
Just me and Buddy.
Just got to worry about your dog. You have a caretaker for the dog, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Buddy's fine.
Buddy is just fine. Yeah, you have the early morning call time and like an actual family and a job.
Oh, yeah, but all that stuff's overrated, Jeff.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha. Sometimes you really got to focus on the priorities in life.
Yep, which is poker.
Ladies are telling me smoked salmon.
Oh, smoked salmon?
Yes, salmon.
I love smoked salmon.
Yeah.
You know, I have a new smoker.
Yeah. How's it working out so far?
Fantastic.
Yeah, you like it?
It's a Traeger. No free ads, of course.
Of course.
But it is a Traeger, and it has changed my life.
The source tells me that you dropped it while taking it out of your car.
That source would be Joseph, our clipper, who's clipping clips for us to use on social, and he came over to help me.
Okay.
And we got it all the way to the ground, then it just tipped over backwards. Luckily,
tipped over on its own.
Right, the road, it's a little slanted.
Uh-huh.
Fortunately, no damage was done. Everything is
everything's
all good. I've made numerous dishes. I've sent pictures to a lot of people. Some would call it a bit of a cuisine art, what I put out there. I could probably sell these photos as NFTs.
I mean, that's probably true, unfortunately.
I think 5 minutes.
It's probably true.
5 minutes.
You can buy it with your spatula coin.
I think 1 hour and a half.
Just going to be the new currency.
Yeah,
I'm setting it up.
It could be.
Yeah.
90 minutes. 9 minutes, yeah. 90 minutes. It's a good one, yeah. No problem.
Lux on Pay and GG Poker presenting the Super High Roller Series Europe. This is event number 2, $25,000 buy-in. Registration open until the end of dinner break. What are we going to do during dinner break? It's 9:12 a.m.
Well, most people eat.
Yes, I'm aware of that. Thank you.
So I'll probably do just that.
Yeah, not surprised.
There are no rules about having a filet mignon at 9:20 in the morning.
It's true.
Are you buying?
No. Kudinoff opens with the Queen 8 of clubs. Sadama defends with the Queen 3 of hearts. King at 9 deuce, no clubs, no hearts. Kudinoff bets the min and wins. Sun opens on the button.
Boy, Ensign has been pretty aggressive today. That bluff he ran earlier with 7-8 of diamonds, that was fantastic. Coming after it now again with 7-8 offsuit.
And is going to meet some resistance here. Damo 3-betting out of the small blind with the King 10.
Sorry?
You sure?
Maybe.
Say, Nasser, are you sure about that?
It's honestly, when you do that, right, you 3-bet with a hand like King 10, and you hear your opponent on the button say a comment like that, there might not be a better feeling because you know they're folding. That's
so
going
true.
into the muck.
That's so true.
Yeah. Little small talk. The best would be if someone did that. Said, "Are you sure?" And then just piles it in your eye, right?
Yeah. Goes from best feeling to worst feeling pretty quickly. I mean, I wouldn't really know. I only 3-bet aces. Walk for Kudinov. Some on 3 opens here, and Kudinov looks down at 2 queens in the small blind. Makes it 40,000. Ivan Liao with the ace-10 of clubs in the big. This will be our last hand before break.
Good amount of time.
And we could be in for a big one here. Liao falls out of the big. And it comes ace-king 10, aces and 10s for Liao. Good enough with the gut shot. The backdoor royal flush draw. And a pair of queens. Goes super small here. That's 12K.
Just trying to tame the beast in a way in hopes that if Ivan had a king, maybe even an ace, he would consider just calling and not raising, but he's walked right into 2-pair. Still going to get it done. Just a call. All of a sudden, 120,000 now in the middle.
And the turn is a jack.
Oh, my.
Good enough checks.
Oh, this is awfully tricky. Hoping to somehow get a little more money in the middle. It's going to work. I thought maybe Ivan would slow it down here.
Yeah, but he is going to fire here. Kudinov check calls. 187K in the pot. River is a blank.
Ivan might be considering trying to get value. Nice check back.
Kudinov will show him the winner. Nice run over this last hour or so for Viktor Kudinov since he stepped into this feature table. We'll send our players off on a 90-minute dinner break. 90 minutes at Super High Roller Series Europe as we take a look at the chip counts from our feature table presented by GG Poker. But when we come back from break, it's a brand new feature table with Ali Amshurovich, with Sergio Ido, with Kerry Katz, with Artur Martirosyan. Stay with us. You are watching Super High Roller Series Europe from Cyprus. See you soon.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
The river to heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Over to Scott Seaver in the small blind with Queen 9 offsuit, and it's his turn to limp. Drynan in the big blind with King Jack. He just checks.
This is a very big hand to be checking.
4-8 Jack gives Drynan top pair and Seaver yet another gut shot. Scott bets 185,000.
And Connor will probably just call here. It's the type of board that he doesn't really have many hands that he wants to be raising with. And while this would be a pretty cool hand to raise, he does want to stay consistent with all the other stuff he's continuing with.
And as Jesse correctly surmised, Drynan does just call. Deuce on the turn is a blank. The applause meter checks.
And now Connor can start betting for value.
Drynan bets 275,000.
And Scott could play this a few different ways. His hand is still reasonably strong. He usually has an overcard and a gut shot. And he might think that he's winning sometimes as well. Connor does have some hands like 9-10 or 7-9 that he's beating.
The river is the ace of hearts, and Scott has missed his draw. He checks again. Drynan bets $500,000.
And this seems like a very good value bet by Connor. Both players are less likely to have an ace based on how preflop went.
Well, Seaver is still thinking with his queen high. What's he thinking about?
I think that Scott thinks that Connor can have something like 9-10 or 7-9 that peeled the flop and then tried to win it on the turn and is continuing to try to win it on a scary river card. He also knows that Connor doesn't have that many aces. So he has to be value betting something like a jack or an 8, which a lot of players don't actually do.
I'm going to look very stupid here. I'm going to look very, very stupid, but that's okay. Looked stupid before. I'll look stupid again.
10 seconds.
I think I'm just going to have to see it, though.
Wow. Queen high call.
Same.
When you're right, you look like a genius.
Yeah, but when you're wrong, either way, it's a bold call. And he's definitely going to be right some of the time.
Mm-hmm. So Connor Drynan wins the maximum, and Scott Seaver reevaluates the allure. The crowd gathers on the rail for the 3 players left at the final table, and here's a look at how the chip counts stand. Rast now back in front with over 10 million. Seaver comfortably in second, and Drynan holding steady with over 30 big blinds. The players have all locked up over $3 million, but the pay jumps are steep now, with over $4 million between third and first. Brian Rast with kings in the small blind. And he just limps into Scott Seaver. We've seen him limp with marginal hands in this spot, which helps him disguise this monster.
Yeah, and his timing could not be more perfect. Seaver has a pretty big hand, 3-handed.
Seaver with 8s raises it to 420,000.
And now it's back to Brian, and it's between limp re-raising or just calling here and continuing to trap. And we know Seaver's hand, so we know re-raising would be a better option.
Rast thinks so too. He 3-bets to over 1.1 million.
And if you're Seaver, this is exactly the sort of spot that you don't want to be in. On the one hand, just calling isn't that much fun. You have to make decisions after the flop where you're really unsure of the strength of your opponent's hand.
Scott isn't really looking at Rast like he usually does. It looks more like he's running numbers in his head. Scott throws in one of his time bank cards.
Yeah, and Rast could probably rule out aces now. And for Scott, this is really tricky. Re-raising and getting your chips in might normally be a good option, but with Connor being so short stacked, you don't want to risk going out when you could have waited Connor out and made the pay jump.
I'm all in.
All in.
Wow.
Scott shoves with his 8, and it's a fast call by Rast.
And this is a disaster for Seaver. He's now a 4-1 dog with all of his chips in the middle.
It's not over.
And sitting next to him is a guy who has half of his chips and might now get a $2 million pay jump.
This is the first time we've really seen Scott looking rattled. An 8 on the flop. Wow. And look at Brian's face. He is not happy.
That's so brutal. He had the tournament all but clinched.
The 4 of spades on the turn gives Rast some more outs. A king or any spade but the queen, and he'll knock out Scott Seaver and go heads up for the title. And the deuce on the river means a huge pot going to Scott Seaver, and once again he is in the chip lead. Brian Rast was knocked out of the chip lead all the way to the cellar.
6.9, 7, 7.1, 7.15, 7.175, 7.18.
Brian's going to have to find a way to shake this off. It really requires nerves of steel to take a beat like that and keep thinking at peak performance and playing your A game. Brian's not the only person disappointed right now. Connor Drynan is probably cursing his luck.
Yeah, for Connor Drynan, that was about a $2 million bad beat.
I mean, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Nice hand, you know. I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Even if you call, you win all the money. So
Yeah,
there's just
there
no way
was no
anyone's.
fold. I was just tanking the whole time between call and jam.
A lot of interested people on the rail watching, including a lot of the high-stakes poker community.
And this is tough for Rast. He has to just clear his mind and get right back into the mix. He can't be thinking about the last hand.
But the 8s have shown up again, and this time they're in Brian Rast's hand. He's raised, and Drynan has queens in the big blind.
On.
All in.
Drynan moves all in.
It's like 3.
And unfortunately for Rast, this is a snap call. And in back-to-back hands, Rast might lose almost all of his chips.
I have 8s. He has queens.
It's a bad spot for Rast. He's going to need to get just as lucky as Scott did with his 8s. Rast isn't the shorter stack, so he's not at risk, but if he does lose this, he'll be down to fewer than 6 big blinds. 3, 3, 4 on the flop.
And that is no help to Rast. He needs an 8 and an 8 only.
Boom. 8s are not lucky for Connor Drynan.
And 8s are the hand. Maybe, just maybe.
Only a queen will save Connor, or he is out in third. And he is out.
Oof. And that is just devastating for Connor. He just had back-to-back moments where he was essentially an 80-20 to move up in the payouts $2 million.
It's not full reparations.
A dramatic end to three-handed play brings us to heads up. Let's hear from Connor Drynan on those heartbreaking 2-pocket 8s hands.
I mean, they were both pretty expensive 8s for me, but I ran well to get there. I got really lucky in it all in against David Peters earlier, so.
I like how they put the money on the table in these situations. If you'd managed to ignore the massive amounts at stake before, now it's impossible.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of piles of money.
Queen Jack for Scott Seaver. He raises it to $320,000. Brian Rast with Ace King offsuit.
Looks like he's cutting out a re-raise here.
He makes it $860,000.
And this is the type of hand that Scott's probably just going to call with. It plays pretty well after the flop, and he has position. Not to mention he's getting a fairly good price.
Nine, king, 4 means top pair for Rast, and yet another gut shot draw for Scott.
Scott has been pretty good at hitting his gut shots so far. And it looks like Rast is cutting out a bet.
$750.
He makes it $750,000.
And Scott's probably going to put some chips in here. He has a gut shot. He has a backdoor flush draw. And more importantly, he has position. So if Brian gives up on the turn, he can always put in a bet on the turn of the river and win the pot.
5 of spades on the turn gives them both a flush draw now, with Rast still in the lead.
This is a really bad card for Seaver. He feels as if he's picked up equity a lot. We know that his flush draw is no good, but it may keep him in the pot a little bit longer.
1.4.
Rast bets $1.4 million. Seaver calls. Three of spades on the river, and that might mean trouble for Scott with his smaller flush.
Wow, that is a very interesting card. That's an action card.
Rast checks. Why does he check?
I think Rast recognizes that he doesn't get to the river with that many hands with a spade in it. So maybe he's checking to let Scott bluff. Sometimes Scott has something like a 9 or pocket 7s that he decides to turn into a bluff here.
All in.
All in.
Shove by Scott.
I call.
Quick call by Rast.
Wow.
That's made Rast's rail very happy.
That was a huge pot. And I guess Scott decided that when Rast checked river, Scott almost always has the best hand, so he wanted to get max value out of it. And Rast is now in a very, very nice situation.
Early celebration. Like that.
The chip lead is back in the hands of a man who woke up ready for action. Blinds are up as well. They're now 80,000 and 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Brian Rast looks down at aces. He raises it to 380,000. Scott calls with Jack 8.
And Scott's not out of it yet. He still has a lot of chips.
Jack, King, Deuce gives Scott second pair, and that's a pretty strong hand heads up, so he can't know just how far behind he is right now. Seaver checks. Rast bets 475,000.
And Scott's going to call. His hand is often best here. And even when he is beat, he can always hit a jack or an 8 and win a big pot.
7 on the turn. Seaver checks again.
Looks like Brian's betting.
1,200,000.
He makes it 1.2 million.
And it's a big bet. And for Scott, this is a tough decision. There are a lot of potential draws out there that he could be beating. And he makes a super disciplined laydown. He's aware of the fact that even when his hand's ahead, Brian still has a lot of equity with whatever draw he would have. And the times he's behind, he's way behind.
Scott Seaver has nearly a 3-to-1 chip deficit now. These two tough professional poker players are going toe-to-toe for the $7.5 million top prize you can see there on the table. Scott Seaver with pocket 5s, raises it to 380,000. Brian Rast with the ace-9 of spades.
And this could get pricey. Both these players have very strong hands for heads up.
Brian makes it more expensive.
Mullen.
Scott shoves the rest of his chips into the middle.
Wow, and this is actually reasonably close for Brian.
Scott must be happy when he doesn't get a snap call.
Had a better pair. His
And it's a call. It all comes down to a flip to potentially decide.
Ace-9 of spades, he has 2 5s. Yeah.
Seaver's hand is ahead, but he has the smaller chip stack, so he is at risk.
And for Brian, this is a chance to get vengeance. He had him in the spot already once, and this time if he wins the whole tournament. $7.5 million, a shiny ring.
And Rast outflops Seaver.
Big flop for Brian. He is now way, way ahead.
Scott needs a 5 to win this pot. It has to be a 5. King on the turn. 1 card left. One last chance for Seaver. And the 6 on the river. Brian Rast is the first ever Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And what a deserving champion. After taking that bad beat, he just fought hard, came back, and now he has the title.
Scott gave a little shrug there. He's gone off to talk to his friend. Second place money's not so bad.
Dude, that came back from that. I sat there, I said, I'm going to come back.
Well, let's go down to the floor for parting thoughts from runner-up Scott Seaver.
Obviously, the hand where Brian doubled up with ace king was just a huge pod. It was a bit of a cooler, and these things happen. It was a really close spot on all the streets, and maybe I was wrong, but I'm not really second guessing it. Honestly, I'm like thrilled. I feel it's some of the best poker I've played in a while, to be honest, and it just feels great to have my head back and feeling that I'm playing the way I want to be.
A beautiful ring to the deserving champion, Brian Rast, winner of the inaugural Super High Roller Bowl. Here's a summary of the final table payouts. Rast takes home $7.5 million, but nice payday for Seaver, Drinan, and the rest. Down to our champ for some final words to end this terrific tournament.
I want to say Scott Seaver played amazing, and he's a great player, and you know, my hat's off to him. I mean, you know, I want to flip to win at the end, but man, you know, I made this shirt for 3Bet called It's Hard to Beat Luck, and I guess just today I had the luck, so I'll take it.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Kempe checking his king high over to the queen high of Holtz.
Holtz with a hand with very few prospects going forward as far as improvement or making a hand, so sometimes you do just try to take it down.
Check, check. Okay. Well, I will make it a little clearer next time.
Turn as a king, pairing Kempe. That'll eventually be reflected on your screen. Like magic.
That's why you're the best.
Don't bluff the viewing public.
480,000.
Rather sloppy 480 put out there, but doesn't matter how you deliver the bet as long as it gets in there.
Sloppy, neat, or in between. 480's 480. Takes it down. Can't harp enough on the stamina, mental endurance required to play for this many days straight for this kind of money under this kind of pressure. Sure, these two are exhausted, but given that they're both about 15 years old, I think they have a lot of energy left in the tank.
Right. And at what point are they going to do their homework is the real question.
Raise to 400,000.
Right after tournament play concludes,
Call.
they'll be preparing for the European SATs.
Actually reminds me of a story, a pro by the name of Brian Hastings, famously winning over $4 million playing online poker the day before his last final at Cornell University. And if I remember the story correctly, he kind of said, I don't know about that final. After the $4 million gets shipped your way.
That's pretty strong. Sure we'll be seeing Brian this summer. Another player who could have showed up in this event.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
Only 49 slots though, you know?
Just so much talent, both playing and not playing.
Kind of incredible to imagine that you could find more people that want to buy into a $300,000 event than there are seats available for him. As we look at our tournament summary.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
$3.5 million and $5 million for second and first respectively. And of course, Eric Seidel busting in third place. Kind of surprising considering he was really nursing a short stack for most of the final table, and certainly down to four-handed, it looked almost guaranteed that he would finish in fourth, and all of a sudden, the minute Phil Hellmuth got down to the short stack, he was gone in fourth. And
Seidel.
$800,000 jump from fourth to third.
And Eric really making the most of not the greatest cards.
Right, and quite honestly, his discipline earned him an extra $800,000.
Yes,
50% more money than the 1/6 for fourth.
Yeah.
Part of the reason why he's amongst the winningest players of all time.
Absolutely.
Career earnings rapidly approaching 30 million.
Staggering.
It truly is.
But non-rainer.
Ja, 7 oder so. 4.8.
Raised 400,000.
And I don't want to say or use the word forgotten.
That's good.
Because that's a gross overstatement, but there is another man who didn't show up here and who might be making a return to the no limit high roller circuit, or could always be a force. Mr. Phil Ivey.
Sure.
Always tough. We didn't see him here in this event.
Sure.
Plays a lot of cash games, doesn't always come around for tournaments, and how fun it would have been to watch him spar with the youngsters at this final table.
Absolutely. From a table presence standpoint, I don't think you can get any more uncomfortable than when you're looking up at Phil Ivey's intense stare. Those eyes.
Never more presence at a poker table than Ivey.
You guys have played cash, I assume? Before?
We have. We've played quite a bit.
Check.
Sensational mixed game player.
Ace 8-7 on the board.
Check.
Plays all the games exceptionally well. No limit hold'em included.
Fedor checked his 8s on the flop, and now on the turn, Kempe picks up an open-ended straight draw, the bad end.
Yes, he does.
Check. Checks a second time to Fedor.
Check. You can really feel the work they've put into the game away from the table shine through when they're at the table. It does feel like on different textures they think in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a way that goes so much deeper than you and I are accustomed to going with our cash game approaches for, you know, various reasons. But including because they're that good.
Right, but also part of the reason is that each pot is so critical in tournament poker, especially as the tournament progresses. Often pots and cash games, it's not that they play themselves, but the weight of each pot is not magnified by your situation and other exterior factors, but it is a great
bet, 450,000.
Great lesson and great reminder to think critically about all situations. Try to improve away from the table.
Right.
And have fun. Play your game.
Yeah. I think the fun thing, I certainly remember that prior to poker being a primary source of income for a period of my life, the game was so incredibly fun. And I think that you do become a little bit jaded, and as you start to approach it with the pressure of making it one's career, and you become so aware of just how improbable certain outcomes are, you can start to lose that sense about it. But it does seem as though these two genuinely enjoy what they're doing right now. But call me in a decade, son. See if you still got that doughy-eyed, bushy-tailed vibe about you. Only teasing, of course.
I remember when I was about 17, I was playing online, and I certainly was very inexperienced. Very rough around the edges player, but I was playing only no limit hold'em at the time, and I just sort of realized that on very dry boards or paired boards, often people could not withstand a lot of pressure, and that was the first time I felt like I had a breakthrough in my game, and it was very raw and not the most advanced strategy, but if there was a pair on the board,
10 high,
and we were deep enough, I would attack. I would begin overbetting, and I would get a lot of folds. And it was the first time I felt the magic. I felt like I discovered something about poker, and of course that idea today is incredibly simple, and it's been long discovered. People know exactly how hard or easy it is to make hands in a variety of spots, but that was the first time I got the bug for the game.
Sure, when all of a sudden you feel like you can translate what you're seeing out there. You speak the language. You kind of picked up on something, and now
exactly. And I think most players have that moment where they realize, oh my God, this works, or I really like what I'm doing here.
But I got to tell you, Nick, those days where the game felt so incredibly easy are far in the rear view.
They are, but I'm happy that they are, because it's a challenge that I love to have the opportunity to have, and it's growth, and it's really an amazing thing, partially because I love poker so much that I just, of course, sometimes miss incredibly juicy no-limit games, but the purist in me just wants to keep getting better, keep playing and competing. So It's always great when things progress. We're certainly seeing that progression now in the hands of Kempe and Holtz.
It does seem like a mild paradigm shift here as Kempe limping the button. Second hand in recent memory.
Oh, jetzt
we've
wirklich noch mit
seen
Limpen
limp.
anfangen. So.
Yes.
Ich hätte halt auch schon.
That,
Ja,
of
okay,
course, means I'll teach you to limp, punk. It's been difficult securing a subtitleist on short notice at this hour, though we do have a Craigslist post out there right now
Macht schon mehr Sinn.
to see if someone will make their way to the aria and help us out in that department. German translator needed with subtitle skills. Come on down.
400,000.
Fedor isn't going to follow Kempe's recent trend of limping. Of course, the King-Jack
call
has a little something to do with that, possibly, as Kempe defends with 9-7. And hits top two right away.
Speaking of 9-7.
Check.
We'll check it over to Fedor, who's been so disciplined in these situations.
I find it endlessly fascinating to
check
study Kempe's body language at a time like this. Turn is the 3 of diamonds. Kempe does have the 9 of diamonds. Holds the king.
Nice shot of him. Is he shuffling his chips any differently than usual? Is that left hand perched upon the table in a different manner than usual?
Check.
It is an art form to read another human being in the physical form at the poker table.
Sure.
Check.
Fedor checking again with the king high, not biting, and now the board pairs on the river.
Kempe has shown a propensity to go for very small bets, knowing how hard it is to get any chips off of Fedor. Might he continue that trend?
This time I really win. If I don't win now, I don't know. That'll do, that'll do. Close. 3-9. Jack high. Head out.
Kempe now surging past the 10 million mark in chips.
Yes, he is.
Better than 2-1.
Can you give me a rough guess of what you're playing? 4.6-ish. Make this 4.68-ish.
Rainer Kempe, or I'm sorry, Fedor Holtz won the 2014 World Championship of Online Poker main event.
Yes, he did.
Scoring 1.3 million. Believe it or not, that was the only event he played.
You get it back.
Because he'd been traveling in the US for most of that series.
Not bad to just swing back home and take that one down.
Hey guys, I'd love to hang out in LA a little more, but I got to get back and win this main event here. And with that money, he plans to purchase a house in Germany for his family.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
Sure is.
After he won, he called mom and went out for breakfast.
It was probably a pretty nice breakfast for mom.
Sure. Go ahead and spring for the banana upgrade on those pancakes. What's that? You want strawberries too? Go ahead, Mom. You can do the French toast and the blintz. How do you normally celebrate, Nick? And you make a big score. You got a go-to?
That's a good question, Ali.
First, you got to win one.
You know what? It's too late. And why don't you keep your little jokes to yourself?
Two-time bracelet winner, one-time World Poker Tour
There you
winner.
go. There you go, Ali.
I know.
Thank you.
I know who you are, buddy.
I also have won multiple tournaments in New York City underground clubs when I was 16, 17. Took down quite a few, like 4 or 5 player tournaments. They know what's up.
Oh yeah,
you guys know who I'm talking about.
Those Colossus events.
They remember. $25 buy-in, 6 of us, vying for New York City poker history.
Right.
1.2 million.
I myself.
Raised 1.2 million.
What have we walked into?
Looks like both players with a pocket pair. Holtz making it 400K with the Ducks.
This is close-ish for Fedor.
All in.
Oh, and he says all in.
Wow. And just like that, Kempe.
And a snap call from Kempe.
4-to-1
This could be
favorite to
it.
take it down.
Fedor with 2 Ducks. A 4-to-1 dog roughly against Rainer Kempe's 2
Just
8s.
for the spot of 2 Germans being heads up and the guy winning with 8-8, it's kind of the cherry on top.
Not sure Holtz is seeing any cherries on top at the moment.
You know, mentioning
Anticipating.
No, he's kind of got the stem.
You know what? I won't be mad at you.
I know you won't. I know you wouldn't be. I know you wouldn't be.
Tend to believe Fedor there, but nonetheless, he's thinking deuce. 10-9-5.
Running hearts, of course. But if Fedor doesn't help, Rainer Kempe is our 2016 champion, Ali.
And the turn card is a 4, down to just 2 outs once for Fedor. Otherwise, Rainer Kempe is our champion. This is for a $1.5 million difference between second and first place money. Can Kempe seal it? Yes, he can.
And
Rainer
there it is.
Kempe is your 2016 Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Wow, and I didn't expect this confetti shower. I was not told about this. Wow. Nobody consulted with me. Give Holtz the ring.
Oh, come on, there's some bling bling.
I caught that. I think I caught that.
Wow.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it.
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it.
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
And a shout out to those of you all over the world joining us on Poker Go. From Germany to Sweden
shout out
to Nigeria.
Love the Germans, love the Swedes, love the Nigerians.
Is there a country I might mention that you would just be like not so sure about the Tanzanians, but
there's no country, Ali, that
you're a love bucket
that I view lesser than another. What is country?
Oh boy,
just kidding. Come on, guys.
Is
Everybody
it that
relax.
late already?
Producers freak out every time we, Come on, guys.
We need this DVD extras.
Really fishing with dynamite to just mess around with the team,
10-9 offsuit for Schindler, raised it to 300,000. Vogelsang defends, and well, I believe they call that the nuts.
Check.
for Jake Schindler. Queen Jack 8.
Schindler wondering how can this one go wrong?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you have two fours over there, Vogelsang.
400,000.
4 jack coming.
That's a check fold from Christoph.
Yes, it is.
Some people pointing out that Schindler found himself in that massive chip lead courtesy of a set of 8s against pocket aces. So perhaps this was some karmic realignment with the set of 8s not.
Well, perhaps it was some karmic realignment, Ali. I don't know. That's a little out of my pay grade.
The 8s were a bad beat for the aces, but for the ace-5, it was not a bad beat.
The theme of pocket
His
eights
hand was best.
this tournament, as we'll discuss over that wonderful, very expensive dinner we'll be having on you, of course, courtesy of that bet you lost. For anybody who's lost sight of that one, please remind Ali on his social media about how that dinner will go. But, you know, 8s have been just an incredibly relevant hand this tournament to the bizarrest of proportions.
Yeah. 8-6-4 on the board. 2 7s picking up a gut shot straight draw to go with what is the best hand.
$250,000.
Little post hand stare down from Schindler, a long stare down. Might be a little annoyed, Ali.
Looks it.
A little delayed sort of reaction to that incredibly brutal hand, and wants to get this guy out of here.
Good in. Probably. If we folded.
Kind of a sporting reply there.
Yeah, I don't think Vogelsang really knew even how to respond to that.
Call.
Define good. Schindler limping here with the bottom of his range. Close to, at least.
Check.
Christoph. Little pause before he says run it with the 7 tray, and King 9 hit the board.
Yeah, maybe if Christoph had a little more, you know, straightiness, he would have shot that one up, although I don't think that he's simply raising all limps with 3-4 off, 7-5 off, etc. So I think this might have been an okay time to take that off, but it's hard to say how Christoph exactly constructs his ranges and how he applicates that construction to this particular situation.
At what point do you suspect you and I will simply run out of things to talk about?
About 18 hours ago? No. As long as there's top-notch poker to be played, we're not just going to completely run out. As the game sells itself, this is a beautiful thing. 2 players, dead even in chips, heads up for the Super High Roller Bowl title. This is very exciting, and it might be par for the course for a lot of the more experienced players. And at this point, we've seen numerous high rollers, but we shouldn't lose sight of the magic. We shouldn't just forget how incredible an event like this really is.
Ace 10-8 rainbow, bottom pair for Jake Schindler, and the 2-way straight draw for Christoph.
Ten seconds. 225,000.
Christoph
yeah.
does what he generally does. Takes a long time before making a relatively standard bet. Part of the reason he does that is because he is such a analytical player.
Turns of 5.
Check.
He's thinking about hands in a way that I think a lot of players at home would not be used to. Not just ranges deeper, blocker effects on a very deep level, and certainly takes his time to balance out the times where he really needs to take his time, I believe.
$1,200,000.
Barrel number 2 to the tune of 1.2 million certainly makes 8-6 look a bit less sexy. And Schindler,
Yes, it does. Vogelsang picking an excellent hand to do this with. Takes it down, forces those 8s to go back home.
where's Sam Farha when we need him? You know what I mean? Just in here, cigar dangling, dinner jacket, leisure vibe.
It's funny, I was thinking about him the other day, yeah.
I haven't seen him for a while.
I haven't seen him for a while either. But we'd all love to see an old school player wearing a suit with a cigarette hanging out in one of these things and punish the kids, Ali.
That Brat Pack vibe as we look at our 5-4 tournament overview, the leading menswear brand that provides a fashionable way to expand your wardrobe. And back and forth it's been, heads up. Stefan Schalabel, a reminder, finished in third for $2.4 million. And since we brought up wardrobe expansion, I just feel like 5-4 is drawn dead to Christoph as a customer. I mean, he is your steady.
I feel more comfortable with this, but thank you for 5-4. The leading men's ward, you know, are they the leading?
I mean, are we going to
get
an independent commission together to sort of determine who is the leading wardrobe expansionist out there? I mean,
wardrobe expansion. Ah. Oh, I need a wardrobe expansion.
Do you?
Yeah, well, yeah. Why not? Who doesn't?
All right. Might be time to get our man Shulman set up with a little 5-4 account.
Actually, some people don't. Like the Queen of England probably doesn't need a wardrobe expansion. I think she's fine. And it's menswear anyway, but...
Right. You just want her out there with the 5-4 ensemble.
I feel like, you know, George Clooney's probably okay.
Yeah, that's a good read. You know who else is a little bit narrow in their range? Gus Hansen. I mean, the number of times I walk in and find him in a white or a black T-shirt is
Hook Hansen
shocking.
up with 5-4. You know,
there it is. See, right behind you. That's Christoph.
Maybe me and Gus can expand together.
Not touching that one. Vogelsang.
Yeah, why'd you have to make it weird?
I didn't.
You say you're not touching it, and, you know, you make it weird. You can touch that one, Ali.
Jack 5 tray with 2 clubs on the flop. And Schindler with the always sexy 9 high. And the better 9 high for Vogelsang.
That's right.
A little more straighty, of course.
Has some crush. Going to throw something out there with some nice turn cards to barrel. Take this
Snap
one
fold
right down.
there from Schindler. You said before the chips even hit the felt.
That's right, and that's the kind of thing that Vogelsang doesn't do. Those are the sorts of things that Christoph stays a little more composed revolving around and might be a little more, I don't want to say irritating, but you know, it's insidious. It's when the guy you're playing is just always fighting for every single spot, taking time, it can get under your skin.
Schindler now with Jack 8 suited.
Call.
Limp right in there.
Yep.
Check.
Christoph, as usual, taking his time, regardless of his range, and then making his decision, which is a check. And 10 trade deuce on this board.
Both players, of course, sort of connecting to this board as Schindler has some backdoor possibilities and swirling around that 10. And Vogelsang, top pair, 7 kicker. A very good hand playing heads up. First, this smallish bet might Christoph raise simply to get some chips in the pot, which was
10 seconds.
With which what figures to be the best hand.
Call.
No. On to a turn.
Ooh, look at that.
Has to be the most fun turn card in the deck, Ali. Christoph makes 10s and 7s. Schindler with a gut shot and a flush draw. A very standard spot for Jake, of course, to
400,000.
continue betting. One assumes Christoph will raise here.
Seconds. Raise.
And this is one of those spots,
1,500,000.
Nick, where that lack of time extension really looks to play in, as Christoph is check raised to 1.5 million, another 1-1 for Jake to call.
And I think Schindler's call here is quite standard and will be getting made. I don't think Schindler comes over the top here.
10 seconds.
He calls, perhaps has some river bluffs in mind if he misses, but
call.
Let's see what this river brings. Schindler finds himself as a 3-to-1 dog.
Don't look now, there's 3.5 million in the middle. This is a big one. And the river pairs the board with a deuce, and not necessarily your favorite if your Vogelsang, as any overpair, now has 10s and 7s beat, but it was a limp pot pre-flop.
That's right, and I think Vogelsang feels quite confident with these 10s and 7s. You're absolutely right. Of course, overpairs now do counterfeit the 10s and 7s, but you still certainly bet for value here.
2.3 million. 2,300,000.
2.3 million from Christoph Vogelsang.
That's mashed potatoes and gravy.
Yes, it is, and the deuce of clubs, of course, not the river Jake Schindler was looking for.
10 seconds. All in.
Whoa! Oh my goodness, Solly.
All in.
Wow. Christoph with only 30 seconds to decide here. I think 10s and 7s is good enough, but man, it's a lot easier from up here. I did not see that coming, Ali. Schindler, all in.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Call.
And Vogelsang makes the call.
Schindler's bluff does not get through. And that's it.
Good game.
And we have our champion, Ali. Wow, Schindler.
I think I have more, right? I'm pretty sure.
Christoph has him covered and is our 2017 Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Schindler just took one too many brutal beats in that heads-up match and just had to take matters into his own hands. He was not about to let the deck screw him out of another one, so to speak. I think we've all been there when you take beat after beat. And Vogelsang is a very dynamic and tough player and hard to play against. And Schindler took a stand. And man, we have our champion. I think they're counting it up very close in chips, but what a performance by Christoph.
Yeah, I think it is official. And Jake Schindler's going to take home $3.6 million, but something tells me he may be on the Budiga side of things as far as how he sleeps tonight. Valiant, though.
We'll have $3.6 million to make that rest come a little easier.
But like a $2.4 million bluff on the end, essentially, in real-world differential between second and first place prize money.
Hey,
I have no idea.
he certainly showed hard, Ali.
Take nothing away from that man, Jake Schindler, whatsoever. And let's send it down to Maria Ho, who's with our first and second place finishers.
Congratulations, Jake Schindler, on your second place finish. I know it must be difficult, but how does $3.6 million feel as a consolation prize?
Yeah, I'm pretty speechless right now, but yeah, it feels good getting this far, getting second.
How do you think you played heads up? You know, you were up against a very tough opponent, and you really did try your best.
I feel like the hands spoke for themselves. You can let the audience decide.
Thank you, and congratulations again. I'd like to introduce Sean McCormick. He's the Director of Poker Operations here at Aria, and he's going to present the ring to Christoph.
Christoph, so you came into this final table, obviously second in chips, only to Jake, and obviously it was a really tough table. How does it feel to win $6 million?
It feels so amazing. I mean, I've actually never won a relevant live tournament in my life, so to win this is, yeah, it just feels great.
Well, awesome. On behalf of Aria Resort and Casino, I'd like to present you with the super high rollerball ring, and of course, again, $6 million.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. On which finger here?
Any finger you want now.
Good
job, buddy.
Thanks. Thanks for everything. Thanks for the organization. Thank you.
Christoph, congratulations on being the 2017 Super High Roller Bowl champion. A lot of people consider you one of the best in the world. How does it feel to have this title under your belt now?
It feels really great, and yeah, it was such a tough final table, and I was behind in the heads up, so it all comes really sudden right now, as you can imagine.
You know, in the heads-up battle, you guys traded the chip lead back and forth several times. Can you just talk a little bit about that pivotal hand where you rivered a straight against Jake's set of eights?
Yeah, I mean, I guess in that hand, I'm calling the turn with ace high and hoping for him to give up on the bluff on the river, but I mean, I could have just folded the turn because it was like close whether I even should call the turn, and then I get lucky and he has a monster. So I think that's how poker quite often is. So yeah, that hand was absolutely important, of course.
Congratulations on winning this huge title. This is a very prestigious event, and you are so deserving of it.
Thank you, Maria.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. 10-8 off for Daniel on the button.
150.
$150 to go. A defend with the less than choice cut 9-4.
But again, that gigantic big blind ante sitting out there. Those odds. Less than choice cut, absolutely. Playability, not really. Pot odds, yes. One of the best players in the world deeming this a call, yes.
100.
And I know a lot of players at home would never play a hand like this to a raise, so.
But listen, this is more along the type of holding that you'll end up with playing heads up than not. You can't expect
a lot of players
group one,
a
group
lot of
two
people
holdings.
really don't have experience playing heads up, especially some of our, you know, newer players or players that play in home games that have no experience playing shorthanded. It's a vastly different game.
Certainly.
Heads up, of course, the most shorthanded you can be. You need to get in there with all sorts of hands.
Right.
You need to have a deep understanding of the way the cards come off the deck, how ranges interact with the cards. Of course, that's what poker is, but heads up, it's really on display as you need to really have some deeper knowledge, especially when you play great players who will be in there attacking. It's bottom of limps with the 6 deuce. Daniel, 10-9.
Check.
Checks it. Daniel is absolutely right in this thing, in contention, of course. 2-1 deficit, but very much alive.
King Jack 5 with a couple of hearts. Got shot straight draw for Negreanu, whose 10 high is best. He checks it over to Bonomo on the button with that disrobed 6 deuce offsuit. 7 on the turn. Two-way straight draw now for Daniel.
Daniel can consider a pretty big sizing here with his 2-way. Goes for 100. Can also consider check raising with that one. He likes to lead. Looks like the players are going on break, and I assume we'll be doing the same, Ali. Talk to me.
It's usually how it works, my friend. I think that this was possibly an unscheduled break, though I'm not certain.
They both agreed on it.
$5 million in cash and the ring, the prestige, and an opportunity to climb the all-time money list if you're Justin Bonomo, or double down at the top of that list if you're Daniel Negreanu.
You see that beautiful ring sitting in the center of that cool $5 million first prize, Ali. Man, that ring would go along well with those shoes Daniel's rocking.
Right.
The sparkly reds. The blinds are up to 35.70. This tournament structure is just unbelievable. Look at this blind level that we have here. You don't see that one every day.
A couple of different perspectives on that. Unbelievably good if you're a player, and can be unbelievably long if you're out there just chomping at the bit.
Or if you're one of our many Poker Go subscribers around the world who stuck with this event start to finish. We appreciate it.
No doubt about it. Queen 8-5 with a couple of clubs was the flop. Both players checked. Third club on the turn. It's a king, and Negreanu has the smaller of the two flush draws, but position bets 100K.
Also that pesky little pair.
Yep.
Bonomo calls with Jack high and club draw, and the bigger club draw does come in. And given that it's the ace of clubs, the king, queen are accounted for. Clubs that do beat Justin are the Jack 10 and 9. However, I do think he could go for some small value here. He's reaching 125, and of course Daniel has to call this one, given that he has a flush.
Call. 7 of clubs.
Negreanu went for a little $125 on the end.
5 of clubs.
His pair goes down. Jack 9 for Bonomo.
Call. Check.
Ace 5-4, 2 clubs as
Check.
Negreanu has the pair. Checks it.
I don't mind a check raise here from Daniel. Of course, calling is good. Looks like he's going with the call. As is often the case in short-handed and heads-up play, multiple options are afforded to the players often, and sometimes it's a matter of preference, and sometimes I might see it one way and another pro sees it another way. This is just the nature of heads-up poker, as we see Daniel now leading with his 4s club draw.
Not every aspect of the game is cut and dry or black and white, as we see Negreanu betting 150K after check calling on the flop, and Bonomo simply releases the 9
Did
high
a nice
flush
bet
draw.
by Daniel, as Bonomo could have hit a Jack 9 or club or a deuce to chop, possibly even bluff. So
I know we've alluded to it on a couple of occasions already, but Daniel wins this thing, and he breaks the $40 million
Yeah,
barrier
that
over
number,
his career.
that has a bit of pop to it. I mean, it really does. 40 and closing in on 50. I mean,
And by the way, somebody out there pointed out, and my apologies for not having the tweet up in front of me, that 40 million would represent 8 of those massive bundles of cash that you see in front of you right there. 8 of
pretty
them.
sick when you really stop to think about it. And these are outlandish sums of money. And the thing that's sort of, I don't know, ironic or whatever it is that a lot of these players aren't really even in it for the money. It kind of is a weird part of it. If you're playing No Limit Hold'em on this level, it's about more than just the money. Believe me, you don't get there if you're just chasing the dollar. And maybe some have who are more motivated by money, and that's cool. I mean, I don't judge it whatsoever, but most of these players have a deep love, respect, and appreciation for the game, and we're fortunate enough in our community that these prizes just seem to be there. Of course, these buy-ins are there as well to complement the prizes, and there are enough people that'll put them up, but nonetheless, a lot of us poker players are pretty lucky about that whole aspect of it because we didn't get into it for that reason. We got into it because we love to play the game, and all of a sudden, obviously everybody has to make a living. We all go different roads, but these two players, it's about more than the money for them. It's about glory, legacy. It's about challenging themselves and trying to be among the elite players in the world, as Bonomo
It's
Jackson
about
fives here on the end.
hitting the turn and then getting sucked out on the river there. 7s and 5s for Negreanu were good. Now it's Jackson 5s for Bonomo, the best hand.
We've seen none of these go check raise very often when players have enough value to call, but I do think that there is a place for it. Not that gets through, but we've seen very little ambition when players have enough value to simply check call. They've used very few of those combos to kind of go for a sort of bluff / equity versus range. And
Daniel pays off the 120,000,
which was standard.
Limp from Daniel with the Queen 4 offsuit on the button.
Check.
Two 7s and a deuce on the flop. Queen high still best.
Check.
Goes check, check. Daniel improves to 7s and 4s on the turn.
Check.
Daniel throws 100 dimes out there, and Bonomo releases.
Dilly dilly. $4.5 million to roughly 10 million. The current chip disparity of about 5 million for D-Nags.
I didn't put in my bleed line, yes?
Pocket 9s for Bonomo on the button.
$200,000. Call.
Daniel defending with the 2 unders. This will be a tough proposition.
Oh.
Top set against second pair with an open-ender.
Check.
Certainly does lay the groundwork for some additional chips to be deposited into this pot. Daniel checks it over to Justin.
As we've seen from the heads-up match thus far, how hard it is for both players to make a continue-worthy sort of holding. It's kind of our first one on any sort of big way, middle pair. Open-ended straight draws, rather big hand. Playing heads up, no limit, and top set speaks for itself. Daniel could go a couple of ways. He'll probably go with the smooth call. He does.
500,000.
No.
Oh, excuse me.
A smooth $500,000.
Smooth $500,000, and on a board as wet as this, Bonomo might be very well served to raise, and based on sizing considerations, we'll see how Daniel continues.
What a dream, by the way, when you're holding top set.
Top
Granted,
set,
it's
I mean,
not the nuts,
obviously
but
it's straight, Ian. There's a couple of hearts out there, but it's the essential nuts. I thought Daniel maybe could have just check called here. We're not doing that great
1.25 million.
versus the range that inflates the pot here. Nonetheless, his play is certainly understandable with middle pair in this open-ender. What does Daniel go with here? If you think you have some fold equity, I guess you can just mash it in. You're kind of in a flippy situation versus a lot of hands, but of course you're drawing to a chop versus straight and in poor shape versus set.
he has $3.9 million back.
A lot of chips.
Going to use a time extension.
Tough. Don't think Justin is doing that with all that many flush draws. I think what we see a lot here from Justin is very, very good hands. Not to state the obvious, but 7-8 now is not doing that well versus range. I think to continue, I don't really want to jam. I wouldn't have check raised flop, so I'm a bit uncomfortable and kind of have to recalibrate. Maybe there is just too much out there to get away. I don't see Justin doing this with 6-8. Looks like Daniel's going with it. He does shove it in. He gets it all in on the flop. Justin calls, and here we go, Ali.
I got the other stuff.
Justin Bonomo is a 3-1 favorite to win this year's Super High Roller Bowl.
Good flop. We need a 5 or a 10. Any 5, any 10.
Neither player holds a heart, so flush is not an issue.
And Justin has the crusher turn cards. If any full house or quads variety would end this thing.
No back doors.
Board pairs and it's over.
Will Daniel get there? Or will Justin Bonomo be our 2018 Super High Roller Bowl champion?
Was it a hasty stuffing?
I think it might have been a little hasty, but after the check raise, things get a bit complicated. The play is reasonable, and honestly, heads up when you flop middle pair open ender. Everything's reasonable to get it in. Let's see what happens.
Here comes the turn. A king.
Isn't it? All right, one more card. 5 or a 10.
Daniel Negreanu.
Otherwise, Justin Bonomo will be your Super High Roller Bowl champion.
You said it, Daniel.
5 or 10. That's what we need.
See if he'll get it, Ali. You hunching, buddy? No hunch.
No, 8 outs once. Feels like a set of nines holds.
One time.
But wouldn't it be exciting?
Let me squeeze it.
The river. Pairs the board.
Good match, bud.
Justin Bonomo.
Well done.
Nines,
what a player.
Full of sixes.
Yeah.
And as Daniel said moments ago, Justin Bonomo is your 2018 Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Absolutely incredible performance, start to finish, without a doubt. Genuine relief
I thought
there.
there was a couple. Nah, you probably didn't have like overs and flush draws.
Man, this has definitely gotten a lot tougher to play against you.
Well, you know.
I used to think you were kind of easy to play against.
Well, no, I understand. Many people do.
Your studying has, it's improved you a lot.
Yeah,
for
it's
sure.
been fun.
Good job.
Results have been good. You know, lot left to be learned. You know, it's
Always
a journey
for
that,
everyone.
Yeah, this game gets tougher every year.
Kind words there being exchanged as Bonomo compliments the runner-up who picks up $3 million.
Justin, congratulations on winning the 2018 Super High Roller Bowl. Daniel, we talked extensively about how hard you trained for this event specifically. Is it any consolation to know that you left everything you had on the table today?
Yeah, and I got $3 million too, which is pretty good, right? Yeah. So listen, you know, when you play against a tough field like this, it's never going to be easy, and obviously you get heads up with a tough player like Justin Bonomo. Took a shot, 5 or 10 were in business. Otherwise, you know, we got a champ and a well-deserving champ.
Thank you. Now, Justin, not only do you get to take home the cool $5 million first place prize, but our friends at Rockstar would like to present you with the Super High Roller Champion Ring. We don't need that. Wait, there's more. On behalf of Hennessy, I would like to present you with this one-of-a-kind bottle. Try not to drink it all in one sitting.
No promises.
Yeah, come on.
Justin, earlier you had said that this was the culmination of 17 years of hard work. Can you tell me a little bit about what those 17 years were like?
One thing I'm super proud of over my career is I've just watched the game change, like the ways I studied. First, I read books to learn the game, and they're just like all outdated now. You can't learn that way. I've used all the methods, I've played all the games, and I really feel like I'm at the top for the first time in my career.
Well, actually, you are now third in career earnings. Where do you place yourself among the game's greats, such as Daniel Negreanu?
Daniel's still a great mixed game player all around on top of like recently, he's always been like kind of at the top of No Limit, but like his recent studying has made him like really at the top again. Kudos to him for being around so long and being able to stay at the top. Like there's 2-3 people in the world that can say that. Over the past 3 years, I've kind of eschewed mixed games and become a No Limit specialist, and I do think I'm at the top of No Limit.
All right, well, congratulations again, our winner of the 2018 Super High Roller Bowl.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games. Oh, she showed it! Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games. Oh, she showed it! Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. Card game in progress. Heads
True.
up for
Thank you,
I don't
Ollie.
know, 3.6
Appreciate
million
it.
and change.
See?
No, it's
Now you're
between
learning.
hands. We're okay. Queen Deuce offsuit for Alex. Just shy of 4 million to 7 million.
150.
150 declared, yeah. Axum with a nice one, king 6 suited in there fighting, of course.
And unlike three-handed and up, one really doesn't have the luxury of exercising too much patience in heads-up poker.
That's exactly right, Ollie. The expression, the blinds are coming around really
right
on full display, heads up, every hand, throwing chips in.
Haxton flops himself a king-high flush draw here.
He certainly does. A nice flop for Ike, to say the least.
Checks the best hand. And looks up at a c-bet.
Locks him with queen high, queen of diamonds. C-betting indeed. Why not? And Haxton, I believe, will call, but let's see. Raising is possible. I think Ike will be sprinkling in probably a little more of the fringe raising in the cash game variety of heads up where we can rebuy when disaster strikes, and that sweet 3 of diamonds will do it for this hand. Does Foxen have a plan, or will a diamond roll off on the end, which would really spell trouble for him?
Well,
let's see.
Really no equity on the flop. He suddenly has what he perceives to be some value to this queen deuce with the prospects of a queen high
It's
diamond.
true, and we do bully the straight draws and some of the 8x no diamonds sometimes, but Ike did come along on the 8-10 ace 2 diamonds facing a c-bet, so we have to be concerned. He does fire again, Ali, and well, a welcome sight for Mr. Haxton, to say the least. Let's see if he goes with the slow play or tries to boost it up and win this thing right now. As we see, the queen Dewey won't
Misses so
be
much hand
cooperating,
heads
but
up.
right.
Nick. I favor the flat, and then maybe we lead the river.
You're a very sneaky player, Ali. You're always favoring the flat and the slow play.
That's just
Haxton agrees with you, though, so great
my
minds
devious
think alike.
nature, you know
right,
me.
right.
And the 6 on the end.
Foxen stone cold empty, and if Haxton checks it over to him, which would be very standard given the way this one is played, will Alex go for it? We shall see. Just queen high.
Remember, Foxen raised the button, barreled 235 on the flop, and then 515 on the turn after successive checks from Haxton.
He's definitely told a story. He may continue to tell, but
10 seconds.
as we see, it's not going to go his way if he does.
1.4 million.
1.4 million announced and
incinerated.
Haxton internally salivating. Yes, 1.4 million announced and incinerated. And poor timing for Mr. Foxen happens. A world of hurt coming his way shortly.
There's that burning smell in your living room.
Right. Haxton may balance things and go time bank. But let's see.
All in.
Yeah.
And Alex doesn't get cute. Just
no,
pitches it.
Just Instamucks. And you're going to have to bluff if you want to play heads up, no limit. Foxen tried, and not this time. Great
By
run
the way,
out
that-
for Haxton, and he's running away with this thing right now, Ali.
That 1.4 million on the river, almost half of Alex's remaining stack.
Yeah. Finds himself in the spin zone just like that. A pretty quick ascent for Haxton to start things off.
Runaway
just like
train.
that, primed and ready. With the win, look at that. Moves into 13th on the all-time money list. And we touched on it before, but doesn't even really focus on tournaments. Not to say that he hasn't played tournaments for quite a long time. I've seen him at the World Series over the last 10 some odd years, high rollers, what have you. But he doesn't focus on them as much as some others. Very impressive stuff. I know the high roller community does breed these gigantic prizes, and there's some great players out there not playing these stakes. But 13th all-time is 13th all-time, and he's only 33. Makes no qualms about being a professional poker player. Never announced his retirement. Never moved on. He's here. Does some other things, but, you know, he's Ike Axton. Limps in with the king 3, Foxen with the queen 6 of diamonds. Asking himself why he didn't have that last hand. Would have been no good, but checks.
And for Foxen, going to be important. Not that it's something he's incapable of, but to just take a breath. It's all right.
I think he is, Ali. And you're absolutely right. You must keep it together emotionally. And I just find it hard-pressed to believe he's had the results he's had without doing that.
Certainly.
Have to take that breath and shrug it off, for sure.
But one wonders, with respect to those results, how many of them have involved a start to heads-up play like the one he's experiencing here and now? How many of them have involved this buy-in, this first-place prize? Fewer
I
and
think
further
none.
between.
Yeah, I think it's his first super high roller bowl. And if he falls to Axton, as we see, turns best hand here with the 6s, sometimes we don't have too much of a chance to discuss it when the play ends because we cut down interviews, and that's all she wrote. But what a year for Mr. Alex Foxen, and he just burst onto the scene in a major way. An understatement. But he's really here, Ali. One of the best no-limit tournament players in the world. He announced that this year to everybody who's paying attention, and it's a pretty big community globally.
Check, check on the flop. Check, check on the
Hunt
turn.
for a little
board
value
pairs.
from Jackson 5s, Jackson 4s, King High that's stubborn, I don't know, a little dicey. This queen kicker does not play. See what Foxen comes with.
And heads-up play in particular, Nick,
bluff catch with this one.
calls upon the art of thin value.
It does, and Foxen agrees with you, Ali.
130.
And you look at Ike instantly asking how much with
Absolutely,
King
a
High.
heads-up player fully aware of the thin value kind of situation and why those pursuits are justified, because quite hard to make a hand.
Love the
Heads up, Ali.
sizing, by the way.
Yeah.
This is really on the upper boundary of what one might expect gets paid off. But to Ike with the discipline lay down.
Yes. Discipline lay down in a post hand kind of read pursuit by glaring over at Fox and wondering what's what. A lot of people don't realize with Haxton, good guy, nice guy, integrity, and also just a stone cold killer. Can be a little bit deceptive sometimes. You can sort of come sneakily as we see the year of the Fox and 5 wins, Ali. That's unreal. 24th recorded live tournament cash, 4.4 million in earnings, and #1 on the Global Poker Index. So bravo, salute. Incredible stuff from Foxen. Year of the Foxen indeed.
Yep.
And what a feather in the cap of a tremendous year, this 2018 Super High Roller Bowl. 5 heads up. Strong.
I don't know if they make a stocking big enough to stuff all that cash in.
Right. Does limp in. Again with that gigantic Annie sitting out there. Players will VPIP an awful high amount from the button, and Haxton knuckles with the Queen 3.
Flops himself middle pair on the ace-high board. Dust for Alex.
Checks. Foxen does the same.
Turn card. Jack. Now Alex drawing dead.
Some stuff we wouldn't mind building a pot against for an Ike seat with the queens. Checks, though, the ever sneaky Ike Haxton, and will he extract a little drawing dead money from Foxen? See in a second. Ike Haxton is a sneaky player, Ollie.
Checking again, looking to induce the bet from Foxen, and has succeeded in extracting 75,000 in draw
Glass
dead
half
money.
full approach by me, wanting to just lead and charge stuff. Haxton not losing sight of the grand scope of things, beautifully inducing this 75 dimes, and as we see, he has his opponent drawing dead, something he's very familiar with in heads-up poker. Sometimes on a 9 queen ace jack, even just with middle pair, your opponent has no paths to victory in the form of the 6 deuce, 4 5s of the world, etc. Haxton knows it, and see if Foxen goes bombs away on this river, or just waves a white flag, flicks the button over to Ike, and tries to make something happen next hand.
Alex is a guy that wants to contest for every pot when given the opportunity, but perhaps he'll be relieved of that duty.
Not too much to do with the 6 deuce here, Rough start for him, obviously.
So Haxton, heck of a 2018 he's had, by the way.
We got to watch him win the Super High Roller Bowl, the 1 drop.
And remember the Macau Super High
Pretty
Roller
sure
Bowl as well.
Went out to Asia, won another Super High Roller Bowl. I believe he won the heads up, the 10K heads up at the World Series too. I think he just went ahead and took that one down. It's either this year or last year because they can sort of blend into each other. But yeah, just a kind of
All in. All in.
as we see Foxen jamming with the suited ace will do it. Just a kind of year that you don't really see, but a kind of year we need in poker because it creates that magic that it's possible to be so skilled you can just dominate in this fashion. And the thing about the creation of that magic is it might very well be the case to a certain extent, as we see Foxen's girlfriend, Kristen Bicknell, nervously peering on. She's a great player, Holly. It's known.
And you just can sense that every bit of the pressure that Alex is feeling out there on the felt, Kristen has a deep appreciation for, having been in that hot seat herself.
Of course.
And certainly dismayed to see the way that this heads-up battle has taken shape thus far, but channeling every bit of her energy.
Dismayed, but we're still celebrating tonight if we're Team Foxen. If he doesn't wind up making the comeback. He still very well might. If you have chips, you're always in the hunt to win the tournament. That goes without saying. It's Haxton flops, middle pair, Foxen bottom pair. And
medium-sized piece versus small piece here.
Right.
Ike again with the better of it.
Foxen with an understandable stab and a continue forthright.
Haxton check calling 60 dimes. Pot up to 300K. Fourth heart on the turn will be a freezer. No flush for either player.
Wow.
Foxen checks back. Now, I
Foxen
thought
hit one of his possible outs on the turn, in a sense, to have a road to this one, but does knuckle it back. Understandable.
Got shot straight draw, right?
And the 4 hearts to represent, and all of a sudden, the 7s.
Hit the music, and here we go. Welcome back to Cyprus. We're at the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino for Super High Roller Series Europe. This is event number 2, $25,000 buy-in, no limit Texas Hold'em tournament. Welcome inside, everyone. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks and a brand new featured table for you. Take a look at this leaderboard. It is presented by GG Poker. Sergio Ido, Ali Umshirovich, Laszlo Boitas, Kerry Katz, Paul Pua, and Artur Martirosyan. Pretty stacked lineup here, Mr. Hanks.
I'd say, and how about featuring the #1 ranked player on the Poker Go Tour presented by Guaranteed Rate, Ali Umshirovich. His back is to us in seat 1.
9 Poker Go Tour victories this year for Ali. Nobody else has more than 5. That's Laszlo Boitas.
Oh, getting after it, Laz.
On the button with the Jack-7. Kerry Katz is here with Ace-Queen.
El Jefe, he's all branded up. Look at him. He's got a Luxon Pay sponsorship patch on.
Just calls out of the small blind. Ali in the mix as well. 3K, 6K with a 6K big blind ante. So Katz starting this hand with about 25 bigs. Comes Jack-10-8. 2-way straight draw for El Jefe. Top pair for Boitas.
Frisky little flop.
It quickly checks around.
Pot control demonstrated by Boitas, despite having top pair. Aware of that sort of dangerous texture.
Five on the river, 42K in the pot.
Yeah, frustrating for Kerry. Got 2 free looks at it. Certainly would have put more money in the middle with that hand. Ali might do a little blocker bet here on the river. Now, posture check. Boitas now unleash the fury with top pair. Incoming, no doubt. How much?
25.
Tricky little line here by Boitas, checking back that jack twice has Ali very curious.
Does find the fold. Laszlo Boitas out of Hungary. Almost $2.4 million in career tournament earnings. Queen now for Boitas, right back to work. Jack 10-8 for Boytas is ace-queen.
Yeah, I've seen this texture before.
I like this shot as we bring Boytas into focus.
I think that Laz can happily bet and commit himself to Martirosian's stack in the event that he may actually have a pair. He does not.
Thank you all for joining us on Poker Go, where we are live, where we are free for the next week and a half. We're also on Merit Poker's YouTube channel. Come say hi to us in the chat. And come wish Brent Hanks a happy birthday.
It is
Just on
not even
behalf
close to my
our
birthday.
entire staff and crew here at Poker Go, and all the players at Super High Roller
Just
Series
not
Europe.
even remotely true.
Wanted to wish you a happy birthday, one of the August birthdays that we love to celebrate today.
That's very, very kind, but it's not.
You're very welcome. It's really
not
no big
my
deal.
birthday,
It's not.
Jeff.
It's just would never forget your birthday, so just wanted to shout it out. Happy birthday, Brent Hank.
Jeff, it was 10 days ago.
Well, depends what time zone. What'd you do for your birthday?
Well, Jeff, I celebrated it with my family, and
That's good. That's nice.
Let's not steer so far away from the question at hand. What did you get me?
Oh, I've got a couple nice gifts. Lovely. Yeah, just very nice.
Trinkets?
Array. Well, I can't reveal really. Don't away the surprise, but looking forward to delivering that. Amazon's been slow with the shipment, unfortunately.
I've read about those delays.
Yeah, a lot
longer
of
than a
delays.
week now.
Right. 9 days, 10 days. Liam Shurovich, more than 360K in chips, which is bad news for the rest of the field.
How much you got, Ollie?
1, 2, 25, 4, 366.
366?
I need more.
A healthy stack indeed. However, not even.
How much you got?
Well, he is inside the top 5.
Plenty.
Chip leader, though, Vladi Shalav.
Funny.
900,000 chips already. David Stam, second in chips with 777,000.
Ace Jack for Boytas, King Jack for Ali. Makes the call out of the cutoff. Queens for Martirosian on the button. Rips it for a little more than 6 bigs.
High 5, layup, shove, 2 queens. Likely to just go heads up now, assuming that Boytas is going to isolate.
He started this hand with a little less than 40 bigs. And he does say all of it. Ollie out of the way. Martirosian all in at risk. Ace 8-3.
Every single time.
Unbelievable. Always happens.
Oh.
But how about a queen on the turn?
Sit back down.
Right back down, Mr. Martirosian. You are still alive. Fun run out.
I would have won, actually.
Martirosian with $1.2 million in live tournament earnings. Still relatively new to the live tournament scene. Just started to see him at our high roller events in 2020.
He's notorious for online cash games and tournaments, an absolute crusher.
Taking a look at our Poker Go Tour leaderboard, it is presented by Guaranteed Rate. And there you see Ali Amshurovich on top, 2,600 points, more than $3.2 million in tour earnings. 9 victories on the tour. Carrie Katz is in 5th
You know, the Poker Go Tour really does, Jeff, separate the best players from the rest across the board. You're talking about the biggest buy-ins, $10,000 at a minimum, the largest prize pools. And that explains why you see such a loaded field in all of these high rollers, a loaded leaderboard in the top 5.
That top 5 is pretty stacked. 5 of the best in the world. Proof that the cream can rise to the top.
Oh, we needed proof.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just believe all of the centuries-old sayings. Need some cold, hard facts. Boitas. About 35 bigs. 40-minute levels. Day 1 coverage of the 25K No Limit event number 2 of Super High Roller Series Europe, presented by GG Poker and Luxon Pay.
Always stealing my blind.
Very loose open.
What's new? You always got me. And that was the best one.
Ali and Kerry Katz have battled time and time again over these last 3 years or so. The two are heads up for the Super High Roller Bowl London title. Kerry Katz won that one. Brent, we got donuts in the office for your birthday.
It's not
You're telling
for
me.
me.
You're telling me there are not donuts in the office for your birthday.
Listen, it's the month of August celebration for the office.
For birthdays in the office, including you today, the celebration, the birthday celebration for Brent Hanks. Somebody get this man a donut. Oh, Ali with aces.
Start with 103.
100.
All right, Rosian limped in with the deuces.
I sort of love it.
Yeah, Boitas calls.
He hates it now.
Katz calls, right.
It's
But he
so
does save himself a big blind.
Yeah, right. It's one big blind. You give yourself a chance to look quite suspect, limping with that stack size under the gun. People have a tendency to give you credit for a bigger hand. And Boitas, what is he thinking about? The King Deuce suited. What in the world?
Perhaps that Ali is out of line here. We can
Wow.
see that Ali has the goods.
Thank you.
Splashing around in treacherous waters.
We'll get to play this one in position. And we'll face Stone Cold Nutter Butters at this point. Are some turn cards that could intrigue Laszlo a little bit more. 74K in the pot. Ali checks the turn.
interesting. Ali, on this sort of board, ace, queen, 6-9, does he know he just has his opponent smothered? Clearly easy when you have top set to be setting the trap, but I do wonder if he expects Boites to be automatically betting when checked to multiple times. I'm not familiar with his play, with his aggression. Certainly Ali must.
That's small here.
$18 into 70,000-ish.
Takes down that pot. Ali's last win came just 11 days ago at a 10K Venetian high roller. That one good for 136K. Kerry Katz finished 4th in that tournament.
It's amazing. Ali has 9 wins.
Unbelievable.
On the year.
It's unbelievable.
And all of these 10K plus buy-in events, 22. He leads the category, all 3 categories, I should say. Wins 9, cashes 22, and total earnings at 3.2 million in change. It's more than doubled Sean Perry, who has 5 wins. Nearly doubled. Did I say Morley?
Said more than doubled.
Nearly double.
Yeah. Nine titles for Ali, 16 titles for the entire rest of the top 10 combined. Just an incredible, dominant run from Shervich throughout 2021. Still plenty more to come. Martirosian with queens again. All of it. And look at this. Producer Aiden, in honor of your birthday, has brought you a donut. That's
Well,
so kind, Aiden. Happy birthday.
It is not my
to
birthday,
you.
and I'm just using this as an excuse to now eat a donut. Thank you, Jeff.
You don't have to mute the headset. Just enjoy it. It's a birthday donut. Happy birthday to you. Oh, that's very nice.
How can they possibly expect to put this out on national television with you singing happy birthday? They're going to have to
Being a
edit
good-
all
just-
of this.
Just a good friend, man. Just singing you happy birthday 9 days after. May or may not have texted you happy birthday on August 15th. I'll have to check the records. Sergio Ido flopping top 2 here.
You over 400 now?
400 exactly. I need
Ido with about
$10.1 million.
$12.3 million in career tournament earnings. Places him
4% of the
64th
way.
on the all-time money list. About $130,000 ahead of Ali, I'm sure.
Look how big it got.
Now, Ido's been a frequent flyer in so many of these high rollers for quite a few years.
I think I said it 65 or something. 66 is what I said, I think. Yeah. Pretty sick.
Not entirely certain of his
Imagine if
backstory.
he left Reg open another 2 levels like he did a short.
Had heard rumors swirling about his time in Macau playing high-stakes cash games.
I'd go over 100.
But he is a staple on the Poker Go Tour, nonetheless.
He's been playing 100K since 2016. Martirosian limping again, mixing things up. Ido calls.
Well, I'm sort of loving Martirosian's limping range. Deuces, now 6-5 suited. Working off of that short stack. Just trying to find a way to accumulate without having to just get it all in.
Check, check.
Carries big blind.
Come get your property.
Now, Jeff, the next time you go out and play,
I think you've got like the last 4.
you know, one of these
Oh yeah, you didn't get that one.
little smaller local tournaments.
Yeah.
I had a big hand though.
I'd like you to start limping a lot of hands.
I do
And
limp some off like a
There it
15 to
comes.
20 big
Is
blind
that right?
stack.
Like tradition.
Hijack cutoff button.
do they always think, oh man, he must be limping aces?
I've never been able to figure out what my opponents
starting to
think,
feel
unfortunately. But of course, I only play kings or better, so I'm just saying
All right, that's why.
that
Real
I
hand.
limp them sometimes off that stack size in those positions.
Add it over.
You're the best hand.
But I like it. Like to your point, it doesn't unnecessarily inflate the pot.
First one was good. Queen.
Martirosian raises there, he loses a significantly bigger percentage of his stack. Are you ever going to play live poker again?
I highly doubt it.
Yeah. Ido. 2 kings.
I'll play this fall.
Yeah?
I'll
World
get in
Series,
there and
calling
mix it
your
up.
name?
Yeah.
There we go.
I mean, after they hear us on the mic for this event, there's no way we get work.
Sure.
I'll probably have to play.
You're not going to have much to do. Ali defends 10-4 clubs. Oh my, 7-5-4, 2 clubs. The pair in the flush draw for Amshurovich. Ido with the over pair. These two going to tango.
Wow, that's a
9 of clubs on the turn. The flush comes in from Amshurovich. Ido does have the king of clubs.
a dreamy check back by Sergio Ido here.
Oh, he leads. Ido just calls. Does not get there. 55K in the pot.
Ali's going to come with it. Question is, do we overbet? Just go for straight value, something around 3/4. See what he decides to do. He can certainly have a 9, which doesn't make it fantastic for Ido to want to call on the smaller size. Maybe this could level Ido into thinking he can value raise against a 5 or a 7. We have to be concerned about, obviously, trips, flush, straight.
And does he think he could influence a raise from a hand with the ace of clubs or just the king of clubs? A raise from this hand to 54,000.
I certainly don't fault him here. You know, his check back on the flop with 2 kings is quite underwrapped. Ali is going to take all this in, sort of ingest the information, and I think his hand is simply too good to consider folding with a flush. It is suspect, though, right? Because it's pretty much just always value.
175.
There you go. Wow.
Ali just realizing where he's at. Makes it 175,000.
This is so strong.
Cool.
This is so strong. Not at all worried about being up against a bigger flush.
Fires in a time extension, granting him an additional 30 seconds to act.
Wow.
And Ali does get paid off. Max value for Amshurovich.
Absolutely filthy. What a crazy hand. Ali finds a way to 3-bet that river with just a 10 high flush. My goodness.
When you're right, so many people would have just called there after being thrilled. They got a little value out of it with the raise, with influencing the raise, and Ali just came right back. You wonder why we keep seeing Amshurovich with a massive chip stack going into day 2.
Cry.
That'll show you. That is some kind of awesome right there.
It really is, and I don't think Ali was trying to get value from a hand like kings or aces in that spot. It's sort of suggested to me that maybe he thought that Ido could have trip nines and backed into that sort of hand.
Oh boy.
Whoa.
Just run right into the goods. Blind versus
you're
blind.
dead. You do not want to see that one.
I think he's 20. What's he? 24% or 22?
I think it's 100.
Like literally the best hand you can have against aces.
Not a terrible holding if you are going to go up against
like
two red
24%.
aces.
Uh-oh.
8-7-3 with one spade. All the backdoor draws.
Five of spades?
Give me a
Or
You
could
go five
find
of
a 7 or
spades?
6.
Then he has too many
Ace
outs.
of clubs.
Oh, that's a
That's
bad
a good
one.
one.
Terrible card
That was
for
a pretty bad
Martirosian in the form of the 8 of diamonds. Only one of two remaining 7s. Doesn't find it.
Game over.
Palpua scores the KO.
Kabul.
Just couldn't get it going. Martirosian going to bow out. And we're going to bring in a new superstar, I think, Jeff.
This field just absolutely loaded with those stars.
You got there.
We have 81 entries in this one.
Wow.
Creating a prize pool of more than $2 million. So how much do you want to pay first place?
Well, Jeff, if it's up to me, I'd
It's
like
up
to
to
pay
you.
first place $506,250.
It's awfully specific, but we'll do it.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to pay him. How about $364,500 for second? And rounding out the podium finish, third place, $243,000.
120 to start?
Less, no, I think.
But nice. Okay.
113.
Our friends at Poker News taking care of the live updates, pokernews.com. Got Shirley on the live reporting grind today. Three ways to this flop. Ace, king, 4, kings for Katzen Amshurovich. This is a 2-day tournament. We'll showcase final table coverage tomorrow. Most likely getting started 7 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Pacific time.
Ace Jack.
Ace Jack. Oh, what'd you have? King? No, you didn't have a king.
I had king
Queen.
10 of clubs.
You had a king? Big fold.
You got me to fold the
Fold,
winner?
correct
You look
fold.
happy.
Not happy. Gotta play the rush. I feel like you need to bet, so I'm gonna keep it small. I just feel your need.
All right. I'll keep it small with you.
Everybody's going to limp
Would you have
along
called
here.
2 blinds?
Carrie's known for this, by the way.
With
Sort
this
of,
hand?
Yeah.
No.
but he does it with all of his monsters, and just seems to catch these guys. He keeps them off balance with that limping
We have 5 people.
arsenal.
Good for the broadcast. Unless someone spoils it. There we go. Guess you do speak English.
I believe.
5 ways to this flop. Comes Queen 8-8 with 2 clubs. You see a ton of clubs are out. As Katz and Amshurovich flop flush draws. Boitas has the ace of clubs.
Yeah, one more puppy paw would be very dirty.
6 of hearts on the turn. Now the open ender for Paul Pua. Laszlo's ace high is best. Does Ali want to come after this one? The answer is yes.
And he just might. I don't think that Ido or Boitas would check 3 of a kind twice. We're not really worried about carry. We can even bet if someone has a queen. And all of a sudden.
Five on the river. Carey want to go for it.
Look
here.
at
He
this.
Does, betting 25K.
Nothing but 4 high.
A little tougher for Ali considering he has 2 of the clubs.
Missed clubs, missed hearts. But Ali knows that Carey can limp hands like 7-4 suited that would be home, 9-7 suited.
There's a good chance you had a 7-9 in this hand. It's a little stressful.
I know.
Like right in your range, 7-9 suited. Except I think he called 2 blinds with a 7-9.
I would have called 2 blinds with this hand. I lied to you.
About that one. Oh!
I also had close.
Oh,
I had king high close.
There's nothing better than bluffing Ollie. It's so hard to do.
Gets
It's such a
through it.
rarity on this room.
I was afraid you were bluffing better.
Oh man, tight as
There
right,
we
Ollie.
go.
That's your new motto.
There
Should've
we
just shoved
go.
anyway.
Carey Cats up to more
I really
than
did think
30
you were
bigs.
bluffing, but I just.
You always think I'm bluffing. I never am. It's a rarity.
I'm never in after you bluffed.
That's like won a tournament just on you when I show it. That's it.
Oh, well done. Well done.
I just misread. I thought it was a straight.
Yeah, okay.
Read it.
I do think that does it for Carey. TV table, have a chance to bluff Ali, and everybody gets to see it. And how about this? Sort of
A
now
reward,
rewarded, yeah, with a premium.
All right, I'll call. What the hell?
I guess I'll call with jacks. It's King 10-4. Ido with that Queen of Hearts with that gutter.
Yeah, sort of texture.
King-Jack flop.
He can certainly safely barrel. Carey obviously not going anywhere.
Wait, did you just get sat down? Oh, okay.
6 of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, it was pretty sick.
An hour later. Would it have been funny, or you would have been a little bit pissed?
I would not have been pissed. I do not care.
Fido does check it here, which he's going to do. There it is. Let's see if Carey does the Hefe bet. 1 big blind on the river. Hearts come home. You could certainly have a 10. Maybe Carey's a little worried about a
Carey,
10.
stop bluffing, man.
Not bluff.
Went for
Show it.
22K.
22K. Okay, well, he didn't do it. He didn't do the Hefe bet.
What? That was the best hand.
Justin
Sure.
Saliba moved to our
100%
table.
best hand.
And Danny Tang.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Just can't help yourself.
Look who's
Saliba
talking.
has really gotten into the high rollers.
I had it
this
every
year.
time.
He certainly has.
Them once.
Played a bunch of the U.S. Poker Opens. Danny Tang known
Danny,
to play
welcome.
a ton of these
Thank
as
you.
well.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
It's been a long, what?
Huh?
18 months.
Or an hour ago at the restaurant.
Oh, that too. That
You have a lot now.
If I limp, will you raise?
Probably.
Okay.
Do you have like 200?
I don't know.
Blind versus blind with these two. It's always a treat.
Right. Yeah. It's growing.
I'm not gonna raise.
Oh wow, that bad. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna put
Well,
you
if it
on.
was that bad, I would have raised.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Queen 7-3, top 2 for Cats. A gutter from Shurovich, who never goes quietly into the night in these kinds of scenarios.
I actually thought you might have a 7-3 off.
I would have raised it.
Oh.
does call here. Turn is a 9.
Hold that 3.
I think I had a 3.
Huh?
Didn't have that good.
Oh, 4, 5?
Yeah.
Get some lucky chips from you.
Oh, I should have checked it.
Thank you. Confirm lucky.
Shurovich, Tang, Saliba, Pua, Ido, Boitas, and Cats, our feature table, day 1. Super High Roller Series Europe, event number 2. 25K no limit holder. Series presented by GG Poker and Lux on Page. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks.
You think you're more lucky or
We're at our studio in Las Vegas.
Definitely more lucky. Not even close. 100%. Of course. Anybody who's here that doesn't think that's
But it feels like we're there at the Marriott's Royal Hotel and Casino. Boitas raising with ace 5.
12, huh?
Cat's calling on the button. King, queen of hearts. Tang in there from big. Jack 7 deuce. Tang with the gut shot. Laszlo's ace high is best. Also has backdoor clubs. Cat's going to fire here with king high. Tang calls as we bring Boitas into focus. Great work by our crew over in Cyprus.
Oh, carry.
Oh, this is tricky. Laszlo just ace high.
Wow.
A little check raise
What's going on?
after Tang called.
Jack 5 of hearts. Big hand. We needed hearts.
That's spicy. Mr. Boitas proving he belongs in the high roller ranks.
It.
Tricky.
Have some potential.
Raise 16 plus.
Ace king for Ali.
So disrespectful.
Gonna make it just a cool 400,000. You see that shot was for effectively 150, 60K.
Flop this.
Seen this before, Ali. Building a few towers. The blinds do go up 4K, 8K with an 8K big blind ante. Ido opens here with the ace-8 of spades. Want to remind you, High Stakes Duel 3, Round 2, Phil Hellmuth versus Tom Dwan tomorrow, when we'll have the weigh-in. and the match. But today, Brent, we have the hype show on Poker Go.
And I am hyped.
You are hyped.
Yes,
I am hyped. Helmuth versus Dwan, 100K a person. Phil Helmuth, 7-0 in high-stakes dual matches.
What have you been up to?
Who a top pair in the gutter here.
Yeah.
Ido middle pair.
For how long?
2 years. While you've been printing, I've been dusting.
How?
No, just life.
Just like. So, what does your average day look like?
He wakes up at 5 p.m.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
What?
That's fine, right?
Yeah, it's super normal.
I think so.
Don't get him in trouble with his boss.
Don't shoot. Legit. No, just me then.
Quick check calls with 105K behind.
5 p.m.? No, I'm an early riser.
Oh, sorry. I thought he flung a chip in. That was a time bank.
Some of the other Vegas guys.
Bear in mind, I'm in Asia time zone.
Huh?
I'm in Asia time zone.
Hey, Justin, are you going to play the Poker Masters?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go get back to Vegas.
Good.
I'm having to grind until
Are you going to play everything?
morning if I
PLO?
No.
No PLO.
Definitely PLO.
All but the 8 no limits.
We'll see.
Or maybe there's 10 no limits. No, there's 8.
Poker Masters does get underway
See how the first
September
four go.
7th. Pua says, let's go, all of it.
That was a sick value raise with the 10-4 clubs.
You like that?
Yeah, not 95% of people aren't re-raising that. Huh.
Big hand.
And he just has to have a 9. That's the only thing that's going to call you. No, I guess a better flush would call.
True.
Ido just stuck in a weird, awkward spot here.
Yeah. He's probably not. Oh, if he's calling with an over.
Check shove
I
all
doubt
of
he's
his
raising with
draws.
an over.
Perhaps. Ido does make the call. Not thrilled to see that.
Short day.
Good short day.
No short day. Short day easy to hit ace.
It'll be a little more difficult in no limit Texas Hold'em for Ido to catch up. But
oh my
an 8 on the
goodness.
turn will do just that. Pua needs a 9 or a 7. Doesn't find it. We say GG to Paul Pua. Good to see Mr. Pua in the mix once again. We'll see plenty more of him throughout the next
Sergio cheated you.
week and a half or so.
Is Poker Masters your favorite Vegas series, Gary?
I'm curious to hear Kerry's answer to that as we take a look at our feature table chip counts as presented by GG Poker. Liam Shurovich almost 600K. Sergio Ido with a significant stack as well. A fall off before we see Boitas and Katz. Danny Tang about 20 bigs. Justin Saliba our short stack at the table with 15 bigs.
Ali just running away with it again at a feature table. All the chips. Just keeps getting it done.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
We missed what Kerry's favorite Vegas series was. Do you have any idea which one it is?
That's okay.
Series or event? He said series?
He said series. Yeah, I'm assuming he's just, Poker Masters, USPO, Poker Go Cup.
I think all of the above for those. I would assume event would be Super High Roller Bowl.
Okay.
The 300K in September.
But do you think he does have a favorite of those 3 aforementioned actual series?
How's my race? Yeah.
Maybe the U.S. Poker Open because of the Eagle. But then again, he loves the purple jacket. Oh, man.
And the cup?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
One Poker
I
Go
think
Cup
he had no
main.
idea he raised. He had no idea he raised.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Yeah, he had no idea.
The chips were sitting
He
there
just
like
thought
a
it
big
was jamming
violin.
against you. Yeah.
Oh, especially when there's only 2
I
people.
mean, you did a good job protecting it, but like.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm listening. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that saying that chips
It's
very
not the
far.
end of the world.
At the end of the
Could be
day,
pretty
Saliba's
bad.
all in with ace-5 against the queen jack of spades. Comes 9-8-5 with one spade.
Oh, wait. It's too many outs.
Yeah.
Possible.
Boitas looking for a queen jack or a 10 and finds a jack on the turn. Now Saliba dead to an ace or a 5.
佢犯咗個好大嘅
Let's find
錯，
on the river.
佢唔知道人哋大咗，佢以為係啊，唔係
It's a good game to
佢唔知
Justin
女積大
Saliba.
咗，因為佢攞E5走去推人哋。
We'll see him for
That
the
was
next
kind
week
of
in
bad
Cyprus
luck.
as
There's
well.
two people there, one big blind posted.
Yeah.
冇啊，OK 啊，OK。你領先㗎啦，冇辦法啦。
It's like the, it was
同埋
like
如果你真
Boitas
係
open.
你保
Saliba ripped it
你
on
保
the
護到你
button, thinking that
牌，
Boitas was in the big
兼且
blind.
仲要係你對住領先你嘅牌，你有好多 equity。係啊，你唔想 check full turn 㗎嘛？
So that's
你
got
要
to
realize
sting a
到你
little
個
extra if you're Justin Saliba.
Still one fish left. First come, first serve.
I'll leave with jacks.
Tomorrow. Hurry up, go to sleep, wake up, shut.
Laszlo defends 7-4 off. Off the gutter. Ali sizing up here. About a pot-sized bet on the 8-5-3 rainbow.
Just me playing the drums,
Yeah,
Jeff.
just-
Don't mind.
Well, I mean, maybe hold off just a little bit if you don't mind. Boitas a bit perplexed. Does lay it down.
Oh, bad use of the last time bank. You squandered your last time bank. Oh no, you got more. All right, never mind.
I never used them.
I didn't see it.
A bit more expensive.
Oh, what am I doing?
It's open.
Oh wow, yeah. First time for everything. Probably wake up with a hand this time for sure.
Yeah, almost for sure.
Folded my big blind. Chick.
Cats defends with Jack 9. Checks in the dark. King 8 deuce, both miss.
All right, take it.
Ido bets, Ido wins. Sergio Ido out of Spain, lives in London. More than $12 million in career tournament earnings. 6 PokerGo Tour cashes this year. PokerGo Tour presented by Guaranteed Rate. Ido won a 10K Aria High Roller in May for about 160K.
Hey, David.
Hello, Gary. How are you?
Good. Wow, you got a lot of chips.
This is your
Wow.
box. well running.
Yeah.
And you mastered two box skill.
I believe we got David Stam.
David Stam in the
Yeah,
mix.
he's got a lot of chips too.
What about that other? You don't need that?
Huh?
The little white paper?
Oh. Still playing the best poker of your life today?
Pretty much.
Yeah, sitting down with a pile.
I don't know if that's saying much.
Get out of here.
David Stam has a Poker Go Tour cash on his resume. Finished third in a 25K at Aria for 120K. That one was won by, can you guess?
Say that in the rules.
I'm going to go with this guy,
Yep,
Jeff.
that would be
Mr.
correct.
Ali, I'm sure of it.
Always safe to guess Ali.
can't
That was
play
one
with
of his
that.
9.
Yeah, but somebody they'll be
go to hell.
they'll be
pretty flop for Boitas.
They don't want your they don't want your coach talking into the mic.
The gig is up, huh?
Tens from Shurovich. Best hand at the moment, but not the favorite. Nine of spades, yeah, that'll do it. Flush for Boitas. Boitas bets, I'm sure Shurovich folds.
If I did this,
So Sergey, you're the only Sergey here?
Sergey is coming today.
Seriously?
He's coming today?
Oh, Sergey
We'll
Rushak.
play tomorrow.
Oh, on the way.
hi.
Short deck or no?
The Ibex.
I did nothing
you play?
wrong, right? Nothing wrong. I'm
Play,
sure
it's
someone
not.
will fall for the...
There's David Stam with almost 800K.
Considering it's 8K big.
Yeah, I have to do
Is that
this.
Stam
I
Dog?
have to do this.
I've never
Sorry?
played it, so I
Stam Dog?
can't do it at these
No?
days.
Sure. I don't know.
I guess that's
No, not familiar with online poker.
No.
It's fair, Jeff.
Well played.
Oh, Kevin Stammen. Stam Dog.
We have 110, 115, 116.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
I will not say it.
Don't
Yeah,
put
I
it.
know Stam Dog.
129.
No, cannot.
Two back.
No, it's 2,000 from entry.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That's right, right. I'm so retired.
Huh?
I'm so retired.
I want to remind you tomorrow it is final table coverage of this 25K. The loaded field.
Thank you.
And a first place prize of more than $500,000. We'll get things started most likely at 7 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Pacific time. And then we will most likely show you featured table coverage of the next event on the docket, which is the 25K short deck. But plans always subject to change. We might throw a cash game in the mix over this next week. I saw on Twitter that Rob Young is on his way to Cyprus. Will we see that man tomorrow at the final table? Looking for Poker Go Tour win number 10. Poker Go Tour presented by Guaranteed Rate.
Can you put the cards into that one?
Oh.
Yes, I will. Okay, 17.
No king 10?
Oh, he opens. Stam with 7s. Not a small one. Three bets to 70,000. Ido out of the way.
Oh, that is hefty sizing.
Touch more than 4x.
I like this.
Yeah, me too. Oh, he's not going anywhere with the ace-3 suited. $10-5-3 with 1 diamond. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw for Amshurovich. Along with his pair of 3s. Stam 7s are best. The down bet to 50K.
Loving every bit of this from Stam. The sizing pre, the down bet now on the flop. I just think Ali has to commit more chips. There it is. Bottom pair, backdoor flush draw.
Turn card not to Ali's liking, I'm sure. Not to Stam's liking in this particular scenario as well. 256,000 in this pot. Sam checks 256,000 in this pot. He checks back. There's a jack. Stam checks again. He'll have to come after it if he wants to win it.
My goodness.
And that's what he does. That's 150,000.
Pretty filthy by Ali. Just betting, hoping he's up against 7s, 8s, 9s.
Just stick in your face.
Gets the lay down.
King 9?
The Ali Amshurovich show continues.
Oh. I'm not famous yet. Let me stay.
And it will probably continue throughout the rest of day 1. Brent Hanks, that wraps up our day 1. They'll keep going until they reach the final table. Your thoughts on today's showing, especially by Mr. Amshurovich?
Well, first of all, congratulations. Phil Ivey taking down event number 1, and a little bonus coverage. We're going to bring it to you guys every day. Some day 1 coverage of whatever event is happening. Gotta love Ali, Jeff. Finishes on a heater.
And look out tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow is when we will be back to Cyprus. You've been watching the Super High Roller Series Europe. Thanks so much to our crews, both in Cyprus, in Las Vegas, and we will see you tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Pacific time. Let us do this. Thank you all so much for watching. Good night.